everybody. Welcome to Spotlight Foundations, live from Atlanta, Georgia. Maria Bartholdi, alongside Mani Devuti. I wasn't here yesterday because I was under the weather, and Mani is taking precautions today. Heart hands, Mani. Excited to be here today, though. We started yesterday with nearly 1,500 players playing in this open tournament. Today, 337 have qualified for day 2 of coverage. By the time we're done today, somebody's going to go home a champion with $10,000 in their pocket. Mani, your thoughts from day 1?
I think it was just awesome to see this standard format develop. There were some preconceived notions coming into the weekend of the decks that we were going to see, what were the most played decks, and that reflected pretty accurately in the metagame. But I don't think anybody really expected the 9-0 decks that we had at the end of the day in Selesnya tokens or mono white tokens.
Let's go. Selesnya tokens, what a very, very cool deck. One of our undefeated players, 2 undefeated players left in the tournament at this point. We're going to see our standings in just a minute. But before we do, let's thank our sponsors here on the show this weekend. Huge thank you to Beckett and into Dragon Shield. Whether you're wanting your trading card sleeved or slabbed, our friends at Dragon Shield and Beckett have you covered. A big thank you to these legends for sponsoring all SCG cons this year. And don't forget, you can order your Dragon Shield products right now on StarCityGames.com. Well, we are playing Standard here this weekend, everybody, so let's take a look at what's actually in Standard. If you need a refresher, it's a very big format right now, Monty.
Yeah, absolutely. Standard, for those who haven't played before, is the typical constructed format, minimum 60 card main deck, up to 15 cards in the sideboard. And this weekend, all rounds have been 50 minutes, best of 3 games. But the big thing about the format is it does rotate, and currently there are a lot of sets that are legal. We saw Standard rotate late last year. We lost quite a few sets, and the format got a massive refresher. Bloomburrow plus Dustmourne really shook things up and made it one of the best constructed formats we'd seen in a while. And then the release of Magic the Gathering Foundations at the end of the year just further supplemented that. And it's really just been an absolute delight to watch, as even over the course of the last month and a half, the format has just been continuously evolving and adapting. New archetypes are popping up, and it really does feel like we're far from a solved format still.
I know, it totally does. When I was preparing for this tournament, new decks like Esper Pixie, for example, were popping up, what, like a week ago maybe?
Yeah, I would say we're about 1 to 2 weeks into the format. The Esper Pixie deck coming from the Ontario Magic server, where I believe it was actually Brittany Davis that was first developing that sort of list. And since then, it's just been iterated on. It's been continuously picking up steam, and it is one of the higher played decks in terms of numbers this weekend.
Yeah, so very cool to see some innovation here this weekend. It's not all just Demir mid-range. It's not all Gruul aggro. We have a ton of different decks that are doing well. What about Foundations, Monty? The impact on that in Standard, has it been big?
It absolutely has. It's the type of deck it's the type of set that, because it is similar in goal and philosophy to a core set, it hasn't in and of itself created entirely new decks. What it has done is provided key cards and support that revitalized potentially existing archetypes that just weren't quite good enough. Adding a card like Lattimore Elves is a massive addition to any green strategy. And you do see that over the course of the weekend, almost every deck that we have seen in our feature match area has had the support of at least 1 to 2 cards from Foundations, giving it new life and that extra support to keep up with the format.
And those cards are going to be with us until at least 2029, so they're going to be around for a while. So excellent to see them here getting a kickoff in Standard. Let's take a look at the schedule for this weekend and find out how we're going to do, what we're going to do, and when we're going to do it. What happened yesterday, Monty? I was watching, but let's remind the good people at home.
Yeah, yesterday we did have a massive 9 rounds of Swiss. Once again, we are back to large open tournaments, so 9 rounds of continuous Magic. It was an absolute blast to watch. I'm sure pretty grueling for the players, both figuratively and literally, if they were facing or playing the archetype.
High five, high five.
And at the end of it, all players with 18 or more match points, that is a 6-3 record or better, qualified for day 2, which is where we are now. Today we're kicking things off just about 9 o'clock, and we have 6 more rounds of Swiss to bring you, and these all-important rounds are what's going to determine our top 8. Our top 8 is a single elimination playoff, but the most important thing about reaching that top 8 and what the next 6 rounds are going to be all about is, of course, that every player in our top 8 is getting a Pro Tour invite to Pro Tour Chicago, which is really exciting considering we haven't had a large open tournament that provides Pro Tour invites in quite a while.
I know, it's wonderful to be here and all these players playing in this event. Anybody who wants to can come on over to one of these Spotlight Series events, play in the tournament, get your chance at getting a Pro Tour invite, and chaining invites together after that is kind of the dream.
Yeah, absolutely. This is, for a lot of players, where it could be the potential beginning of their professional Magic journey. In addition to the regional championship system that we've had going on for the past couple of years, this is now another avenue for players to make it onto the Pro Tour. And of course, there's a lot of sweet prizes on the line for the rest of the tournament as well as the top 8. That Pro Tour invite is just a small part of the exciting things happening here at Magic Spotlight Foundations.
Speaking of those prizes, let's take a look at what the players get here. The top 128 get this exclusive foil Terror of the Peaks promo. That guy's pretty awesome. So these kinds of cards are going to be offered at these spotlight events if you do well enough, which I think is just another extra cool peak for coming out and playing in one of these. Let's take a look at the rest of the prizes here. First place, not too shabby, $10,000. And then you get standard for a year on top of that, which means you get a play booster case of every standard legal Magic release in 2025. So you're going to get some good mail days if you come in first here at this tournament, Monty.
Yeah, you absolutely are. And that is one of the cool things happening throughout not just Spotlight Foundations this weekend, but the entire Spotlight series is each tournament is going to have, in addition to the large cash prize pool and the Pro Tour invites that come with it, a unique prize for first place.
Awesome.
It isn't always going to be standard for a year. It's going to be something cool and unique, individualized for each tournament. And that means that throughout, we're just going to see continuous excitement and things to look forward to. And you're not going to find these sorts of prizes anywhere else in Magic.
And the other cool thing is, everybody, this weekend before the top 8, we have a huge announcement coming about the Spotlight series that are coming up later this year. So you're going to want to stick around before the top 8 for that announcement. You do not want to miss it. So I'm just going to tease that coming up later. All right, everybody, we're gearing up for round number 10 here in the building. Let's take a look at our leaderboard and find out where we are after 9 rounds of play yesterday. Check this out. 2 players left undefeated. Nathan Andres on mono white tokens and Devin O'Donnell on Selesnya tokens. 2 different token strategies, Monty, but they could not be more different.
Yeah, absolutely. Overlord of the Mistmore stocks just continued to rise yesterday as we saw this card be so impressive in the mono white decks, in the Selesnya decks, even in the domain control decks. I do have to say Grey Pain is technically our third undefeated player at 8-0-1 in third place. So the domain control deck also using Overlord of the Mistmores in addition to Zur to have that strategy of a ramp control deck with explosive elements. So you do see the big winner so far of the weekend after day 1 is definitely that white Overlord, which I don't think a lot of players expected if you go back, let's say, a month to the Arena Championship, where the entire story was Demir, Midrange, and Gruul Aggro. Both of those decks very much here still in the room, but suddenly we are talking a lot about different color strategies, specifically white, which has felt like it's been missing from the otherwise Demir and Gruul metagame for a while, now making a big return here in those top decks, but also in decks like Azorius Oculus and Esper Pixie.
Yeah, Monty, after day 1 of play here, is anything starting to shake out as far as which players might have made the right decision, or do we still need to play some more Magic?
Hey, I think these 6 rounds of Magic are definitely going to determine it, but the big thing for me looking at a top 16 like this that we have in front of us is there's so many different archetypes here that it is really hard to say if anybody made a wrong call with their deck choice.
Yeah, this is very, very sweet. I didn't know about Selesnya tokens coming into this weekend. I played the deck a bunch last night. It is awesome, and it's also set up to just ruin Esper Pixie.
Yeah, just having a card like the Wiltleaf Liege in your deck against the Esper Pixie deck suddenly makes Hopeless Nightmare look pretty nightmarish.
That's a great way to put it.
You could have gone with either side of the card,
yeah,
really.
That's true.
Yeah, it
that's
could be
true.
hopeless, but you know.
And Overlord of the Mistmores, like you said, what an all-star. I mean, the card just does basically everything you could possibly want in a game of Magic.
Yeah, absolutely. I've played the card in Standard. I've played the card in Pioneer. It is an absolute blast to play. My favorite way of playing it has always been the domain control strategy, pairing it alongside Zur to have that ability to be attacking with it as early as turn 5. But it is just such a cool card. The different ways to play it, impending, allowing these 7 mana cards to have impact earlier on in the game. And it is just a card that really does offer so many different possibilities.
Well, let's take a look at our deck list here for our first feature match that we're going to be watching. And is, of course, our 2 9-0 players. Kicking things off with Devin O'Donnell on Selesnya tokens. Like I said, this is a new deck list to me, but it is awesome, Monty. For an aggressive player like myself that likes to attack with creatures, guess what? That's what this deck is doing.
Yeah, absolutely. The impact of Magic Foundations really being felt here, but this deck is just so very cool in in what it is trying to do. Having access to Llanowar Elves, really cool for this deck because you do see the number of powerful 3-drops that are available to you. The Sanguine Evangelist, excuse me, the Paw Patch Recruit, if you want to do the Offspring mode of it, as well as a card like Sandstorm Salvager. All these different token makers are really giving you cool lines of aggressive play and going wide, but the highlight of the deck for me is actually 4 copies of Collector's Cage.
Absolutely, Monty. This card is awesome. Tell me why it's so great specifically in this deck.
Yeah, just Hideaway has always been a mechanic that has been used to cheat out or try to cheat out big cards. And we haven't had a Hideaway card in a very long time, but Collector's Cage here allowing you to find something like an Overlord of the Mistmoors, and then the activation for just 1 mana. Even if you don't have it active immediately, you're getting a +1/+1 counter. But with a deck like this that is making so many creature tokens, typically you're going to be able to activate the Collector's Cage and have 3 creatures with different powers immediately. And that means if you've hit something like an Overlord of the Mistmoors, you're getting that card potentially at instant speed for 3 mana. It's just a lot
sick.
for a 2 mana investment plus a 1 mana activation.
My personal favorite card, other than Collector's Cage, in this deck has got to be Seraphic Steed. This 2/2 pony, unicorn, I should say, is so great. The lifelink in here is going to be helpful against a lot of those other aggressive strategies that we find here in the format, but also just being able to make a 3/3 angel after you saddle an attack with this feels busted.
Yeah, if you think about the stat lines that this card is providing against a deck like the Gruul or mono red aggressive decks that are trying to burn you out, that are trying to go in the air with like a card like Slickshot Show Off, which is a 1/2 flyer, every part of this card is statted well facing off against those decks. So a lot of what this deck is doing is targeted at the different cards in the format, different decks, excuse me. Overlord of the Mistmoors, an absolute house against Demir midrange. Wiltleaf Leech, incredible against a lot of the game plans that Esper Pixie is bringing. And all of these tokens and lifelink, a card like Sheltered by Ghosts, allowing you to have additional lifelink on your creatures, means that these red aggressive strategies are very cold to you. So this deck just feels like an incredible metagame call if we look at all of the best decks that are in this room.
All right, so let's take a look at the other deck list that we have here. Devin O'Donnell, Doomwake there with that Selesnya tokens list. On the other side of things, we have Nathan Andres, also 9-0 on mono white tokens. Now, this probably isn't the matchup that Doomwake wanted, Monty, but walk me through how this deck does a thing. It's been around for a while.
Yeah, I would say if the Selesnya tokens deck is a great metagame call against most of the best decks in the room, it isn't a great metagame call specifically against this deck. The last thing that you want to see playing a token strategy is a card like Sunfall on the other side of the board. And Nathan Andres has 4 copies of Sunfall coming in here, does have access to a split up as well for a 5th piece of mass board wipe removal, but also this deck is doing its own go wide shenanigans. So if a token strategy is typically trying to have more creatures than you to push damage through, well, this mono white tokens deck can try to keep up. You do see 4 copies of Overlord of the Mistmoors and 4 copies of Beza. So if you're ever behind on board, Beza will just do a really impressive job of catching you back up. So if there's a deck that can go shot for shot against Devin's Selesnya token strategy, it is the mono white tokens archetype here from Nathan. I don't think it's a surprise to see Nathan here in the 9-0 position, and I do believe that Nathan has actually already beat Selesnya tokens once this weekend, way back in the very first round. Not the exact same list that Devin is bringing, but a similar one. So I think if you are starting off your day 2 at 9-0, you are trying to keep your eyes on that top 8 and make a deep run in the tournament, having this be your 9-0 matchup feels a bit comforting if you're in Nathan's seat.
Absolutely, and I think Corey mentioned yesterday that he thought that mono white tokens was maybe a terrific choice for this weekend because of the myriad different kinds of aggressive strategies that we have here.
Yeah, I named a lot of the reasons and lineup of strategies of why the Selesnya tokens deck felt well positioned. But if you apply all of those also to the mono white tokens deck, a lot of it is true, and it feels like it has a good matchup against its Selesnya counterpart, and that does feel like it suddenly becomes a terrific choice.
All right, so in this matchup, if Doomwake wants to have a chance, what needs to happen for the mono white player?
I think the big thing is stumbling from the mono white side. If you're ever going shot for shot between the two decks and you see your opponent go Beza into Sunfall, it does feel like it's going to be a really tough uphill battle. I think Doomwake is going to need to prioritize Llanowar Elves to skip the curve a bit and be more aggressive and put on that pressure. But other than that, there is going to be a heavy emphasis on the mono white deck stumbling. We've seen yesterday when we cast mono white tokens that sometimes if you get stuck on lands at any point and your Beza turn, your Sunfall turn are delayed by even one, that can be the difference maker for your opponent to push through lethal damage before you're able to get that massive stabilizing factor online.
And for Devin, are we just trying to hit the gas as fast as humanly possible?
Yeah, absolutely. When you're playing a deck like this, there is, of course, some weighing of how much you can try to play around a card like Sunfall. Impending Overlords do a great job of that just because they add pressure onto the board and they don't get exiled by Sunfall immediately. So if you've timed it correctly, your opponent may be forced to pull the trigger on a Sunfall, and then the next turn your Impending Overlord enters officially and becomes a creature, and you suddenly have pressure again. But it is really going to be about making sure that you're weighing your resources properly, trying to get lethal without committing too much.
All right, so that's a look at our feature match. The players are getting set up for round number 10 here in the building at Spotlight Foundations. We've got 337 players that qualified for day 2. We had just under 1,500 show up yesterday to play in this open tournament. And just widening out the view for a moment, Monty, playing in one of these opens again, were you talking to the players out there? Is it like the old days? Are they feeling like great just being back here? Didn't have to qualify, just showing up, getting to play?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that I notice is seeing faces that I have seen play Magic for a very long time, but maybe with life commitments, they aren't able to engage with the RC system as much as they would like. They aren't able to make it out to their local game store on certain weekends trying to play RCQs and get those invites and then plan a travel weekend on a very specific day. So being able to have this large open tournament where they could just show up and play without the pressure of any of that and just see how things go, it's very exciting for a lot of players. And I saw faces that were just genuinely happy to be here, seeing their friends and playing high stakes Magic again.
Yay! We're so back, everybody.
We're back.
So back. If we could look at standings again, that would be amazing because I want to remind people of where we're at after 9 rounds of play. Check it out, everybody. 2 players left undefeated. Well, 3, as you corrected me, Monty, because Gray Payne on Domain Control also technically undefeated with that tie there at 8-0-1. We haven't mentioned Domain Control, but it might just be our backup match. We'll see. What do you think about that deck?
I'm a big fan, as I've said. It's a deck that I've been playing for quite a while in both Standard and Pioneer. It is a lot of fun. It has some very explosive elements. One of the big things I would say is it is a bit more vulnerable than decks like Mono White Tokens or Selesnya Tokens. It doesn't always execute its game plan every game in a consistent manner. But when you are doing your thing, when you're able to go Overlord into Zur, turn it into a creature, start attacking immediately and getting that value, the deck just feels nigh unstoppable, and most importantly, it's really fun to play.
Oh, it's so fun.
It's so fun to
Monty,
play.
I think that's the deck I played most leading up to this tournament. You draw so many cards.
You draw so many cards. Just Up the Beanstalk is...
Man, if Up the
what
Beanstalk...
a card.
Hey,
What a
banned
card.
in Modern, maybe you should play it in Standard.
Yeah, it's you definitely have lost some of the massive things, the
Sure.
solitudes of the world, the furies of the world that, you know,
Okay.
may they rest in peace. But I will say that Up the Beanstalk is still very much a house.
If it's in your opening hand, I don't know. I feel like I can't lose that game.
It feels really nice.
Okay, so for me in that deck, Zur, and Up the Beanstalk, the two superstars, let you win out of nowhere with Zur too.
Yeah, absolutely. Even a card like Leyline Binding, just being able to play it for 1 to 2 mana, draw a card up the Beanstalk, and then have a 6/6 for Zur to target, it just feels really cool.
Demir midrange, we've got 2 copies of that in 4th and 5th, both those players sitting at 8 and 1 currently. That was probably the deck I expected the most players to be playing this weekend. Has it seemed all right, do you think?
It absolutely has. It's a deck that is just so really powerful in terms of the card quality.
It just can't ever be that bad, right?
Right. Enduring Curiosity, absolutely incredible card. Kaido, absolutely incredible card. So having access to these and being able to have them as your top end while you're playing a mountain of interaction and cheap creatures that are providing you value is just a really great place to start. And it doesn't really feel like it has any atrocious matchups. So across the board, as is the mid-range classic, you're 55%, 50% against everything, and then you get to make a lot of decisions and gameplay actions, and that's what players love. They love agency, and Demir mid-range is a deck that feels like it gives you agency.
What about Gruul Aggro, the other deck we expected to see a lot here this weekend? How has that been performing, Monty?
I think Gruul has performed a little worse than you would expect just because there is such a target on its back. But the big thing Gruul has going for it is resilient.
It's good.
Most importantly, it's so explosive. So if your opponent stumbles at any point, you can just win a game so quickly out of nowhere.
All right, the players are ready, everyone. It's time for round number 10, the battle of the 9-0s here at Spotlight Foundations. Here we can see the players sitting down to round number 10. We have Devin O'Donnell on Selesnya tokens, Nathan Andres on mono white tokens, a token battle, and we've already got a Paw Patch recruit written in there for 2 money.
Yeah, I think the big thing that it has to be said for the Selesnya tokens deck is they are more explosive. You see a 1-2 curve coming out from Devin that isn't something that Nathan typically is going to be presenting from the mono white token side. His curve starts at 2 and goes from there, but he's typically looking to stabilize the board and catch up rather than be the aggressor like this.
And you see Nathan there taking a read of the 2-drop there from Devin, which is Malira the Living Cure, which is a 3/3 for 2 mana, which is pretty sick too. And you can also exile it to choose another target creature or artifact, and when it's put into the graveyard that turn, you just get to bring it back to the battlefield, which is sweet.
Yeah, and that is a Get Lost, I believe, coming out from Nathan, just addressing the Malira. But this is the value of the Paw Patch Patrol, just allowing you to get a counter from your creatures being targeted for removal, and that means the patrol gets bigger, so more damage coming through.
All right, so we're going to sacrifice one of those maps. We find a land, and we're going to sacrifice another one here onto the Paw Patch Recruit, and we found another Malira, which is also going to go into the yard.
Yeah, just getting a little bit of value from those map tokens and using his mana efficiently here, trying to build up. As it's not exactly what Devin wants in that position on your turn 3, 3 mana turn. You really want to be putting one of these powerful 3 mana plays that you have so many of in your deck onto the board. This is the type of stumbling you typically don't want to see, but ultimately you have to work with what you've got.
All right, there's a demolition field that's coming down, being sacrificed for Nathan Andres. We're going to go find a plains on Devin's side of the battlefield. And like you said, Monty, now we just hope for some banger follow-ups from Devin, because the white player is doing what he can here to keep things under control.
Yeah, this is pretty cool. Typically, Demolition Field, of course, costs 2 mana to activate, plus the sacrifice, but using a card like Sunken Citadel, which just does so much in this mono-white token stack, allowing you to create 2 mana for activating abilities of lands, means that Nathan was able to deal with the creature land, the prairie, on Devin's side, and also still be able to continue making plays this turn.
And there comes a carrot cake for Nathan Andres onto the battlefield, the perfect stabilizing treat. 15 for Nathan Andres. Devin O'Donnell coming in with the attack now with that Paw Patch Recruit coming across for 4.
Yeah, there's definitely pressure being mounted from Devin, and especially with the card that we hyped up so much in the open, the Overlord of the Mistmoors, being the follow-up here. And the question for Nathan here, the first big test is, do you have a Beza to try to get this board under control?
Overlord of the Mistmoors there impending. We're going to get those 2 tokens coming with it. There we can see the judges being asked for the tokens onto the battlefield, some 2/1 flyers.
Yeah, I think we're going to need a lot of those this match
Yeah,
specifically.
we just might.
Yeah.
All right, nothing there from Nathan Andres. Passes the turn back over to Devin O'Donnell. 2 mana tapped here. All right, it's a cage.
All right, Collector's Cage coming down, and you see a 2, you see a 4. So if you make one of these other 2s a 3, that is going to be the 3 different powers that you're looking for from this activation. Of course, because Collector's Cage has a singular target and the ability needs to resolve for you to be able to get the second part of casting your Hideaway card, if Nathan has a removal spell here, he can buy some time and negate what Devin is trying to do.
Yeah, and you just get so many looks here with Hideaway 5 on the Collector's Cage that you can basically find just about anything you need in any situation, which makes this card so very sweet.
Yeah, it is a really cool card, and it is not that much of a mana commitment, which allows it to just really force your opponent into uncomfortable positions at various points.
Yeah, and you can activate it on their turn as well, so you can just hang around and kind of see what's what before you decide to put that counter on something.
Yeah, one of the cool things about Hideaway has always been it allowing you to ignore the potential timing restrictions of certain cards when it comes to casting, and that makes it so your opponent has to really worry about what the card under this cage could be. Potentially on Nathan's end step, Devin could just be playing another Overlord of the Mistmoors.
Right.
This time one that is able to make some tokens and immediately be attacking on the next turn. And that's terrifying for Nathan, who is trying to play at essentially sorcery speed with a card like Sunfall.
Yeah, Nathan here falling to 7, just a sacrifice of Carrot Cake, making a rabbit to jump in front of the Pop Patch recruit, now turning the turn back over to Nathan. He's in a tough spot here, Monty. He needs something and he needs it soon.
Yeah, he needs Sunfall specifically.
And there it is.
Yeah.
Ask and you shall receive.
Yeah, the nice thing about this Sunfall is because it resets the board, it also means that there's nothing Devin can do with this Collector's Cage in response that would be a real problem for Nathan. So at least for the turn, things are stabilized, and that means Nathan has bought enough time to try to get this train rolling.
All right, so that Sunfall there, creating the token that can be activated by Nathan to turn into a creature to actually win the game at some later point. Handy for a control deck to have some way to finish things out. Llanowar Elves is a play here for Devin, and that is not really what we want to see, passing the turn back over to Nathan.
Well, it's a card I've wanted to see in Standard for quite a while, so
yeah, that's true.
I'm happy to see it, but maybe Devin is not in this exact position.
Not exactly when you want to play your Llanowar Elves. How about that, Monty?
Exactly.
But it is a pretty sweet art.
I do believe, if I'm not mistaken, Devin does have his 1 copy of Mirex there, sitting there in the land zone. So if that is the case, he is able to start making additional threats using the Mirex, and that is not a bad position to be in.
All right, Archangel Elspeth is hitting the table here for Nathan Andres. Going to plus Elspeth, create a 1/1 white soldier creature token with lifelink. The -2 is put 2+1/+1 counters on target creature. It becomes an angel and gains flying.
All right, so this should be a Mirex activation, creating a little might here.
I was asking you earlier, Monty, about the inclusion of Mirex in this deck specifically over something like Fountain Port, but you mentioned it helps you fix your mana a little bit.
Yeah, one thing that we saw this game was it came up as early as the first match of the day where Devin used the Mirex on turn 2 as his second land and was able to cast Malira the Living Cure. So in a deck that does have these 2-color commitments in 2-mana cards, you can't really afford Fountain Port, even though it is a more appealing card in terms of the range of abilities that it provides. The colored mana is just so important in this deck.
Life totals, Nathan's still on 7. Devin's life total untouched at 20 here. But man, Nathan has really managed after that Sunfall to just pull back from the brink of defeat. And with this Archangel Elspeth hitting the table too, it's going to be tough for Devin here to start making a dent once again.
Yeah, this is the big holding patterns that you typically see from this mono white tokens deck. Is the early game can look a little spotty. Of course, cards like Carrot Cake do a great job of keeping your life total and the board in control. But once you're able to get to Sunfall, they're more often than not are more stabilizing factors for you than there are for your opponent.
Oh, were they not able to find a mite? Is that what that soldier
Yeah,
is?
we went looking for a Mite token for a while and we're unable to find one.
Okay, well, oh my god. All right, double sheltered by Ghost. How about that, Monty?
All right, that does deal with both of these threats, and that is 4 power being presented immediately, a 5th with Collector's Cage. So hey, theoretically, Devin can just go ahead and deal with the Elspeth here, if I'm not mistaken, and just clear off the board from Nathan. You could also just put Nathan to 2 if you want, but I think given that you're getting an Overlord of the Mistmores
Yeah.
this turn, there's no necessity to do that, and just making sure that you're not putting yourself in a position where Nathan could just go untap Sunfall again and still have an Elspeth remaining
Right.
would be better for you if you're in Devin's seat.
All right, let's see what Devin chooses to do. And in fact, he's taking your line here, Monty. We're going to put a counter onto the Mite, which is giving a 5 power to the board. We'll see where he aims it. And it's at Elspeth. So
Yeah.
Elspeth down.
5 life gained, Devin going up to 25, and the big question is, do you have a Sunfall?
Oh,
Yes.
he does have the Sunfall, and right after that Overlord came off of Impending as well. So clutch moment here for Nathan, who stabilized at 7.
Yeah, Devin really played that in the only way he could, and does find a great reward
Wow,
for it
nice.
with another Overlord of the Mistmores off the top. But for Nathan, just passing every test that has been presented to him so far, the question is, can he pass this next one?
All right, so we've got 2 more 2-1 flyers on the board. Another Sunfall! That's Sunfall number 3 from Nathan!
You play 4 for a reason.
That's so very true. Holy cow, we're going to get another Phyrexian token here. Okay, back over to Devin O'Donnell. Can you answer this again? He's not going to do anything, just passes.
Yeah, this time it is just a pass. The impending Overlord does go down, but notably there is still a Mirex there in the land zone. So Devin has that all-important land that allows you to start getting value out of it every turn. But now that Nathan has finally weathered the storm enough, it is time for his own Overlord of the Mistmores. And that means Nathan can finally start being the aggressor potentially.
All right, one good Overlord deserves another Mite token here made from Devin O'Donnell. What is that card under the Collector's Cage? Still don't know.
It's going to be a while until we find out, as long as Devin is getting creatures at this pace.
So true. I'm just so curious. Yeah, back over
Could be anything.
to Devin here. I mean, man, not a good position to be in. Like you said, Nathan Andres has just had the answer every single time. And Devin's like, hey, I've tried my best. I'm playing my creatures. I'm doing my thing. 3 Sunfalls, though, tough to face down.
It's just really tough when you're bringing a deck like Selesnya tokens to face a matchup like this where that exists.
All right, we have Toby Friend to Beasties hitting the table here for Devin O'Donnell. Comes along with a 4/4 Friend, which can attack alone, but that's usually not a problem.
That was a good draw because now the Collector's Cage is online, so depending on what this card under the cage is, the Hideaway is live, assuming Devin doesn't target the Toby specifically.
All right, here we go. We've targeted the Mite counter. And what was it? Hey, it was a Sanguine Evangelist, which is a 2/1, which comes along with a little bat.
It does come along with a little bat, and most importantly, it does have that battle cry ability. So when you've created a board this wide, suddenly you are in a position where you are able to present lethal again the next turn, theoretically, assuming some things go right for you.
Sunfall number 4.
That would be truly tragic if you're in Devin's seat.
We're turning the Mite sideways here. Double block. Nathan remains at 7. Devin passes the turn back over. Draw for Nathan. Can he answer this board that Devin, against all odds, has managed to amass after 3 Sunfalls?
I think Beza, yeah.
Beza, here we go.
Yeah, Beza means that life goes back up, board goes back wide, and for Nathan, what he would really like to do if he has the 4th Sunfall or a copy, the singleton copy of a card like Split Up, is wait and buy time until that Overlord comes out of the impending and is truly on the board as a creature to fire that off.
Nathan goes back up to 11. Devin O'Donnell still on 25 here, but with a board presence, which after what happened earlier in this game is pretty much all he can ask for at this point.
The resilience of this mono white deck has just been time and time again on full display here, and you can really see why it is being so successful in the hands of Nathan here. This game has been an uphill battle the entire time, but Nathan has just made it look so good.
Absolutely. 2-mana tapping here. We've got another collector's cage for Devin O'Donnell. Let's see what we can find. If you're him, Monty, what do you... Ooh, it didn't look like a great draw, but what are you looking for?
I saw a bunch of lands, and I saw a Wiltleaf Liege, I
Okay.
believe, was the hit, which isn't bad. Wiltleaf Liege being a way for you to have an instant speed anthem effect to add onto the board can potentially make things awkward for Nathan. If he blocks it a way that is trying to get value or survive, that could be really good for Devin. A card like Overlord of the Mistmoors is, of course, excellent, but it's awkward because Collector's Cage is asking you to already have a board state, and then adding an Overlord to it is just a further board state. The big thing is Nathan's already gone through 3 Sunfalls, and there's only a limited number of mass removal in Nathan's deck. There's 1 more copy of Sunfall and 1 copy of Split Up here in the main deck. So eventually, if Devin just keeps presenting tough board after tough board after tough board, it will be enough to get the job done.
So you can see Devin here lining up some attacks, trying to guess how Nathan is going to block. He does have mana up to activate those incubator tokens, and he swings on in with the team.
Yeah, I believe as things currently stand, the bat will be getting through with flying, just because there are no creatures with flying available to Nathan. So the bat has 2 damage, being presented here, but everything else can and will warrant a block from Nathan.
The battle cry on the Sanguine Evangelist, just calling that out as to how we're pumping up that little bat friend. And Nathan Andres here lining up these blocks. Should look pretty good.
Yeah, has to be considering the 2 collector's cages able to add counters to this board. So that is the baseline of what can mess with the combat numbers, and then the potential of something being under one of the collector's cages as well with that hideaway to further mess up the numbers.
Yeah, that's one of the other nice things about Collector's Cage. It's not a one and done, right? You can still activate it even after you've done your little trick with Hideaway with it.
Yeah, it is just an incredibly powerful card that I think has been lacking a good home in Standard for quite a while, despite being legal since Thunder Junction last year. So it is nice to finally seeing it, finding that home and getting the love that you would hope for.
Oh, it might be lethal here in this game. We'll find out. We're going to put one of those counters from the first Collector's Cage on Sanguine Evangelist. That was the one without Hideaway, so we still have that one available. Devin here doing some more math. And making a decision here. We're going to activate the last one, putting the counter on the bat.
That resolves. That's Wiltleaf Liege, as
Boom.
previously seen.
Wiltleaf Liege pumping up the team here for Devin O'Donnell.
That is going to be Fountain Port, I believe, activated, sacking one of the blocking fish to draw a card, and the other fish does die. So just the bat getting on through, and I believe that was only 2 damage. 3 damage, excuse me, because of the battle cry. But the bat being a black creature means that the Wiltleaf Liege is not pumping it.
All right, so Nathan Andres down to 8 after that attack from Devin O'Donnell. Back over to Nathan now. Seeing if we can once again try and stabilize against all this damage that the green-white deck is pushing through. Overlord of the Mistmoors on Impending is the play. 2 more 2/1s enter the battlefield.
All right, more flying now. That is a blocker available for the bat, as well as should Toby have gotten online before it went to the graveyard. But now Nathan has had to let Devin untap with an Overlord of the Mistmoors, and that means this board is going to very quickly become problematic.
Yeah, Nathan's follow-up there, a carrot cake. Back over to Devin O'Donnell, trying to close this game out, if at all possible, against Nathan Andres. It's been tricky. Nathan's had an answer for almost everything that Devin has played so far this game, but has not found that 4th Sunfall, so we still have creatures on the board on Devin's side.
Yeah, the big things right now are the 4th Sunfall and the split up that is a one of in this deck. So 2 collector's cages available now with 4 creature tokens on the board. I believe all creature tokens that Devin has available do have flying. So that beast token being made by Toby will also have to have a flying blocker put in front of it.
It's a great point, Monty. Here's a swing all out from Devin O'Donnell. Nathan Andrus lining up the blocks.
And I believe as
Overlord,
things stand, with the battle cry as well as the 2 cages, Devin is presenting 7 damage getting through here. That would put Nathan down to 1.
And we've activated those 2 cages counters going on the Wilt Leaf Liege. And once the dust settles, Nathan Andrus falls to 1, just like you said, Monty. Some carnage there on the battlefield.
And excuse me, Toby did die the previous turn, so the token did not have flying, but that did not change anything on this board state.
Can Nathan...
There's a lot of permanence here.
There are, and a lot of stuff pumping up other stuff. Can Nathan get himself out of this for the 100th time in this game, sitting at 1 life versus this tokens player, and he's going to scoop him up. That's game number 1 going to Devin O'Donnell.
Yeah, ultimately, Devin had to fight through 3 Sunfalls and just keep knocking at the door, but eventually was able to break his way through and get those last points of damage, and that is the power of this Selesnya tokens deck.
Wow, that was incredible stuff, Monty. As an aggressive player, I don't mean to play favorites, but come on, this deck is sweet, and so very rarely do you have those moments where you go up against a bad matchup and you're just able to claw your way across the finish line.
We do love clawing our way across the finish line.
We do. In this house, we believe that you can claw your way across the finish line. I don't know.
No. I think that was good. I think that was a great point.
I'm going to buy the sign and put it in my front yard.
In this house.
In this house. Let's take a look at the sideboards here for these 2 players. Kicking things off with Nathan Andrus on the back foot. Sideboard looks good, Ani.
Sideboard looks good. The big thing, as you do see the players, day 2 of this tournament, open deck list. So now there is no hidden information. Everybody knows what everybody is working with and what people have access to. And that is very important. As for Devin, he already knows that there's 1 copy of Split Up in the main deck. There's definitely a 2nd copy of Split Up that is going to be joining the game here. And that means Devin will have to be paying careful attention to how many creatures at any given point he is putting untapped or tapped. A card like Lyra Dawnbringer, I could see being very impressive from Nathan just because it does overshadow a lot of the sizes on the board, and there aren't that many answers in Devin's list for something like that.
Yeah.
I could also see a card like Dust Animus joining for the very same reason, just having large lifelink creatures, especially Dust Animus being able to plot it and then resolve it post Sunfall, for example. That can be something that does a lot for you. So I would be looking in Nathan's seat into some of these larger creatures as well as the additional board wipe effect that you have access to. I could also be interested in something like a Sarah Paragon potentially because you saw how grindy that game was, being able to grind further.
Yeah, I mean, just having creatures that are better on stats, period, I think would be great for somebody like Nathan in this spot. Do you think that Devin's deck is aggressive enough to consider anything like Authority for the consoles?
No, typically Authority is a card that you are saving for decks that are presenting haste. If you're not getting great value out of that enters the battlefield tapped ability, the life total gain isn't going to do that much for you just because, as you saw in that Selesnya tokens game, Devin isn't really attacking in chunks of 2 and 3. When this deck is in a winning position, it's going to be attacking in chunks of 8 and 10, and the minor life total advantages are not going to do that much.
Okay, great point. I'm learning some things from Ani here this weekend. Let's move things over to Devin's sideboard. If you're in his position, what are you interested in bringing in?
I'm really interested in some of these exile effects like Invasion of Gobakon and Aven Interrupter. You saw how much of an emphasis there was from Nathan on casting Sunfall on key turns, and both Gobakon and Aven Interrupter mess with those timings, and I think that is absolutely massive for Devin. If he's able to add those cards to his deck without altering the makeup of it by too much and have those effects, suddenly life gets a lot harder for Nathan Andres. If Devin is able to go turn 1 Llanowar Elf, turn 2 a threat, and then just go Bakan a Sunfall or leave up an Aven Interrupter, that is going to be a really hard battle for Nathan to fight through.
Yeah, if you're not familiar, everybody, with Invasion of Gobakon, this is a siege. It's 1 and a white. When it enters the battlefield, you get to look at your opponent's hand and exile a non-land card from it. And then it costs 2 more to cast if they want to play it. And then it flips over into a pretty sweet enchantment in this deck. At the beginning of your end step, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature that attacked this turn. And you can also sacrifice it to give your creatures indestructible until end of turn, which is another nice little side effect, I'm going to say, from Invasion of Gobakon that Devin might be interested in. And like you mentioned, this Aven Interrupter is just a sweet card, period, because it gives you a threat in the air, but it also deals with something that your opponent's trying to do when they're trying to wipe your board or whatever, and makes them take 2 more turns to cast it.
Yeah, exactly. Just a very nice disruption effect. I think there's going to be an interesting dance here. Typically, this is the type of deck that if you're in Devin's seat, you would like to potentially cut a card like Sheltered by Ghosts from your deck for it. But the big issue is that you are aware of cards like Dust Animus and Lyra in Nathan's sideboard. So if you cut too many copies of Sheltered by Ghosts and then Nathan has gone that route in the sideboarding, then suddenly you could be in trouble if you don't have the appropriate answer. So it's going to be cool to see how Devin does this potential dance.
Yeah, and also not diluting your game plan too much, right, by putting in too many answers and not enough threats, which is always a question I have as an aggressive player, is how do I find that balance when I'm sideboarding?
Yeah, exactly.
All right, the players here shuffling up each other's decks, presenting for the cuts. We'll see if our players like their 7s or if they're going to take any opportunities here to mulligan. Drawing opening hands.
Yeah, Nathan does have the play this game, so that is always nice, but against the Llanowar Elf, what you really don't want happening is being on the draw. So if Nathan wins this, that'll be the case in Game 3, and that could be a tough uphill battle.
Look like we did have a mull there from Devin, and we're kicking things off. Here we go. Paw Patch Recruit, not the Llanowar Elf, Manny, but it is a pretty good 1-drop.
It is a pretty good 1-drop. We saw the amount of pressure that the Recruit was able to put on in the first game, and if Devin is able to grow it here and start attacking in, that can be a lot of pressure again being presented.
Carrot Cake was the play there from Nathan Andres. Melira, the Living Cure, the follow-up play here from Devin. Just pass it right back on over to Nathan.
I think I've seen this exact curve
the
previous game.
It was Enduring Innocence here, the play from Nathan, the sheep that does it all.
Yeah, this is the card that Nathan was missing the previous game. Just being able to have a lifelink blocker on the board that you're very happy to trade off whenever given the opportunity, but have it persist as an enchantment. And all of these cards like Carrot Cake and Caretaker's Talent giving you additional value throughout the course of the game and additional cards just means that this card, once you have one, does so much because of how sticky it is.
Yeah, it just seems like the perfect card for Nathan to have here at this point in the game. Toby, Beastie Befriender, hits the table for Devin, but no attacks yet. Just this 1-1 and this 2-1, able to hold off his game plan.
Yeah, it really is impressive just how much this mono white deck can do with so little, and how much is disincentivizes your opponents from attacking, but also you have tools like Beza that will get a board under control so easily.
And speaking of Beza, here she comes. A pretty cool alternate art version. She's going to bring along with her a couple of feasts.
Yeah, board 3-4, so you do get the creatures, which means you draw a card. Life total and lands not quite providing you the benefits that you would like, but Beza really doesn't need to do much coming on a 4/5 body. It isn't like a card like Timely Reinforcements, where if you're not getting full value out of it, it can feel lacking. There's already so much being given by Beza that even 1 to 2 effects are great.
Nathan just slams that Beza, makes the fish, passes it back on over to Devin O'Donnell. Life total still 20-20. Here's Collector's Cage for Devin. Can we find some way to deal with Nathan, who looks like he's really in control of this game?
Yeah, I think there is a big ask being put on Devin of how can you start breaking through here, because time is not on your side, and one thing that we saw in the previous game was because Devin was so firmly in the driver's seat, he was able to require Nathan to fire off a Sunfall in a position that maybe Nathan didn't want to. That's not the case this game. Devin needs to put a decent more on this board if he wants to start asking questions of Nathan that are difficult to answer.
There's the choice, hide a wade. I don't know what the past tense of that is under Collector's Cage for Devin O'Donnell. You can see his hands up there going right to his face. He's not in a great position currently, but he is going to activate that cage right away.
Yeah, I think there is a question of what is here. Is it an invasion of Gobakon or something? As maybe Devin reconsidering this.
All right, he's going to go for it. The counter goes on to the Beast, and yes, indeed, Invasion of Gobakon is the card that's cast for free. Nathan here taking a look at it, and pretty soon Devin will be taking a look at Nathan's hand.
Yeah, Battles, of course, a new card type last year, one that we had not seen before. So there's the Sunfall. You get to see it, you get to remove it, or at least know about it, whether you actually want to remove it or not here. Almost certainly the case. Now, that's not a permanent removal. It just is going to cost 2 more to cast, but the big thing for Devin is he has full information of what to work through now.
All right, so Sunfall tucked away under the Invasion of Gobakon there for Devin O'Donnell, who passed the turn back over to Nathan.
Now, there is one cool thing happening in Devin's sideboard plan with the Invasion of Gobakon and the Aven Interrupter is the tax can stack. If you Invasion of Gobakon a Sunfall, it's going to cost 7 to cast from exile. But if Devin can get an Aven Interrupter on the battlefield, then that's going to also add an additional 2 mana tax to the card exiled by Invasion of Gobakon. So suddenly, that's a 9 mana Sunfall being cast from exile. And this can be really helpful when you're trying to push your opponent into awkward positions.
Yeah, that's very true, Monty, because Aven Interrupter says spells your opponents cast from graveyards or from exile cost 2 more to cast. Doesn't care how they got there. It doesn't have to put them there. Invasion of Gobakon could have put them there as well.
Yeah, so Devin now, I'm not going to say feeling good, considering this board from Nathan is still very much gummed up. There are still 2 copies of Enduring Innocence, meaning that Nathan has a lot of life and a lot of cards to work with. But at least Devin, has information, which is really nice, and knows that Sunfall is not a card that he needs to worry about for a while here.
Get Lost is going to take out Beza, enabling an attack here, possibly, it looks like, considering from Devin O'Donnell. 2 map tokens coming into play there for Nathan, which have been more handy than you might even think. Malira is getting in, as well as the Beast token, which is now a 5/5. Malira is at 3/3 that you can sack to bring something back from the graveyard if it gets destroyed. Also cares about poison counters, but we don't care about that right now.
Yeah, that is so limited coded.
I mean, there was, I played against some people playing a Toxic deck for a couple days there in Standard. I don't think it was real.
There was a time where there was definitely a green-white Toxic deck in Standard. I don't want to discount it by any means. Now, Devin making this attack, there is the Collector's Cage still up, so the math is something that Nathan has to be considering when it comes to what he's going to do here. Sacrificing the Carrot Cake is just absolutely insane here. You get to scry and draw 2 cards. There's just so much value from this mono white deck. It is so impressive.
Yeah, and with these 2 sheep in play too, just disgusting. Look at this! They're all going in front. The team jumps in front of the monster. We're not scared.
Yeah, just saying that if you want to kill both these innocences, I am cool with it.
Yeah,
however many of these creatures you want to get off the board, I am cool with it.
Wowza. Team jumping in front of the monster. We'll see what goes down. All of the tokens. The 2 sheep survive the assault.
Yeah, now this is nice because Devin has done a great job of getting the board somewhat under control, and now he can start attacking wider if he would like.
Pawpatch Recruit is the follow-up play from Devin, and it's coming in with its Offspring, which you've mentioned is a great little card that helps pass around counters once things are individually targeted.
Yeah, typically not how Nathan wants to address this game. but always an option.
A backup Beza is the play here for
It's
Nathan.
it's so depressing if you're in Devin's seat. Bases
It is.
coming
It
down,
is.
making 2 more bodies, drawing 2 more cards, and it's just like, oh, it, come on.
I mean, honestly, that's how you just described it so perfectly, Monty. That is how I feel playing against a mono white tokens player. Depressed. That's the word. Because it's like you're doing everything that you could possibly do with your deck, but your opponent isn't even breaking a sweat, man.
Yeah, and I hate drawing attention to it, but it's something that we do really have to consider in a grindy matchup like this. It is 16 minutes left in the round, and
Yeah.
we are in the thick of a game 2 that I have no idea if it can end. And currently, I'm going to say this, it looks good for Devin if this game continues on without a resolution, because if they go to time in the second game, Devin being up a game will win.
Yeah,
So
that's true.
there is a lot of emphasis on Nathan right now to try to find a game win somewhere here within this time. If he does, there's a very good chance, unless Devin has a great draw in game 3 and Nathan doesn't, that the match will just end in a tie. But right now, Nathan has to find a win. So there's a big question being asked of Nathan to find a card like Overlord of the Mistmorphs to be able to actually start attacking, because as gummed up as the board is currently for Nathan, it is equally gummed up for Devin.
And look at this. Nathan here mounting an attack up against Devin might have considered what you were saying and heard it through osmosis here, Monty.
I also think this is maybe not heavily indicating, but strongly suggesting Nathan may have a split up here.
Yeah.
I think that's the type of card that, when your opponent's entire board looks untapped, makes you want to turn all of your relevant creatures sideways.
So here's the attack coming in from Nathan. A couple of fish, 2 Enduring Innocence, and Beza. Fish go down in combat. Devin O'Donnell falls down to 12. Nathan Andres at 28. And there indeed is the split up, Monty.
Yeah, and
Brutal.
Devin is done.
And there's the scoop up. That is just an awful spell to see if you're in Devin O'Donnell's seat. We are now evening things up. 1 game apiece. Devin O'Donnell, Nathan Andres are 2 9-0 players left in the tournament. By the time this match is done, only 1 player will have a perfect record. Going to the sideboards once again.
Yeah, I think that was the flip side of what I was talking about with the time, is as long as Devin thinks the game is in a stalemate, he'll want to draw it out because it's in his favor.
Right.
But as soon as the game is not in a stalemate and it does look like Nathan is going to be winning it, Devin wants to get to game 3 as soon as possible, because suddenly he wants to not have the match end in a tie. He wants to be playing for the win at all points. And this is the line that plays for the win.
Well, in good news here for Devin O'Donnell is the fact that we get to be on the play here this turn.
Yeah,
this game.
absolutely. And one thing that we haven't seen from Devin so far is a turn 1 Llanowar Elf. And as is true with essentially any Llanowar Elf deck in any format, if you start with a Llanowar Elf, it is a massive difference. So if Devin is able to have a turn 1 Llanowar Elf draw on the play here in the 3rd game, that could be the speed and difference he needs to get the job done.
So as we're thinking about these sideboards, are we doing anything differently here coming into game 3 for Devin?
I don't think you're doing things too differently. The cards that we saw Devin bringing in, the Invasion of Gobakon, and you have to assume, even though we didn't see one, the Aven Interrupters, they are going to be just as relevant here in the 3rd game as they were in the 2nd. You want to interrupt Nathan from being able to address your board. I think that there is a chance, if Devin kept in some removal spells, like Sheltered by Ghost, he may be interested in potentially less this game, but even then, I don't think that's the case. I think that the sideboarding for Devin is going to be about the same in most cases. I could maybe see him having an extra Leaf Leech here for pressure on the play that he wouldn't have on the draw, but these are the type of numbers that don't typically change that much, at least in a matchup like this.
All right, it sounds like both players have kept their opening hands, and we are underway here for game number 3. Llanowar Elves, just like you drew it up, Monty. Turn 1 play for Devin O'Donnell.
Step 1 done. This is how you begin a battle that is overwhelming from the Selesnya token side.
And here we go. Toby Beastie Befriender hits the table. Enormous pressure early on. The 1-1 coming along with its 4-4 friend.
Yeah, there's only one copy of Toby in this deck from Devin, but he has had it every single game, and that is a nice place to be.
Ooh, and there is that bird that you were talking about earlier out of the sideboard there for the mono white player.
Yeah, the Dust Animus, not exactly how you want to be playing this, but ultimately right now the big thing for Nathan is survival. So you just want to get on the board and disincentivize as many attacks as you can from Devin.
All right, Sanguine Evangelist, a follow-up play here from Devin, but blocked any attack from Devin previous turn. So this Dust Animus now turning sideways, getting in there.
That's a split up.
That's a split up if I've ever seen one.
Split him up!
There it is!
Yeah, this is the disaster. The bat should be gone as well, no?
I would imagine so. The Llanowar Elf survived it, though.
Oh, excuse me. The Evangelist makes the bat when it dies. That is, it's the same bat token, but it's not the same bat token. This is the bat token from the Evangelist dying. And you do see that line of text on Toby that says this creature can't attack or block alone is more than just flavor text, as the previous turn, the 4/4 beast was held back by Devin not wanting to throw Toby away into the Dust Animus.
Yeah, that's a great point. Melira, the Living Cure, hits the table here for Devin after an attack that took Nathan down to 18. Carrot Cake the play here for Nathan. Bringing in Bunny with it. Taking a look at the top of the deck, and we're going to leave it there. Bad news for Devin.
Yeah, Nathan has a Sunfall in hand as well, so I wasn't sure if he had the 4th land, but he does, so he is working his way towards that board wipes. Second board wipe, excuse me.
Yeah, exactly. We've seen Devin fight back through board wipes though before. 3 Sunfalls in game number 1, managed to win that game. Here we are in game 3, Melira getting in.
Yeah, Melira as a 3/3. I'm curious if Nathan wants to double block this. I think this is the exact type of position where he does, as keeping the board in check from Devin is really important for Nathan here.
Follow-up play, Paw Patch Recruit from Devin with Offspring. And pass the turn back. The Dust Animus fell there to the attack from Melira, but it did get Melira off the board. And here's 5 mana, and here's Sunfall.
There's the bird, though.
Interrupter!
Yeah, this is exactly how you draw it up if you're in Devin's seat, because now you've gotten rid of the Sunfall. That is being taxed, and here we go.
Oh, Llama land!
Up.
Llama activated! Swing with the team!
All right, Devin is very much playing to win now, and here is the question. Nathan, do you have a second Sunfall? That Sunfall costs 7, so you need another one, and you need it now.
Absolutely, Nathan falling down to just 6 life, drawing for his turn. Can he find it? And he was able to cast that one. And in comes the Phyrexian token with 5 counters on it. So clean up on aisle 4.
Oh, I'm sorry. It becomes plotted. So you can cast it just for 2 extra mana.
Yeah.
Not the full 7. Okay. Excuse me. Getting my Gobakons and my Aven Interrupters mixed up.
Yeah, they're a pretty similar effect. Nathan here animating that Phyrexian Incubator token. And playing an Enduring Innocence. And wow, it looked really good there for Devin for a moment, but my, how the tables have turned so very quickly.
Yeah, Devin putting all the pressure that he can on, but this is how the game tends to go as long as your opponent is able to stabilize things. And for Devin, it does have the looming threat of the Restless Prairie. I believe actually 2 copies there in the land zone, but that needs to break through, and it really wants to benefit from having a wide board.
Nathan now here in the driver's seat, as Devin has not been able to commit anything to the board over the past couple of turns. 4 mana tapped. It's an Overlord impending. Give me those 2/1 flyers. And now it looks like Devin's game to lose.
Nathan's game to lose.
Well, sure, yeah, I suppose. Mixing my metaphors there. Incubator token
It's early. We're both doing great right now.
It's going to turn sideways. It's going to get lost, but who cares? 2 map tokens into play for Nathan.
Yeah, Devin needs a big play here. I'm curious if he has something like an Overlord of the Mistmores that he can potentially cast without impending here, because as things stand, a card like Invasion of Gobakon is great when you're trying to prevent your opponent from, yeah,
Oh, there it is. There's the handshake.
wiping you, but not great when you're dying.
Yeah, Devin sees the writing on the wall there in the form of Nathan Andres' hand, and that is Nathan Andres improving to 10-0.
Just really impressive stuff from the Mono White Tokens deck. It was an uphill battle for a lot of it, but I think Nathan understanding that it is a good matchup for him, and he has the tools in his deck to really fight through it. And you could just see at any given point that there wasn't really the signs of stress. He was
No.
using his resources, understanding his position, and just always being able to fight through what's happening there.
Yeah, it definitely a bad matchup for Doomwake for sure. But managing to get that first game, I think, was really impressive. While Nathan was at 1 life, shows just the power that this deck is able to put out there if it's unanswered or if a control player stumbles even in the slightest.
Yeah, I think that was just a really well played match by both players. Understanding of positions at getting any given point. And I think it was really cool to see how much game the Selesnya tokens deck did have in a matchup that is ultimately rough.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to have Doomake falling to 9-1, but still an excellent record here on day 2 of competition. 6-3 was the record the players needed to have coming in here to day number 2. 337 players out of nearly 1,500 back here today to battle for a spot in our top 8. That is what the players are fighting for. Top 8 will be single elimination. And the prize, though, $10,000 for first place, Monty, and those spots going to the Pro Tour.
Yeah, right now, for me, the big thing as we work our way towards the top 8 is those Pro Tour invites.
Right.
Once we've made it there, then we can start thinking about the $10,000 up top, and we can start thinking about that standard for a year,
Yeah.
the unique prize for this specific Spotlight tournament, the Foundation Spotlight prize. It's really cool. I'm really excited for it, but first, I want to see who we're going to be seeing at the Pro Tour.
So Nathan here with this mono white list improving to 10-0. Monty, does he have a bad matchup as far as the field is concerned?
I think that if you have an opponent that can go over top of you, potentially the domain control list might be a tough matchup. But overall, this deck is built to prey on the aggressive decks and the creature-based decks, and we see a lot of those in the field. So it's going to be interesting to see where Nathan may fall short.
All right, well, let's see if we have a backup match that we can play here in round number 10. We've got a lot of players, like I mentioned, 337 here on day 2. See if we've got another, some more magic to show you here from round number 10. Game 3 is where we're going to be joining this one. Ines?
That's going to be my best attempt at it. And importantly for Gray, she is on the play here in the third game, because against Mono Red Aggro, especially as domain control, that you are on a clock, a very fast clock, and you need to make sure that you can get this board in check before things get too bad.
Overlord of the Hauntwoods is the play here. We're going to make an everywhere land for Grey Pain.
And that is an important play, because that bridges you from 3 to 5, which is where you can Sunfall the board away. So Ben has to understand that he is on a clock here where he needs to get as much pressure as possible through before Gray is able to stabilize the board, because typically how this domain control deck plays is once you have the first Sunfall, your follow-up plays are Overlords, and the board continues getting worse and worse for your opponent.
Right. Right now, Gray sitting on 17 life here. Ben untouched at 20. Now, Mono Red Aggro is not necessarily the deck that a lot of players might have thought was the choice if you're playing a red aggressive deck this weekend. A lot of people thinking Gruul. Mono Red, why would you choose that over Gruul, Monty?
It's just about
Speed?
You don't stumble, you're faster. You play cards that are very good at redundancy and getting the job done. And if your opponent is counting on you having a slower game plan in order to take advantage of stabilization, this mono red deck can potentially overwhelm some of the timings that your opponents are presenting.
And there's that Sunfall you talked about, Monty. Great Pain smashing that onto the battlefield, clearing things up against the mono red player. Overlord of the Hauntwoods going down to 2 on Impending, and the Phyrexian Incubator 2 as well.
Yeah, I think there is a closing window for Ben to try to win this game. And not only for Gray, she is 8-0-1, so technically still undefeated. And yes, Nathan Andres is our only 10-0 player, but Gray can join him at the top of the leaderboard if she's able to win this match at 9-0-1.
Absolutely. Both these players currently sitting at 1 game apiece. We are joining them in game number 3 here of round number 10. Gray is going to drop down to 9 after that big attack from Ben, who's able to build back the board after that Sunfall just a little bit.
Yeah, Case of the Crimson Pulse, the case that Ben has on the battlefield, does a good job of giving you more resources to work with. And if Ben can get to a point where he is solving that case, as an old favorite joins the board here for Gray.
Obstinate Baloth!
Yeah, if Ben can solve that case, then that is a really powerful tool at continuing to present pressure turn after turn from the mono red player.
Gray gaining 4 life off of that Baloth, back up to 13. Overlord of the Hauntwoods sitting on a 1 as far as the impending counters are concerned, and we have activation mana up for that incubator token as well.
Yeah, I feel like I've gone back to my early standard days when I'm seeing Wiltleaf Legion, Obstinate Baloth.
I know, right?
Just the days of getting Blightninged and suddenly you put 2 permanents onto the battlefield and your opponent just cries. Old friends joining the standard format, as Foundations has really provided us with just an absolute blast of a set. And the Baloth has always been an absolute nightmare for mono red aggro. Not only gaining 4 life, but also having a 4/4 body means that things become really tough for the red player when the Baloth hits the board.
All right, we've exiled a land there, possibly for play later this turn for Ben, who's going to get in there with an attack.
Ben trying to do his best in the face of a very tough position, as the game is getting later on. He does not have a solved case yet, and importantly, Gray's life total is not low enough for Ben to feel like he is going to be able to burst through.
We are blocking here with a Baloth for Gray Pain.
I believe that is a lightning strike.
Yep.
Going to the face and getting a pseudo prowess trigger. And now if Gray has a removal spell in Leyline Binding, that will just shut down this entire attack. But Ben did solve the case now, so that is a lot more resources to work with.
Case solved for Ben.
And
Leyline Binding.
No, case gone.
Case gone.
Case solved, case gone.
Hey, case closed. How about that, Monty?
No, it is closed. It is solved and it is gone. Here we go. So Ben gets 1 draw here to really make something happen. And I don't know what you can draw. The best draw would probably be a second copy of the case. But, okay. A second copy of the case it is.
All right. Let's take another
the
look.
Draw. But the window is closing for Ben very quickly, as now Gray has 2 large creatures on the battlefield between the Overlord and the Obstinate Baloth, and she is going to soon be able to start being the aggressor.
And there we see the Incubator token getting activated from Gray. Overlord of the Hauntwoods also now active. See if she can remain undefeated, technically, here.
Yeah, and Ben, drawing 2 cards off the case of the Crimson Pulse, played a land and really would have liked to solve that case and play the other card. So it does seem like Ben probably hit 2 lands there, which is the worst case scenario, stopping you from being able to solve the case that turn.
In comes the Overlord, making another land for Gray. We're going to take the hit for Ben down to 14.
Yeah, Ben is fully aware of the situation of the walls closing in around him and going to do his best. Huh. That is a lightning strike being drawn.
Okay.
And I think that may be a misstep from Ben, as by casting that when he did, he left that case unsolved, and that is a lot of cards being given up in that position.
Soulstone Sanctuary is getting activated here from Ben. Haste. +1/+0.
All right, the Sanctuary is attacking.
In it goes. Vigilance. Gray here counting her mana.
Notably, the Sanctuary is all creature types, so that does include mouse. And that means that your Manifold Mouse is able to target it for double strike or trample.
Get Lost is a play from Gray, sending Soulstone Sanctuary away. Follow-up play here now, Zur. Nice. Now that's a door. Did I just hear a door slam shut? That's what I heard.
You just heard everything end for Ben, as both Leyline Bindings become 6/6 creatures, and Ben's life total is in the high negatives.
That is Gray Pain improving to 9-0-1, still undefeated here in this tournament, but not unblemished. Very cool showing for this deck, which was one of my favorite decks coming into this weekend, Monty.
Yeah, absolutely. Mine as well. It has some consistency issues, but overall, the deck has one of the highest peaks in the format, a lot of power, and just still playing some very unfair cards, as we've seen reflected in other formats, cards like Leyline Binding, cards like Up the Beanstalk. So what this deck is capable of doing at its best is still incredibly powerful.
All right, everybody. Earlier this round, we saw Devin O'Donnell on that very cool Selesnya tokens list. And yesterday, we got a chance to sit down and talk with him about his deck. It's time for a deck tech that I know you are all asking for. Let's see it.
Hello, welcome back to the sideboard here at Magic Spotlight Foundations at SCGCon Atlanta. I'm Nick Miller alongside Devin O'Donnell, aka Doomwake.
That's
an
me.
Undefeated 9-0 player here. We're getting a deck tech with the Selesnya tokens deck. One of the all-stars of the weekend, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't really think that there was going to be a lot of people playing it coming in, but I got a chance to look at the metagame breakdown, and there was actually a decent amount of people that brought it, more than I thought there was going to be.
Yeah, the late stage storm of this deck and the Pixie deck really kind of shifted the meta almost over a couple of day period. Did you consider that coming into the weekend, or were you like, this will be unexpected, this will be powerful because of those reasons?
Well, so I did play a lot with the Pixie deck in my testing leading up like Sunday, Monday, Tuesday in that area, and I like the Pixie deck. I like a lot of what it's doing, but the mana base is a little sketchy sometimes. You have a lot of pain lands. You end up starting games against mono red. You start games at 10 to 12 life. It's a little shaky sometimes. So I decided to go with this deck because, for lack of a better term, I think this is just doing the most powerful things. Like there was a game today where I went turn 3 Cage, put an Overlord into play, and there's not a lot of decks that can really beat that.
Yeah, and I think we got to talk about Collector's Cage, because this is the namesake card of the deck, I would say. It's a green-white creature deck, but this is the payoff. This is the thing that you're trying to do every game. Tell us about some of the things you can do with this card and what makes everything tick with it.
Yeah, so Collector's Cage is a hideaway card for people who may not have played with that mechanic. Was it Lorwyn, those lands? Yeah, Lorwyn. Yeah. And you basically look at the top 5, you get to take a big card, or any card for that matter. But what's nice about it is, so you need 3 creatures with different powers to be able to cast the card for free. And there's a ton of token makers, that's kind of what the whole deck is based around. But the idea is, hopefully you will want to hit Collector's Cage into Overlord, but sometimes, that's not always going to happen. And even in the games where you don't, it's still a good value engine. You can play a Salvager, any one of your 3-mana token makers, it's still fine with. And then the other thing that Cage does is, besides doing the broken thing, it just makes combat really hard for your opponent because you can activate it at instant speed.
Yeah, they're always having to figure out what's going on. Then they have to think about, well, what could be underneath on top of that. And then some of the things you get to do with it, I just saw you wrap up your match casting a sideboard split up off of it. I'm just like, okay, that's messed up too.
You go to combat, attack with all of your creatures, then after attackers, before blockers, split up untapped creatures.
Yeah. We'll go card by card with your 1-drops. You got Llanowar Elves as a green deck, pretty much par for the course there. But Paw Patch Recruit, another strong one-drop in green here, and this is another deck that takes advantage of it.
Oh yeah. Yeah, so Pop Patch is awesome because it's flexible, right? You can play it on turn 1. You can, if you have extra mana, you can offspring it later on in the game. It's really good against the decks that have a ton of interactive spells because they really want to, they really want to interact with your creatures. And when they're interacting with your creatures, especially if you have 2 of them, if you offspring it, that's 2 counters on every time they go to target one of your creatures, and it just lets you spread power around because you need 3 different powers for Cage. Yep. So it does a good job of that.
Yeah, not only enabling Cage, but also just letting you beat down because you're getting so much power off of that.
Yes.
We've got the Salvager here, bonus sheet all-star.
Blade Splicer.
Yeah.
Shout out.
We've got the Sanguine Evangelist and Toby. Talk about your 3-drop suite.
All right, first of all, a shout out. I got the Scars of Mirrodin Golem tokens for actual Blade Splicer. So Sanguine, the 3 drops that we're talking about, there's only 1 Toby, there's 4 Sanguine Evangelist, 4 Sandstorm, because Sanguine and Sandstorm are much more powerful, and the reason for that is because they both kind of have a unique ability where the Salvager can put counters on all of your tokens, and the Sanguine Evangelist Battle Cry, right? So these are both very good at 3 mana enablers for Cage, but also they allow you to just kind of turn the corner pretty quickly, even in the games where you don't have Cage. Because you make so many tokens, having more Anthems in your deck just allows you to play a little bit more aggressively in the games where you're not doing the broken Cage stuff.
Yeah, it's nice to have a backup plan that is a solid aggro plan when you don't get to do that. You got a couple removal spells between Get Lost and Sheltered by Ghosts. I feel like every white deck plays these cards. You just need clean answers to everything.
Yeah, I waffled a little bit on Get Lost versus Sheltered, or Get Lost versus Soul Partition was the other one that I was thinking about. Soul Partition being exile anything, they can play it for 2 additional mana. I decided to go with Get Lost, which, to be honest with you, they're both kind of bad. It's just sort of the lesser of 2 evils, rather, because you need to kill big stuff. You need to be able to kill Shieldred, Preacher of the Schism, high toughness creatures, because, again, you're making a lot of 3/3s. We can't be having that. We can't attack through 2 4s and 4 5s. And then Sheltered by Ghosts just lights out against mono red. You got to play that card if you're playing white.
Overlord, as you called out, just the ideal thing to get on the Cage, but also just in your token deck, not a bad thing to just have a 2-for-1 and then another creature down the line.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. Overlord. So the really the thing that I enjoy the most about this deck is Overlord is the payoff, right? You want to put this under a Cage, you can cast it, you get the 6/6 and you get the 2/1s. But what's so good about Overlord is it's not only the best payoff, but it's also the best enabler, because you're 4 mana for 2 2/1 flyers. It's not even that bad of a rate, and the 2/1 flyers help enable the Cage. So it just kind of all works together in this perfect harmony.
There was a lot of talk on Twitter about cheating in an Obstinate Baloth due to the rise in this Pixie deck. You were the one player on camera this weekend that got to do it, but of course you were doing it with Wiltleaf Liege. Yep. Is this literally only because that deck's popular, or is there other applications?
Okay, hear me out. So yes, the Pixie deck, all over the place. They're playing 4 Hopeless Nightmares. So Hopeless Nightmare, you discard a card. You obviously, Wiltleaf Liege, if you have it, it's the nuts. But the other thing that you have to realize is that, again, this deck, we're playing tokens, right? There's a ton of creatures that make a ton of different bodies, and Wiltleaf Liege just being a 4-mana 4/4 Anthem is not that bad. And if you put it under a Collector's Cage, instant speed, 4/4 pump your team, that makes, again, just you make blocking impossible for your opponent. So it is mostly there for Pixie, but it's just kind of a good card.
Yeah, and a couple of lands that are good, your creature land, and you have Mirrex in here, so even a little utility out of your mana base.
Yeah, so there's only 1 Mirrex in the deck. Last minute swap, I actually decided to play the 4th copy of Restless Prairie over an additional, the 2nd Mirrex. So this was actually the swap that I made. I'm really happy I did that. Restless Prairie is, it's just amazing. Again, it's just more ways, you make a lot of tokens, Restless Prairie, pump your entire team. This is very important against the Sunfall decks, because a lot of times what happens against Sunfall is you need to make a big board, you get 1 big attack, and they Sunfall you. And if the 1 big attack puts them down to 3 or less life, this is just game the next turn, even through a Sunfall.
Yeah. Take us through the sideboard here. You have, of course, more Wiltleaf Lieges here, so you just hammer home the Pixie deck, of course.
I'm ready for him.
You got a removal suite of Elspeth Smite, Split Up. What about Aven Interrupter?
So Aven Interrupter and Invasion of Gobakhan, this is kind of a package deal. So the one deck that I do not want to play against in the entire tournament is any deck with Sunfall, because I'm a green-white deck that plays a lot of creatures. Yeah. Sunfall, really good against that stuff. So we have 3 Invasion of Gobakon and 3 Aven Interrupter. I decided to go with the split. I actually kind of wish I had played 4 Invasion and 2 Aven Interrupter, to be honest with you. But the idea is that Invasion can take their Sunfall to make it cost 2 more mana, and then Aven Interrupter is kind of a tempo play where the turn they play Sunfall, if you hold up the Interrupter, you get the Sunfall. So these are kind of like, this is your domain package. Funny story about these Wiltleaf Lieges. So I played against Pixie 3 times. They did come in all 3 of those matches, but all 3 times my opponents showed me after the match they boarded out the Nightmares. So I'm sitting here.
The fear.
Now, folks at home might think that that's bad, right? You have Wiltleaf Liege as a dead card if they don't have Nightmare. But that's the thing. That's the beauty of this card. It's still just a 4-mana 4/4 that bumps your team. So even in the games where they don't have Nightmare, it's still not that bad.
Yeah, sometimes a 4/4 is just big enough.
Right.
What about the other cards over here? A couple more. Another Sheltered by Ghosts, Destroy Evil, and I can't see the ultimate
Thrun
art.
Breaker of
Yes.
Silence. This was kind of last-minute edition. I had a second copy of Destroy Evil, but I decided to play 1 Thrun. It's just a good card against Demir. It can't be the target of non-green spells or abilities, so they can't really kill it. It's indestructible on your turn, so they can't even trade for it with Shielded or Preacher. So that was kind of what that was there for mostly. It's also okay against the domain decks. It's bad against Sunfall, but that's kind of the only card they have. 4th copy is Sheltered for Mono Red. Destroy Evil, sort of the same thing. High toughness creatures, Preacher. Shielded, got to get rid of that. And then, yeah, we mentioned the 2 split ups and the 2 smites. More stuff for Mono Red.
Well, I would ask how you're feeling, but you're 9-0, so it's obviously really good.
Yeah.
What do you expect to see tomorrow now that you're kind of at the top of the metagame, and what are your expectations now?
Well, I mean, be honest with you, did not think I'd be here right now talking to you and having this deck tech, so I'm just kind of, I'm playing with house money at this point. It's going to be interesting. So now that we, for those of you who don't know, day 2 at home is open deck lists, and I got these Wiltleaf Lieges here. They get a lot worse than open deck lists, so we'll have to see how that plays out tomorrow. See how much Pixie there is. But yeah, I mean, deck performed insanely all day. I love this deck. I've been playing it for a long time, and I'm excited for tomorrow.
All right, well, good luck to you tomorrow / today when you're watching this. Devin, thanks for joining me here in the sideboard. Stay tuned all weekend long for the action here in Atlanta.
Hey everybody, welcome back to Spotlight Foundations from Atlanta, Georgia. Maria Bartholdi and Monty Devuti with you here in the booth. It is time for round number 11, so let's head on down to our feature match area. All right, check it out. We have Eli Swafford on Azorius Oculus up against Austin Graham on mono white tokens, Monty.
Yeah, mono white tokens, of course, we just watched it in the hands of Nathan get the job done, moving on to 10-0 for him. For Austin here, 9-1 with the deck, so doing very well with it. Eli Azorius Oculus, not a deck that we've seen that much of this weekend, so it is cool to see Eli doing well with it here, also at 9-1, going deep into the tournament, and it's going to be interesting to see how this strategy fares against the mono white deck that has just looked so impressive all weekend.
All right, players have given the thumbs up. They are good to go, and we are underway for round number 11. Starting off with an opt for Eli.
Yeah, we're going to see how fast of a draw Eli can have here. No turn 2 chart, of course, means that it is at least going to be a bit slower,
Woo!
except this is the dream. Meticulous Archive, hitting the Oculus off the top and having the helping hand ready. This is as good as it gets here.
Unreal!
The absolute dream is the Meticulous Archive hitting an Oculus off the top.
That was so sick. Carrot cake for Austin Graham here, but Monty, this Eli has just got to be on top of the world right now.
Eli is absolutely on top of the world, especially because Austin did not have a copy of Get Lost here to deal with the Oculus. Lay down arms, won't be able to get rid of it for another turn, which means Eli is at least getting 2 Manifest Dreads out of this and pushing some damage through, and this may be the type of game where Oculus is actually able to race the Sunfall clock here.
Unbelievable. So Oculus and the Manifest token swung in for combat there. Austin Graham down to 15. Sacrifice that bunny in combat. Another Manifest joins the team. Split up here. The play from Austin Graham, but it's going to get countered.
Phantom Interference says no, and that means Eli is able to continue marching across. 9 damage being presented now, and this game is all but over at this point.
Holy cow, blazing fast start for Oculus. Like you said, the dream. We're checking out these Manifest tokens. It's a hot gin!
Yeah, Manifest Dread, one of the coolest face-down mechanics that we've seen in a while, just because it does give you some agency, it does give you more chances, and another Manifest Dread on the upkeep. So this build of mono white notably has 2 copies to split up rather than 1. So Austin has an out here if he has exactly the second copy of split up, but without it, it's just over.
That's game. Eli Swafford takes down the game against Austin Graham here. Unbelievable stuff from the Azorius Oculus player, Monty. That was sick.
Yeah, you can see smiles on both of their faces, but for very different reasons. Eli smiles like, I just did the most broken thing my deck could do. I am at 9-1, making my way towards a Pro Tour invite, and I just got it done easily. Austin is like, okay, well, what can you do?
Yeah,
like,
I mean, come on, man. That was the god draw.
You just have to shake it off at that point and just be like, all right.
You said it was the most broken thing his deck could do. Is it the most broken thing in Standard you can do?
It's up there. It's really hard to deal with that sort of draw. And unfortunately, Austin didn't have one of the answers that his deck does have available to him in 4 Get Lost. So
yeah,
when that's the case, it's just the case.
What's interesting, too, though, is that split up with the Oculus in play, making those Manifest tokens and they're not tapped. Sometimes it's not 100% the answer you need.
Yeah, it is absolutely not the be-all, end-all. And we saw that in that game, even if Austin had the second copy of Split Up, depending on what that last Manifest Dread was, it could have still not been enough.
Right, exactly. Well, the players are heading into their sideboards here. Let's take a look, though, before we check out the sideboards at the deck list so we can see the entire decks that these players are playing with. Starting things off with Austin Graham. Mono white tokens, like you mentioned, Monty, this was our feature deck from the last round. It looks pretty similar.
Pretty similar, some differences. You see one copy of Elspeth Smite in this main deck. You also see a second copy of Split Up. So some minor changes, but the core of the deck remains the same. Of course, you see the Carrot Cake and the Caretaker's Talent, one of the key cards, Enduring Innocence and Beza, all there in massive numbers. And Fountain Port, one of the great lands that this deck has access to. in addition to Sunken Citadel, giving you that extra mana because you are a monocolored deck, you can use the Sunken Citadel to fuel your fountain boards.
Just how good is Fountain Port Monty? Scale 1 to 10.
It's a really incredible land. It does a lot. The fact that it creates treasure tokens, so it is an extra mana sink for your future turns as well if you're not in the need of creatures. It really does so much.
Let's take a look at the other side of the table. Azorius Oculus in the hands of Eli Swafford. This deck has been around for a hot minute, and it's sweet.
Yeah, it's very sweet. It continues developing. It continues evolving. We saw at the World Championship, Eli Cassis, a fellow Eli/Eli, developed the Founding the Third Path tech that really made that deck look good in his hands. Eli here does not have that, but is going for a slightly different build, but still looks very powerful. And you do even see a Foundations card in Cura the Rising Tide joining this build as a fun of target for those reanimation effects that isn't the Haughty or a Porn Oculus.
I love her, man. She's just great. She makes you an 8/8. That's just like sick.
She's very cool.
All right, so there's a look at the deck lists. Now let's talk about sideboards, if we may. What are these players potentially interested in bringing in, starting with Austin?
I think for Austin's side, you are looking to make sure you don't get run over again. So something like Destroy Evil here is very nice just to make sure that it's dealing with the Oculus. Same with a card like Exercise. Exiling creatures with power 4 or greater means that it is a great answer to the Oculus. So cheap removal that makes sure a game like that previous one doesn't happen again is really nice. Graveyard Hate can be good. A card like Ghost Vacuum, if you have it on turn 1, is going to get the job done here. So as long as you're making sure your opponent isn't able to do the broken plays that they did in the previous game, your game plan can really get off the ground. And once you're not under the pressure of a turn 2 Oculus, your deck should be in a fine position.
Right.
In theory.
In theory. Get Lost, like you mentioned, is a card that Austin has 4 copies of in the main deck of this mono white tokens. If he had had it, that would have been an entirely different game. So
yeah, I think you really want to make sure that you are cutting a card like Elspeth Smite that is too conditional and doesn't do enough in this sort of matchup. And you just want your deck to be leaner and very much focused on answering the threats that your opponent is able to put out.
All right, on the other side of things, we have Eli. Now I'm calling him Eli because of Eli.
That's on me.
Playing this list at the PT. Talk to me about his sideboard.
I think the slam dunk is definitely the negates. You want to make sure that you're not falling prey to those split ups, to Sunfalls, and to the important 1-for-1 removal that your opponent may be bringing, considering with Haughty and with the opponent Oculus, it doesn't take that many attacks to get the job done here. So just using 1-for-1 counter spells for 1-for-1 removal is worth it for Eli because of how much advantage he can gain from an extra turn of attacks or opponent Oculus triggers. After that, things get a little more questionable. I'm not sure if perhaps the Monastery Mentor is where he wants to go. It sort of does more of the same thing, but it also is maybe more of the same thing isn't a bad thing because all of these cards that are an entire threat in one card may force your opponent to have those answers. And eventually, as we saw in Devin's match the previous round, at some point your opponent will run out of answers.
Right. I was playing against this deck the other day, and they brought in Monastery Mentor against me, and I was like, oh, yeah, that is a card that is very good.
Yeah, still there.
Still around, still kicking, and still taking matches of Magic down. The players have presented their decks to each other, by the way, just resolving mulligans and shuffling each other's lists before cutting.
Yeah, and we will get rid of the sideboard overlay here as the players are within their mulligans. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Eli has kept his hand already, and this is Austin on a mulligan to 6. So the 6 looking better for Austin, and that will get us rolling with Austin Graham on the play here in Game 2.
Eli Swafford up a game over Austin Graham. Both these players 9-1 here in round number 11 of the tournament. Day 2 of action here from Spotlight Foundations in Atlanta, and we are underway in game number 2. God, mana is perfect in Standard these days. Sorry, I just had to say it.
It's been great in Standard for a while. It really does feel like we've been blessed between the era of the Triomes and the new Capenna lands and now into the current format. It does really feel like, yes, we're seeing less 3-color decks, but there's still so much fixing to allow for these 2-color strategies to feel so consistent.
Chart, of course, here for Eli. Gonna take a look at some cards. And there goes an Oculus in the graveyard.
Ever looming.
Oh, spooky. Enduring Innocence is a play for Austin.
Yeah, Innocence on the battlefield, no sort of graveyard hate or interaction here. So if Eli can just have a helping hand here,
Oh
get the
my
Oculus in
God.
play. The question is, does Austin have something like a Get Lost here now?
And there's the helping hand, and there is the Oculus. We are manifesting dread. What can Austin do? Does he have the answer in hand? We're about to find out.
Yeah, typically you are mulliganing to try to find answers, but you also can't afford to mulligan too hard. So when you have a hand like this that has an Enduring Innocence into an Overlord, it's not like you have the luxury of being able to mulligan past this, especially on the play to 5. But now Eli has the Oculus surviving for a turn.
Yeah, so we've just got Overlord of the Mistmoors there on. It's an impending with got those 2/1 flyers into the air. The sheep gets in for the lifelinking attack. Austin Graham at 22, Eli 18.
Free the Fae being cast on the end step here. Just more fuel for the graveyard and able to find more Gassiers. I believe that is a Negate and a Phantom Interference. So suddenly Eli is getting the backup to the backups of protection for the support Oculus and ensuring that you're able to continue getting value out of it from additional turns.
Holy cow, that is a strong hand that Eli has constructed for himself, able to protect this Oculus and indeed the rest of this board. Little crimped, possibly on mana, but he found a land for the turn, so we're okay. In comes the Oculus, blocked by a flyer.
Yeah, Austin just trying to keep that life total in a reasonable position, and now back onto Austin's upkeep means another Manifest Dread.
Oculus has now manifested Dread twice here, uninterrupted from Austin. Something very cool is the Manifest Dread mechanic, which was introduced with Duskmourn House of Horror, and what an upgrade it was just to plain old Manifest Monty.
Yeah, I love Manifest Dread. It is one of the reasons, among many really, that I thought Duskmourn Limited was an absolute all-time great limited format. And it just gives you so much agency as a player, and it does so much.
Negate's going to deal with a Caretaker's Talent here. And take another look at the top of the deck here for Eli. I'm going to take an opt.
Kiora Hottigen. Maybe not exactly what you're looking for, but 3 things going to the graveyard. At least you hit something, and you now have a choice if you have another one of those reanimation spells in hand, like Recommission or Helping Hand.
So choosing to negate that Caretaker's Talent, Monty, it wasn't a sweeper. Is it just as big of a threat?
It's the type of card that is sticky and gets on the board, and if Eli has an additional negate, I think that would lend a lot of reason for why you would go for something like that. Of course, you don't want Austin to get to a point where he's just getting so much card advantage turn after turn, and the Caretaker's Talent really does that with the Enduring Innocence also on the board.
Big attack there from Eli, blocked from Austin. Follow-up play, Chart, of course.
Chart, of course, one of my favorite draw spells of all time,
yeah.
just because of it. You know, it's not the best on rate. 2 for 2 is good, but it's the fact that the downside of you have to discard a lot of times is an upside for decks like this. Means that it's a card that you really have to think about when you're playing it, when you want to use it as a discard outlet, and when it is just pure card advantage, while also making you work for it.
Hottie Jin there off of Helping Hand from Eli, and just look at how he is churning through that deck. He's drawn and seen so many cards at this point.
Yeah, and I think this is a chance for Austin to go for a split up, hoping that
No!
it's Phantom Interference on the other side, but instead it is another negate, as it perhaps Eli had really indicated when firing off that first negate against the against the Caretaker's talent, that there was a
Right.
good chance he had a second one available to him.
So we are still all gas, no brakes here for Eli. The follow-up play there from Austin, just another enduring innocence.
Yeah, that's the nature of this Oculus deck, is between all of the draw and card selection spells that it has available to it, Moment of Truth, Picklock Prankster, Chart of Course, it tends to never really run out of gas once things are rolling, and that makes the game really difficult for a deck like Mono White Tokens.
Here's another Free the Fae from Eli, giving him more looks, more cards. There's a Get Lost on the Sheep, which is now lost. Little Bo Peep knows something about that.
And I don't know how big this Haughty Jin is, but
It's enormous.
I think if it's a second Jin face down somehow, this would just be lethal.
And Austin's
I'm just guessing.
Austin's at 22, so like that's quite the statement, but it very well could be.
Yeah, I haven't exactly counted. I think
Oh,
we
here
are
we
going
go.
to get a count now.
13? Oh my God, Monty! There is the handshake.
If that was 13, then that's just lethal without flipping anything face up. That's 22 exactly.
Holy cow!
That is crazy.
That was a very fast feature match. Eli Swafford taking it down versus Austin Graham, 2-1.
Yeah. The previous rounds, we've just been talking about how resilient this Mono White Tokens deck looked, how awesome it was, but this is the type of deck that can really prey on it. This Mono White Tokens deck is built to beat up creature decks, right? We've seen it do that time and time again over the course of the weekend. But when you have a creature deck that has access to counter spells like
Right.
this one, compare what just happened in this game to what happened to Devin O'Donnell in the previous round. Devin's interaction of Aven Interrupter and Invasion of Gobekon is good, but ultimately it's not exactly enough. Here, having access to Phantom Interference and Negate, you could
That's
see
so
just
good.
how much of a difference that made. And yes, of course, it has to be said, Eli's draws were magnificent.
Yes,
Eli
they were.
had absolutely incredible draws where he was able to consistently get an Oculus down on the board that wasn't answered, but it was also the fact that his deck was able to interrupt the game plan in a really efficient way.
Wow, that deck seemed sweet there, and we certainly saw it put on one of its best performances. I think that it is capable of, but like you mentioned, it has the tools to deal with something like mono white tokens and a more controlling strategy. Well, we have backup magic here for you from round number 11. Let's head on back on down to the feature match area. We have Scott McNamara up against Justin Kavanaugh. This is Demir Enchantments versus Domain Control.
Yeah, this Demir Enchantments list from Scott that I believe we saw yesterday is essentially a version of the Esper Pixie deck, just cutting the white and making what is a hybrid of Demir midrange and Esper Pixie, trying to get the best of both worlds.
Looks like a Storm Chaser's talent on the table for Scott. Both of these players currently at 9-1, so doing very well here on day 2. The foil Otters are back for Scott. Nice.
Yeah, this is something that me and Nick were really praising yesterday, was how different the Pixie and Enchantment style decks looked the games where they had the Storm Chaser's talent on turn
absolutely.
1 versus not. This card has been, in my opinion, the MVP of this style of deck, and it is the card that always got the job done when I would see them have it.
Yeah, it's like for Domain Control, having an Up the Beanstalk on 2 equals Storm Chaser's talent on 1 for Demir Enchantments or Esper Pixie.
Yeah, and for Justin, you do see 2 of the cards that he would have already liked to have in the Overlord of the Haunt Woods,
Rip.
as well as the Up the Beanstalk in the graveyard, but does have a second copy of the Haunt Woods here, so is able to get that ramp going, and is so far not that much pressure being presented from Scott. So if Justin is able to continue building the board without feeling like he's being taxed, that would be the dream spot for the Domain Control player.
Flood Pit's Drowner flashed in, end of turn there for Scott McNamara. No target, but pressure. And Hopeless Nightmare is the play. Now, this is a card I had lots of questions about going into the weekend. Is it going to actually perform the way the Pixie players want it to?
Yeah, definitely it is a card that in these types of strategies that are built around it, it can be extremely powerful. You saw the swing that turn of getting a prowess trigger and a card and 2 life out of Justin, but you do need to be really abusing it by bouncing it multiple times and getting that advantage time and time again.
Right, playing it once is not going to get the job done. Justin Kavanaugh, though, down to 13 now after that attack and the play of Hopeless Nightmare and being forced to discard.
Is it Zur? It is not.
Oh, it's not, sir. Dang.
But it's pretty good.
It's a temporary lockdown, money.
Temporary lockdown is excellent against this Demir enchantments and Pixie style deck, because what this deck really does is go extremely wide on different card types. So, but they're all cheap. Lockdown being able to answer all of them is really nice.
This town ain't big enough manages to save a couple of enchantments there for Scott McNamara. Up the beanstalk, the follow-up play from Justin Kavanaugh. Hopeless Nightmare once again getting replayed here. Justin Kavanaugh going to be forced to discard and take 2. Down to 11.
Yeah, this town ain't big enough. Getting a lot of value still for Scott and allowing 2 of those permanents to dodge the temporary lockdown, that makes this rebuild possible.
Storm Chaser's talent hitting the table once again, bringing with it its Otter friend. Here's Spyglass Siren, bringing a map token.
And board made again, so for Justin, another question being asked, and the big thing that Justin really needs right now is Zur. If Justin can find a Zur Eternal Schemer, things start looking really good.
Man, Zur is just so good, Monty. Anytime you draw it, you feel like a Grecian god.
I don't know what a Grecian god feels like, but you know what? I'm going to agree.
I think it's got to be pretty good. People praying to you and stuff.
Yeah, no.
You get to live on a mountain. You get to wear a hat
I do like mountains.
with gold leaves on it. Anyway, here's Overlord of the Mistmores.
You're selling me. Say more.
It's going to bring with it 2 of its flying friends as it's impending, and the clock is ticking down on this Overlord of the Hauntwoods 2. Plus, an Up the Beanstalk in play is just going to continue refilling Justin Kavanaugh's hand, so Hopeless Nightmare, maybe not much of a nightmare in this specific matchup.
Yeah, it very much is the type of card that you're trying to prey on a deck that has limited resources, and that is not domain control. Domain control feels like as long as you're not under a clock, you have unlimited resources because all of your cards just continue drawing more cards and leading into one another. These insect tokens are also excellent just because they do a great job of shutting down some of the attacks that your opponent can present.
There's a cut down on one of those. We're going to get a prowess trigger from the Otter. And into the red zone goes the Spyglass Siren and the Otter for Scott McNamara.
Yeah, Justin, being put to the test of, do you want to block this Otter and risk losing your insect to another prowess trigger, or do you want to risk taking the extra damage and just make the safe trade with the Spyglass Siren?
Opts to take the trade here. Otter gets in for 2. Justin down to 9 life. We're going to tick up our Spyglass. Oh. There, well, Leyline Binding says, I don't think so.
Yeah, Storm Chaser's talent tries to go to level 2, but Leyline Binding will respond and get rid of that and net a card in the process. And once again, the board is under control. The life total is decently high for Justin, and if Justin can, I'm going to keep saying it, land a Zur here, that would be great. If Justin can play an Overlord here, that would be great. There really is not many bad draws here for Justin.
Cavern of Souls, the land play here for Justin Kavanaugh. Overlord of the Hauntwoods coming off impending. Oh, she's here, and she's angry.
All right, so 1 creature now. That's a blocker for the Otter, and all this mana left up has to be somewhat concerning for Scott.
All right, Hopeless Nightmare number 2 hits the table. Justin, the tough choice is now on to you. Yeah, read it. Take a look. You're discarding. You're taking 2.
Yeah, I think the nightmare here for Justin would be a potential this town ain't big enough, bouncing both of these hopeless nightmares, because Justin's life total is getting low, and he hasn't found a card like Zur that would allow him to really get that life link and start recouping life.
Zur is really a get-out-of-jail-free card, absolutely. Get Lost here onto the Otter token, which always feels like, really? Am I Get Losting a 1/1? Yes, yes you are. That's the power of the Otter in the Enchantments deck.
All right.
3 mana.
Is it? It is.
It's our boy! Zur is here! What's
And Leyline Binding creature, Miss Moore's creature, 13 lifelink, and a lot of damage means that we are just done here.
Goodbye, Scott McNamara. That is game number 1 going to Justin Kavanaugh here on this domain control list. We're going to speed things up a little bit here in round number 11 to get through our sideboarding here.
Yeah, that was really just a classic showing from the domain control deck. Early game, you're not under that much pressure. You're able to develop. Mid game, you're just answering some things, and then late game, it just ends so easily.
Oh, absolutely. We've scooted things back here to get to the start of game number 2. And we're off. Spyglass Siren, the play for Scott McNamara.
Yeah, off to a good start, but not as good as you would like to see from, as I mentioned, that Storm Chaser's talent. So not the best opening, but it is still a turn 1 play, which is the baseline requirement for you.
Hey, I'll take it. I won't kick the Siren out for eating crackers in bed, you know what I mean?
That's how you get ants, Maria.
Yeah, which we do actually have some crawling around our desk here in Atlanta. Not something I'm used to being from Minnesota, but okay. In January. We've got a Flood Pits Drowner for Scott there. Just playing it purely for attack value.
Yeah, this is not the type of card that you're trying to get tempo value out of in terms of the tap against domain control. You are trying to get aggressive.
Here's Duress from Scott. And we're going to respond by going and getting a land from Justin. Herd Migration, gaining 3 life.
Yeah, no turn 2 up the beanstalk, so no dream being lived out for Justin, but still able to get some value and recoup some life from the Herd Migration. And assuming this can lead to an Overlord of the Hauntwoods, that will still get the ramp and resources going for Justin Kavanaugh.
All right, let's take a look at the hand here for Justin. We're taking that temporary lockdown. Goodbye.
But there's the 1-2 punch. Overlord of the Hauntwoods on turn 2. Turn 3, excuse me. That'll create an Everywhere token, assuming it resolves. And then Justin can just use that to lead into Overlord of the Flood Pits on turn 4, thanks to the ramp ability.
What's your favorite Overlord, Monty?
It's got to be Miss Moore's.
Absolutely.
Look, I love Hauntwoods. I love everything Hauntwoods does for this deck. But in terms of pure, raw value and cultural impact, in all formats, it has to be the Overlord of the Miss Moores.
That's the correct answer. What about Overlord of the Boiler Bilges, though?
Okay, so Boiler Bilges is really cool, but it feels like one of those, I just want a spicy one. I play a spicy one of Over Bilges in my mod, in my Pioneer domain deck, and that feels fun.
Man, if Zur's around, that thing can just kill anything. Death Touch. All right, there comes the Overlord of the Hauntwoods, bringing the Everywhere land for Justin Kavanaugh, who is sitting at 18 life. Here comes another attack from Scott for 4. 14 for Kavanaugh.
14 is not that low. And Scott needs to be able to do something about this Overlord of the Flood Pits that is coming down the next turn.
No play there from Scott. Back over to Justin.
Now, one thing that is important is Scott did add a Soulstone Sanctuary to the board there, and does have the mana to make it a creature at the end step. Soulstone Sanctuary, one of the unique creature lands. We've seen this type of land before, but not for a very long time, where once you make it a creature, it is a creature permanently. It is a big mana investment, but once you've turned it into a creature, you are able to really get aggressive with it.
All right, there's the other Overlord of the Flood Pits that we knew that was in Justin's hand. Nice way to draw some extra cards, smooth out your hand, tick down the Overlord of the Hauntwoods.
All right, this is a cool play here from Scott. On the end step, goes this town ain't big enough on the Overlord of the Hauntwoods and his own Flood Piss Drowner, and then able to play the Drowner again in order to tap and put a stun counter on the Overlord of the Flood Pits without sacrificing any of his pressure.
Nice. Great tempo play here from Scott, who's going to get in for another 4. Justin knocked down to 10. Stun counter comes off the Flood Pits. Draw.
Now, that play does lead to Justin's ability to redeploy the Overlord of the Hauntwoods, this time as just a creature rather than impending. So we'll see if Scott has an answer to it on the second time it's coming down. But as things stand, it is still a lot of pressure mounting up from Scott. Justin is down to 10, and that is a life total that is starting to get precarious. Obviously, this Demir Enchantment deck doesn't have as much burst as you would typically expect, but because this is a hybrid of the Pixie and Demir midrange decks, it does have access to an Enduring Curiosity, for example,
Sure.
which is 4 more flash power that could be added to this board on the end step.
You always got to think about the cat. Always could jump on in and ruin your day if you're Justin Kavanaugh. Let's see what's going to happen. Sunfall, the play. Any response from Scott? Let's find out.
Maybe just this town ain't big enough, both of your creatures?
Yep,
Yep.
there it is. Both-
Congratulations, you played yourself.
Goodbye to your own creature. Mine, they're fine.
And Flood Piss Drowner can just come back down
Yeah.
again.
Oh, sick.
And 2 powers still presented.
All right, so we are still being able to chip away at the life total of Justin Kavanaugh. Like you mentioned, Drowner back in, Incubator token only on 1. Sad. Hashtag sad.
Hashtag sad. Hashtag you hate to see it.
And here's going to be the Spyglass Siren potentially. Looked like Scott was tapping for it, rethinking here.
Yeah, there definitely is an incentive here, but also you could just fire up the Soulstone Sanctuary and
Yeah.
attack for 5.
Yeah.
That's half of your opponent's life total gone if you so wish to do.
All right, so we're just going to get in for 2. Justin down to 8. Spyglass Siren coming back, hitting the table again, bringing its map token with it.
Yeah, the reason to play the Siren pre-combat is if you're going to activate the map token on it. But if you want to spread out your damage, or if you want to preserve enough mana to be able to fire up the Soulstone Sanctuary, then post-combat you can get more information out of it.
Yeah, those map tokens being sorcery speed is a real bummer sometimes, man.
Yeah, but it's also a necessary measure. I really don't
Yeah,
think
it'd be
that
pretty
you
bad
could-
otherwise.
I don't think you could allow people to just float all this mana and make all these decisions at instant speed. Now, notably, Scott doesn't have the mana to activate Soulstone Sanctuary anymore, but did add a Restless Reef to the board, so that is another creature land that represents a lot of power here.
Obstinate Baloth here was the attempted play from Justin Kavanaugh.
And that was told to get out.
Get out, my friend. Excellent get out there from Scott.
No life gain, and now this isn't a lethal attack because that Incubate token can get in the way, but you can see Justin's life total really falling low here.
All right, now we'll see if we activate that Sanctuary or not from Scott McNamara. Tapping 4 mana, and there it comes, alive. It's a 3/3 with Vigilance. Get in there. Boom.
Yeah, 2 vigilant creatures and 1 without. And here they come as Justin can fire up this Incubate token, get in front of the Flood Piss Drowner, but still taking 5 in that case. And that's assuming Scott doesn't have something like a cut down here to clear the way and just push all of the damage through.
All right, there we go. We activated the Incubator token, jumps in front of the Drowner, taking 5, down to 3 goes Justin Kavanaugh. All right, we need an answer, buddy.
We need multiple, because even if you answer this board, there is still a Restless Reef on the other side that will get the job done. So Justin needs something like exactly another Sunfall, for example, and then 2 mana to be able to activate the Incubate token after the fact.
Here we go. It's an Overlord of the Mistmoors is the play for Justin Kavanaugh, coming in with those 2/1 flying insect tokens.
Technically alive,
All right,
assuming Scott has nothing.
it's my favorite
That
kind
is-
of alive.
That is 2 blockers and 2 damage being taken down to 1. And in Scott's position, I think you are pretty committed to just presenting damage as much as possible each turn.
Well, we're going to go the safe route here and duress first. See what we're up against.
Justin maybe thinking about a get lost here if he has available, sending that at the Soulstone Sanctuary perhaps.
Ooh, check out this hand.
That is a copy of Leyline Binding, of course. But it is also a copy of Seized from Slumber. So having access to both of those, Seized is the choice, as that is the one that can target lands. Leyline Binding will have to go after the Siren, but now you have to still double trump. So not ideal, you just get to prevent yourself from taking the damage and hope that this is Azure off the top.
Justin has bought himself enough time to live another turn here. Let's see what the play is. Can he stay alive? Overlord of the Hauntwoods just being straight up cast. Back over to Scott. Animate the land, attack you, you're dead.
That'll do it.
Tying things up. One game apiece. Scott McNamara and Justin Kavanaugh here in round number 11. We're going to speed things up once again. We have the technology. We can build him stronger. Here we go. Game number 3. We are the new Time Lords. Square into the yard. All right, turn 1. There we go. Monty, just like you drew it up, Otter comes into play.
Yeah, but this time Justin has his
Ooh!
own best early play, and that is the Up the Beanstalk. So what we saw the previous game where Justin was starting to run out of cards and resources there, going to be less of an issue this game. And that is not what Scott wants to see, as if Justin has the dream curve of Up the Beanstalk into Overlord of the Hauntwoods, that is going to be devastating.
All right, here comes Spy of Glass Siren down on the table for Scott McNamara. Justin at 19 after an attack from that Otter. Who would win? One Beanstalk or one Storm Chasey boy? Guess we're about to find out here in game number 3, the deciding game between these two in round 11. 3 mana. We're going to lock down. Oh, and also my Beanstalk, though.
Yeah, you hate locking down your own Up the Beanstalk, but that very cleanly answers everything Scott has done so far, and now there is a big onus on Scott to rebuild.
Okay, we've got another Storm Chaser's talent. Another Otter comes back into play, but that is not got to feel good if you're in Scott McNamara's seat.
Now, there is one issue for Justin, which is the current mana base of Plains, Lush Portico, until that Cavern of Souls came down, meant that Justin did not have access to an Overlord of the Hauntwoods.
Another Up the Beanstalk attempts to be cast. No, says Scott McNamara with a negate, taking care of that very pesky enchantment. Otter getting in for another 1. Kavanaugh to 18.
Yeah, the lack of pressure that Scott has had this game relative to the previous games is very showing. However, Kaido is a great addition to the board now.
Yeah, Kaido Bane of Nightmares joins the team for McNamara here. We're going to 0 to take a look at some cards and draw one. Back over to Kavanaugh.
All right, do you have an Overlord? Do you have something to do here that will really counter the pressure that Scott has now put out with this Kaido?
How good is Kaido right here, Monty?
Kaido is looking really good, especially because if your opponent wants to answer it with something like a Leyline Binding, it is going to take their entire turn. Because Overlord of the Hauntwoods, has not come out yet, there's only 2 land types on that board.
Wow, 2 land types in a 5 or 4 color deck. It's not going to feel good.
Well, this is the nature of the new, I don't want to say modern because, that is its own format, but the new domain control deck is essentially a green-white deck. You are getting domain more often than not from the Everywhere token that Overlord of the Hauntwoods creates.
An attack from both Kaido and the Otter sends Kavanaugh down to 14. We're going to once again 0 here to take a look at 2, draw 1. So Scott continuing to build advantage here over Justin Kavanaugh while his threats remain unanswered. Fear of Isolation is going to bounce back that Storm Chaser's talent to hand.
Yeah, and the pressure is now mounting because Justin hasn't really been able to get anything going. The first Up the Beanstalk that he played, he had to exile to his own temporary lockdown. The second one, he had to get got countered, and now
Wow.
he has to use the Cease from Slumber, but can't use it on a Kaido because of the Hexproof on Scott's turn and it not being a creature on Justin's turn.
That's rough. Had to just deal with the Otter token instead of the much bigger, juicier threat of Kaido. It's Justin Kavanaugh here up against it pressure-wise. Finally, Overlord of the Hauntwoods makes an appearance a little bit late to the party, but hey, we'll take it. Oh, but get out is the answer from Scott. We will not be exploring the Hauntwoods tonight.
Yeah, and I'm really curious. It seems like that is a Cavern of Souls, but he must have not named one of the types of the Overlord's avatar.
Oh, that's a great
He
point.
must have used it for Zur.
For
and
Wizard.
That means that it is counterable. So I'm not sure about that decision from Justin and why it led to it. Probably because has a Zur in hand, but hasn't had the mana to cast it up to this point, and that is a really big issue.
All right, so we're going to plus Kaido here, give our ninjas +1/+1, and we're going to activate the Soulstone Sanctuary for an enormous attack here from Scott McNamara.
Yeah, and for Justin, he is running out of time.
Down to 4 life. Huge draw needed here from Justin. So many threats on Scott's side of the battlefield.
And 4 is an important number because even if Justin was to get out here, Scott would be able to win through. Sorry, excuse me, not get out. Sunfall here, Scott would be able to win through it using the Kaido and the Restless Reef. But as things stand, Herd Migration going to try to stabilize the board, but I don't think it's going to be enough.
It is not enough. That is Scott McNamara taking down the game against Justin Kavanaugh there, and a Herd Migration that only makes 3 3/3s, Monty. I don't know if I've seen the day.
That's how this recent build of the domain control deck works. As I said, if they can't get an Overlords of the Hauntwoods down, that it's just not going to be good enough.
All right, everybody, we're going to take a brief break, then we'll be back for round number 12 here at Spotlight Foundations. Hey everybody, welcome back to coverage of Spotlight Foundations live here from Atlanta, Georgia. Marie Bartholdi and Mani Devuti with you right now as we are gearing up for the next round in the building. We've seen some absolutely sweet magic today and indeed the entire weekend. But right now what we're going to do is take a look at our metagame and find out what players brought here this weekend and in what kinds of numbers. Mani, what did you think would be the most represented deck?
I thought it was either going to be Demir midrange or Gruul aggro. I really felt like it was a coin flip that could go either way, and that was it represented in our day 1 metagame. We do, of course, have our day 2 metagame as well, and we'll go to that in a second. But day 1, it was as close to a coin flip as you get, 200 to 10. 14%-ish, 200 to 5, 14%-ish. They were the most represented decks, and that was about what we expected.
Right, exactly. Any surprises here on day 1 for you?
Golgari midrange is the deck that I thought had fallen quite a ways out of favor. I was not expecting it to be up there in our most played numbers. I expected it to be here likely around the 3 to 4% range. So seeing it at 9%, our third most played deck, definitely surprised me. Domain Control and Mono White Tokens, these are decks that I definitely expected to be here. Esper Pixie was a bit of a question mark. This deck, as we've talked about, really started picking up steam in the last week. It's only been a deck at all for about 2 weeks now, coming out of the Ontario Magic Discord server as it was innovated and really brought to prominence by Brittany Davis. So this is a deck that it was a question mark because we didn't know in this quick of a time how many people would be willing to commit to a deck that is such a big unknown for a tournament of this sort of quality and importance.
Yes, nearly 1,500 players sleeving cards up here this weekend on day 1 of competition. Let's take a look at how things converted here to day number 2. Wow, Demir midrange, the most represented. Gruul aggro right behind at 61%.
Yeah, they kept their numbers, but the big winner here, of course, is Esper Pixie, moving up from what was, I believe, the 7th most played deck into 3rd. So an incredible conversion rate for that deck. I believe about half of the players that brought it, I think the number was about 70. So half of the players that brought it converting here to day 2 is
very nice.
Incredibly strong. Golgari midrange of those top decks is the one that underperformed, which I would say is not really a surprise to me. It was the deck I didn't expect to see up there, and it's fallen to about the Esper Pixie slots, so they really just changed places. Domain Control and Mono White Tokens converting at the expected rate, and I would say overall, there isn't really any surprise here. I think the 2 most played decks put up great numbers, and they really kept head-to-head. They came in at 14% each. They are each 18% of the day 2 metagame. And the biggest takeaway from that metagame breakdown is you can play a lot of different decks viably in the standard format.
Absolutely. Standard is looking awesome right now. And we mentioned how well Pixie did in that conversion to day number 2. And we are, in fact, going to see it in our feature match area. So let's head on down there right now and meet the players. Here we go, Greg Michael. All right, my buddy here running Esper Pixie up against Dylan Harris on Mono Red Aggro, who's already getting things underway with the Monastery Swift Spear in for 1.
Yeah, I think this is where we're getting into precarious position. Up until this point, we've seen players that are undefeated or X-1. These players are X-2 as we're going deeper into the day. Of course, there is still a lot to play for, but as we wind down towards those final rounds of Swiss, it is going to be very important to not pick up a 3rd and especially not a 4th loss. So
absolutely,
this is a very important match for both of these players.
Nowhere to run, targeting the Ember Heart Challenger here, and we're going to get a counter on our Optimistic Scavenger for Greg. So dealing with one of Dylan's threats here. You see that System Magic sticker on the table for Greg. That is his stream that he runs with Andrew Ellenbogen, if you've seen them running about.
Oh, Pro Tour champion, Andrew Ellenbogen?
That's right.
That one?
That's
Andrew
right.
Ellenbogen?
That's correct.
Never heard of him.
That's pretty good at Magic. Was in our feature match area yesterday. Back over to Dylan Harris. Plays the 3rd mountain. Turning that Swift Spear sideways. That's what we do.
And that's Witchstalker Frenzy being cast. Of course, Witchstalker Frenzy does get a bit of a discount for each creature that has attacked this turn. So getting the attack in with the Swift Spear then gets the cost reduction on the Witchstalker Frenzy down to just 3 and allows you to clear off the way before Greg is able to attack, continue pushing damage through, as that is the name of the game. Obviously, Dylan not ecstatic about using his entire third turn to just remove a blocker and push 2 damage through,
Right.
but if Greg can't remove the Swift Spear, that is a good sign for Dylan.
What do you think about this matchup overall for the Pixie player?
I think that you are building this Pixie deck trying to deal with a deck like Mono Red, having cards like Nowhere to Run, and then having your entire deck be able to continuously bounce and rebounce and reuse this means that you're able to keep the board in check constantly. One of the things that this deck doesn't do incredibly is gain life.
Right.
You don't have that much life gain. So once your life starts whittling down, until you go into a position where you've stabilized, that can be a bit scary if the mono red deck starts sending burn spells to your face. Now, this isn't like Boros Burn, where you're worried about Lightning Helix
Ooh.
and Boros Charm, but still, cards like Lightning Strike are going to do a good job of closing out this game. Same with Burst Lightning, which was a new addition to the deck, thanks to, of course, Magic Foundations.
Tithing Blade, the previous turn, the play there for Greg Michael, a one of fun of in this list, caused a Swift Spear to be sacrificed, followed up by Spiteful Hexmage, putting a Cursed Roll on itself. But here's the benefit of that Cursed Roll, just going away to that Fear of Isolation, so now that thing can attack as a 3-2.
Yeah, this is nice. Of course, Greg not picking up the Nowhere to Run or the Blade here does make me believe that he has access to another removal spell in hand. And knowing that he is on a clock with the potential of burn spells coming out from Dylan means that Greg just continues to try to be as aggressive as possible. And when Dylan plays the 5th land and passes, Greg has to now have Burst Lightning on his radar as a potential kicked 4 damage to the face. And it's not going to take too many of those to close out the game from Dylan's side. So Greg needs to start going fast and have a game plan in case Dylan is just trying to close out the game using burn spells.
An attack here from Greg sends Dylan down to 12. Here's another Fear of Isolation. See what he bounces. All right, this time it is going to be Nowhere to Run. And
That's
there's
4.
the Burst Lightning. Boom, 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 right to the face. Greg Michael down to 7, untapping for Dylan Harris.
The race is on.
Face is the place.
Face is the place.
Shout out to Dylan's sleeves. I hope that's his cat.
Whoever's cat that is, those sleeves are excellent.
A+ sleeves. Another Mountain Pass from Dylan Harris here. Back over to Greg. Dylan at 12 life. Greg here turning on the gas. In come the birds. In comes the Hexmage down to 5 for Harris. Follow-up, another Fear of Isolation. Bouncing the blade back to hand. Playing a tap land and passing. Another face damage here. Greg down to 4. Oh my gosh! A Burst Lightning to finish it off. Sometimes you don't need any creatures, you just need the burn.
Unfortunately, that's the name of the game, and Dylan needed to get a little lucky, but played to his outs and maximized the points of burn. And, I mentioned no life gain. We do see Esper Pixie typically bringing a card like Sheltered and using that to give lifelink to creatures as well as a removal spell. No copies in Greg's deck. Greg and Andrew Ellenbogen both brought this Esper Pixie list, but notably that is a card that they do not like and have not included in their deck. So that life gain not available to them, and that's points that you are giving up in this exact matchup, where now Dylan Harris from looking dead to up a game.
It's just incredible. I was sitting there being like, he's just playing mountains, he's just passing, he's not doing anything. This red player needs to get on the table. No, Maria, he actually doesn't. He just needs to aim burn spells right at Greg's face.
Yeah, and that means we are going to the sideboarding with Greg Michael being down a game in possibly the best position that he could have had to try to take this match.
All right, so taking a peek at the sideboards for these players, we'll start things off with our mono red player here in Dylan Harris. We have 4 Sunspine Links, 2 Twisted Fealty, 2 Pyroclasm, a Lithomantic Barrage, 3 copies of Shock, and 3 Urabrask's Forge. What are we bringing in, Monty?
Well, I think the first thing that Dylan is going to notice in this open decklist day 2 is that there really isn't life gain coming out from Greg, and that helps a lot. But I think when you are facing a matchup like this Pixie deck that they are trying to reuse their removal spells a lot. One thing that I would be very much interested in is Urbrass Forge. Just having a repeatable source of pressure to come out, I think, would be quite nice. Overall, I don't know if you need that much help against the Pixie deck because Shelter by Ghost isn't there. And I think there's a chance that we just don't see Dylan make that much of a change other than this potential Erebras Forge.
Okay, very interesting. On the other side of things, Greg, Michael, let's take a peek at that sideboard here. We've got Kaido. We have Lauren of the Third Path, Pest Control, No More Lies, 3 copies of Destroy Evil, Cut Down, 1 Defiled Crypt, 2 Temporary Lockdown, and 2 Witch's Vanity.
I think on this side, you really want to make sure that you have as much removal as possible. Cards like Cut Down looking extremely good here. Witch's Vanity can be a bit of a liability just because it is sorcery speed, but it has a lot of value in that food token, giving you some life gain to finally work with. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Witch's Vanity come in as both repeatable life gain with the bounce as well as removal. And then cards like Temporary Lockdown, a massive liability just because it does cost you your own things that you are trying to bounce, but might be necessary as well.
I'm taking a look here at Greg Michael's record throughout the tournament. Has beaten Gruul Aggro 3 times, it looks like. Has never been up against Mono Red Aggro until this moment in the tournament. Mono Red capable of going faster than Gruul, Monty?
Yeah, it's a deck that is typically able to go faster. You're giving up some of the reach. Gruul typically has Questing Druid that allows you to grind more and have access to more resources. So you're giving that up to be more explosive, but it also means that you are able to absolutely steal games.
Greg Michael hailing from the Minneapolis area. So one of my good friends in the Magic the Gathering scene, and also one of the nicest people you'll just ever meet in your natural life. If you ever see him at a tournament, I encourage you to go up and say hi because he's just a lovely human being and runs a great stream in that System Magic stream as well, giving them a shout out. I'm going to have to go up and talk to Dylan, though, and just confirm if that is indeed his cat, and more importantly, what his cat's name is on those sleeves.
I see. Okay. All right.
It's important.
No, absolutely. I'm not judging.
Thank you, Monty. You're a cat man.
I am a cat man.
We both have 2 cats.
We both have 2 cats.
They're betrothed. I have 2 boys. You have 2 girls. They're
Yep.
going to get married one day.
They will get married.
Yep. that's
Mostly it is going to be a green card marriage. My
Yes.
cats want to move to the United States, and
Yeah.
in order to do that, they need to marry your cats.
Yep. That's
Right.
exactly how the law works.
That is how the law works.
and I'm glad we've made this arrangement.
Cat immigration is a really serious issue.
When Monty was getting his cats, I wanted to name them, and I asked if he could name them Sandwich and Stepdad. But
That did not happen.
Did not happen. But
No.
that's still what I call them.
Yeah, absolutely.
This has been your cat report coming at you from Spotlight Foundations. Both players in the feature match area smiling, getting some laughs in, having a good time. Nice to see that this deep into the tournament here on day number 2. A lot on the line for these players, sitting at 9-2. Good records. Ooh, update. It is his cat. Critical. The cat's name is Westbrook.
All right, great. And those cat sleeves bringing Dylan a lot of luck, because it looks like Greg is mulliganing to 6, but Dylan has kept his 7.
Okay, so good starting hand here for Dylan Harris. See if Greg likes this 6. Looks like he is keeping. There's the script at the bottom. Excuse me, the card on the bottom. Dylan Harris up a game over Greg Michael here in round number 12.
All right, so what is Greg's 6 looking like, and how capable is he of weathering the storm that this mono red aggro deck is able to come up with?
Hardfire hero the play here for Dylan Harris to kick things off. Do we have an answer? It's going to be that Tithing Blade from Greg, forcing the sacrifice from Dylan.
-1.
Yeah, 19. All right, Emberheart Hero into the Emberheart Challenger into the red zone for Dylan. Greg knocked down to 17.
Pixie?
Replay the sword, maybe?
All right, the Witch's Vanity will do.
Okay, sure.
Let the life gain begin.
Witch's Vanity. What a card. I didn't think I would be thinking about that card this weekend, gotta say.
Yeah, any sort of sticky removal or value that comes in permanent form suddenly becomes in consideration when you are playing this Esper Pixie deck. And the Witch's Vanity, it is awkward because you do have very specific timing on it. As a Saga, if you allow it to get to the third chapter, it will go away. So Greg has one turn to bounce it in order to reuse it in the future. But if he's able to do that, getting the food token out of it and picking it up as a removal spell again will be really nice.
Absolutely. It is a saga, so we are going to go up to chapter 2 next turn. And we played a Hopeless Nightmare last turn as well, knocking Harris down to 18 and forcing that discard.
I believe it was a Swift Spear that was discarded, and Dylan does have a Manifold Mouse to follow it up, but the fact that his 2 previous mice have both been answered makes this Manifold Mouse look a little sad on its own. Hey.
Oh, all right. Fear of Isolation is going to bounce the Witch's Vanity back to hand and take down that Manifold Mouse.
Just like we drew it up.
All right, so Greg Michael here in the driver's seat, despite the Malta 6 here in game number 2. All right, there's that Swift Spear, followed up by a Lightning Strike to take care of our isolation in for 2.
Yeah, but you can definitely see how Greg has done a great job of keeping his life total up this game. And these food tokens are going to be very valuable as we go forward. But again, this may be the last food token you get out of this copy of Witch's Vanity if you don't have a way to pick it up here.
Storm Chaser's Talent, the play here for Greg, is going to come along with an Otter token. Looks like he's looking for a different Otter token.
This Otter is not good enough?
I mean, we were playing with foil ones on coverage, so that's all I can think he was thinking of.
Oh, I see.
A little bit earlier, but I don't know if those were the players or not.
All right, so with the pass, I can't see for sure, but I do believe Greg may be hellbent here with no cards in hand. Would not be overly surprising considering he did mulligan, but still has a lot of tools on the battlefield to work with, just will be losing this Witch's Vanity if so.
Swift Spear into the red zone for Dylan. Greg takes it down to 14. Follow-up play. Oh, we've got that Sunspire Lynx.
The Lynx is here. Players can't gain life, and I will say Greg sacrificing a food token before that comes down, as you really do not want to be dealing with that Lynx.
Just like the Minnesota women's basketball team, the Lynx is here to win. Or almost win, as the case were.
4 non-basic lands for Greg, so that is 4 damage being dealt by the Lynx on entering.
Wow. Terrific sideboard card there from Dylan Harris. That art on that card is also just wild.
All right, we have a Wicked roll coming onto this Otter.
I'm wondering about this sword that Greg has in play too. The Tithing Blade can switch over into Consuming Sepulcher. Excuse me, that word's impossible.
No, you're doing great.
Thank you,
One more time.
Consuming Sepulcher.
Okay.
How relevant is that?
It's not nothing. It takes a lot, but it's not nothing.
Okay, I'll take not nothing, I guess. Back over to Dylan Harris's turn.
The big thing is this Lynx is a problem once it's on the battlefield. It is a large creature, and as we know, Greg doesn't have that many resources to work with.
Both creatures turning sideways here for Dylan Harris.
I think Greg has a Restless Anchorage on the battlefield, if I'm not mistaken. So has a creature land that he is able to fire up here, but that is very vulnerable against mono red.
Not a terrific place for Greg to be in after just a couple of turns when it looked like he had control of the game, removing Dylan's creatures with relative ease. Just so shows you the resilience of these red aggro style decks in this day and age.
Yeah, and it is also the precariousness of the Esper Pixie deck.
Sure.
We've talked about how the deck looks really impressive when it's firing on all cylinders, but it does have some awkward elements to it as well. If you don't find these bounce effects to really start getting value out of your cards, these cards being one and dones are not the best.
Right, exactly. If you're only casting Hopeless Nightmare one time, you're like, who cares?
Yeah, this is bad,
Rest-
almost actively.
Restless Anchorage here is getting animated, and it looks like it's that along with the Wicked Otter are going to jump in front of one creature here from Dylan Harris. Link's unblocked. That was the thing I noticed when I was testing some of the summon games with Esper Pixie, is that occasionally the draws could just feel so horrendous if you just had a bunch of your payoffs but no enablers, for example. You're like, wow, my hand is so underpowered compared to what other people could be doing, like, for example, domain control in the format.
Yeah, it also, let's take a card like Storm Chaser Sound, which is so good in this deck, right? But so far, this draw hasn't yielded any instant or sorceries. So the second level of the talent, the class, does nothing here. And that is a really big problem when you're working with limited resources. This deck is all about trying to make the most out of each card, and as soon as one of your cards is only doing half of its thing or a third of its thing, that is a massive problem.
Monstrous Rage here onto the Lynx comes across for a ton of damage at Greg Michael, knocking him all the way down to 5 life.
5 life that he can't come back from without getting rid of this Lynx. So with the monster roll token as well being on the Lynx, you can't just be chumping that.
Right. And like you mentioned, Greg was hellbent, so we're going to need some kind of draw here.
We're going to need a lot of help, and I don't really know where things begin except maybe with this town ain't big enough or a fear of isolation. Something to...
Oh, dear.
All right, upkeep Scry. He needs something bad.
Oh, both
Pixie?
to the bottom. What did he draw?
Pixie or bust.
Oh, that is bust. That's a handshake, and that's the game going to Dylan Harris taking down this match 2-0 versus Greg Michael, improving his record to 10-2 here in round number 12.
Yeah, that is a rough match for Greg, but ultimately this is the power of mono red in this format. We've seen a lot of people go different directions with the core mouse package and what kind of aggressive tools you want to put around it, whether that's Boros for more burn, whether that's Gruul for more resiliency and bigger beats, but ultimately just classic mono red still has a lot of game to it, and Dylan is putting that on full display here at 10-2 now in this tournament.
All right, it's time for more magic here from round number 12. Let's head to our backup match and find out who will be watching in our feature match area. 9-2 players, Adam Snook and Ross Merriam. What year is it, Monty?
2014. I can't believe that I'm seeing Ross versus Snook
This is crazy.
In a feature match area. And it is Adam actually up a game here with Golgari midrange.
Yes, we are in game number 2. Ross playing this pretty sweet Jeskai Convoke list that we got to see on camera. Jim Davis playing a version of it yesterday. Up against Golgari midrange, a deck that we didn't expect a lot of people to bring here this weekend and didn't convert super well into day number 2, but...
Yeah, but this is a great start from Ross. He has that Warden of the Inner Sky, was able to use the power of the Siren to get a map token and trigger the Warden, then use Gleeful Demolition on the map token, getting 3 more goblins and activate the Warden again.
It's beautiful.
But Golgari doing Golgari things, and here the Golgari thing is Maelstrom Pulse, I believe.
Well, okay, yeah, it could have been a lot worse. It's still bad.
It could have been a lot worse. It does clear off all the goblin tokens, but most importantly for Ross, he still has a big board presence. So that means with the Recruiter, it is going to be a large chunk of damage being taken by Snook here.
Yikes, Adam Snook already at 11. Just a Llanowar Elf and 2 lands in play. And we've got a lot of pressure coming down the pike from here from Ross Merriam.
Yeah, this is the type of position where you are very happy to be the Jeskai Convoke deck, where you have access to large creature, well, not large creatures, but the creatures that grow like the Warden of the Inner Sky and can be large. You have access to haste, you have access to continuing to put pressure on, and Snook will be asked as the mid-range deck to find answer after answer each turn.
We'll see if Adam Snook can find answer after answer. That is indeed what it's going to have to take here, I believe. Let's find out. We've just got We're going to gain some life.
Yeah, we're going to see the frill back coming down here, and that's a nice card in terms of getting a body on the board and gaining some life, but the size of the body is not that impressive at 3/3. It shuts down the Imidane's Recruiter, but both the Warden and the Siren can just easily attack through this still.
Yeah, and here they both come. Adam Snook taking more damage, down to 11. And Ross is going to pass the turn back.
And we are in post-board games, so now one thing that Snook has to be considering in this open deck list day 2 is protect the negotiators. That's a tool that Ross has access to. So suddenly, as the mid-range deck, when you're trying to tap out for a big play, let's say something like a Gix's Command, protect the negotiators is there to try to put up a fight against that.
Yes, and we do have 3 open mana as well from Miriam that Snook is definitely going to be aware of here. Land for turn. How about a Shieldred? How's that suit you?
I don't like it if I'm in Ross's seat, but if he has something that could destroy evil, he could have dealt with it. Instead, unfortunately, there's nothing, so the Shieldred is going to live, and that is a problem.
Ooh, that is going to be a big sigh of relief from Adam Snook here. Shieldred surviving the end of that turn and indeed the start of the next one. Ross here is just going to put some more counters on this Warden.
Yeah, I think the question here is, does Ross have a protect the negotiators that he chose to save in order to just continue protecting this Warden, knowing he can put on more pressure in the air, or is he just cold to the Shieldred, and that is a big problem?
Yeah, Warden of the Inner Sky getting in for an attack there into the air, flying Vigilance. Adam Snook down to 9. Shieldred helping to buffer that life total and kind of take the edge off the attacks from Ross Miriam. We'll see what his follow-up is here, if he can further better his position.
Yeah, for Ross, if his hand is nothing, then this is going to be a big problem as soon as Snook can answer that Warden of the Inner Sky that has 3 counters on it. But if Ross has a counterspell, then I think he's still in a really good position.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I'm like, would I have countered that Shieldred if I had it, if I was sitting in Ross Miriam's seat? And I don't know if I would have had the patience to not. But we'll see if that is indeed what happened and if that decision-making power is helping him out here. All right, we're doing some cleanup here on Adam Snook's side of the table. So dealing with everything but the Warden of the Inner Sky from Ross Miriam, further strengthening his position.
Yeah, the Harvester of Misery, a creature able to come down, and again, this is something that deals with all of the non-problematic permanents on the board. The Warden is the big issue right now, but I'm starting to feel like Ross has nothing. If he can't answer this Shieldred and he's not using Counterspell, that makes me feel like his hand is a lot of air, and that is a really bad position to be in because the problem permanents from Adam are adding up here. Okay, yeah, and Novice Inspector to immediately sack the clue is a further sign of weakness from Ross's position, as you are drawing an extra card against the Shieldred on the board, and that pressure is mounting. Ross is at 12 facing 2 large creatures and a frill back that is mostly shut down by this Vigilant Warden.
This Jeskai Convoke list here, not feeling like it has much game at this point in the match versus Adam Snook. When you're up against the wall, you're wanting to put the pressure down, not the other way. Warden's going to get in, though, knocking Adam Snook down to 5. But again, Shieldred just going to bump you right back up to 7.
Yeah, Golgari midrange, not the best conversion rate, as we said. But again, the standard format really does feel like no deck is locked out of just being incredibly valuable. And it doesn't take that much to go right for this Golgari midrange deck to just look absolutely incredible, right? You just see landing some powerful cards, and suddenly things look great.
Yeah, you're like, oh, Shieldred, I can play that? All right, I think I will. No big deal. I mean, this standard, as we saw from the day 2 metagame, looks absolutely incredible. I feel like you can just play whatever you want, and it's going to be viable, and that's been borne out so far here on day 2.
Yeah, and I think Snook is one removal spell in this Warden away from just locking up this game. Not that many answers to it, but there is still quite a bit here. So I don't think it would take much. And if Snook has something that could go for the throat here, I think that's just Ross dead.
Well, he's tapped 2 mana.
I believe that is Mosswood Dread Knight
Oh, yes.
going on an adventure here for the Dread Whisper side of it. So just drawing a card, losing a life, but also gaining 2 life in the process from Shieldred.
Yeah.
So not losing out on much. And again, cheap answers, the name of the game and what he's looking for, because a go for the throw on this Warden of the Inner Sky would be all but game.
We'll see what he found potentially here. Adam Snook at 8, Ross Merriam at 12. Ross not feeling great in this position. 1 Warden away from utter disaster. Adam Snook here looking for a way to deal with that creature if he can. Shieldred, though, buying him a lot of time. In comes the Harvester of Misery. It's a 5/4.
Yeah, 5/4 is large, and if Ross just takes it and doesn't block, then Shieldred is now threatening his life total in a very real way. If Ross does block with a Novice Inspector, suddenly a card like Shieldred's Edict or Blot Out becomes an answer to this Warden as well. So it does feel like Ross has to think about his life total and his position and continue wondering exactly how much trouble he is in with each choice that he makes.
Preacher of the Schism was the follow-up play there for Adam Snook. Ross Merriam takes the hit from Shieldred down to 5 on his turn. What can he possibly put together here to try and turn the tide versus Adam Snook?
I think it has to be a copy of Sheltered by Ghosts exactly.
Yeah.
For Ross to be able to start recouping some life and remove the Shieldred off the board. Other than that, I think we're just done here.
Yeah. We'll see if Ross has found his way out of this trouble that he's in. From the look on his face, it doesn't seem like he has. We're in round 12 here on day 2 of competition. 337 players came back to battle here out of nearly 1,500 who showed up on day number 1. Everybody looking for a spot in that top 8, which we'll see later today. If you get a spot in that top 8, it automatically qualifies you for Pro Tour Chicago, which is Pro Tour Ether Drift coming up later in February this year. So that is what everybody is playing for this weekend. And with a 9-2 record, all of these players sitting in good position so far. It's early in the day on day 2, but all of these wins are so huge.
Yeah, absolutely. All of these wins are super huge. And once you get into the 3-loss territory, of course, 3 losses was what brought you back for day 2, but it's going to be questionable how live you are for top 8, especially depending on when you picked up your losses. So you really want to stay at X and 2 if you can help it. Obviously, a lot of times it's out of your control. Everybody's always trying to win. But this is the match that once Ross loses, his odds of top 8ing start going down in a real way.
That was a Pater studio here for Miriam. Not great.
No, especially not when you hit 2 lands. This is not the answer that he's looking for Shieldred or that Harvester. I do need to say the Harvester has Menace as well, so it is a big problem against these 2 creatures. Ross was not able to chump it the previous turn, and now, if Adam just attacks with everything, Ross does not have enough blockers to just survive the turn.
All right, split up the play here from Ross.
Well, if he goes for untapped, he dies to the Harvester. If he goes for tapped, he dies to the board. And that is exactly what Ross is figuring out as he goes, I got nothing.
Yeah, that is Adam Snook victorious in 2 games to none over Ross Merriam here in round 12. Adam Snook will improve to 10-2 on the weekend. Hey everybody, welcome back to the booth. Marie Bartholdi, Mani Devuti. We've had a wonderful 3 rounds with you here this morning. More day 2 action on the way. We cannot wait to bring it to you. We'll be back after these messages.
Okay,
Yeah,
cool, cool,
sweet.
cool.
I've been trying to click that the whole day. Ugh. Oh, it's painful. What's cracking, everybody? Hello and welcome back to coverage of the Magic Spotlight Foundations here in Atlanta, Georgia. It is the Star City Games Con, and it is a great time here this weekend. Indeed, we are getting so much closer to finding out who is going to be in our top 8, Corey.
Yeah.
I cannot wait to see the next round of Magic.
I'm so excited. Basically, from here on out, you're going to be seeing these players that are knocking on the door for winning in territories. That means Pro Tour invites straight away. So if you haven't been here for the entirety of the broadcast, it is not time to leave anymore right now. These are all going to be very intense matches from here on out.
Yes, and if there aren't intense matches, you get to show us your Magic savvy, you know, with your trivia prowess and all that stuff.
Sure.
Let's take a look at our standings to see who is who on top of the leaderboard right now. Gray Payne sitting at the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, Gray Payne, only undefeated player left. And then we got a bunch of players still doing really well. That Scott Demir Enchantments list still doing really well. That's the deck I would have played if I would have known about it, as well as they're at the bottom of the standings there, Isaac Bullwinkle. With that Rakdos Aggro deck, we haven't really seen Rakdos in a while. You know, is Fable back?
Yeah.
Is Fable in
No,
Foundation?
it's not. I have played that deck a little bit, and it is pretty sweet. But
it looks awesome.
this weekend hasn't been possible, wouldn't be possible without our players, first and
Of
foremost.
course, yes.
And also without our sponsors. So a big thank you to Beckett and to Dragon Shield for sponsoring the SCG cons. Whether you're wanting your trading cards sleeved or slabbed, our friends at Dragon Shield and Beckett have you covered. So a big thank you to these legends for sponsoring all SCG cons this year. And don't forget that you can order your Dragon Shield products right now on StarCityGames.com.
Yeah, there's some nice sleeves, too. Use them for a long time. Very, very solid stuff. And if you want to get rid of your cards here, you can go and sell your cards, trade them in. Get rid of, well, to buy more cards,
Yes,
of course,
obviously.
you know. So if you need some extra cash, you can go to sellyourcards.com, Star City Game, or sellyourcards.starcitygames.com. I'm trying to confuse people out there. And
it's on your screen.
Exactly. So if you want to pick up some standard cards, get ready for your next tournament. It's still standard RCQ season, so you know if you want to get qualified for some of those RCs, make sure to get the decks and start playing.
Yeah, if you guys want to check out the deck lists, I believe they are all available now on Melee, so you can see what spice the players brought today. Yesterday was, of course, closed deck lists.
Yep.
And today, all the information is known. So if you are curious what that last sideboard card is from a deck that you've been eyeing out, well, go have a look.
And that really, you know, of course, that's cool for us. They get to see the deck lists and stuff for day number 2, but it's really different for the players. The dynamic of getting ready for a closed deck list tournament, because really you got to get through day 1.
Yeah.
You know, some of the best players in the world are going to be like, all right, I'm planning for the top 8 or I'm planning for day 2. But realistically, you want to have a deck that's a good deck in a closed decklist tournament. And now that it's open, you're going to lose some value. For instance, the Devin O'Donnell, Doomwake, Wiltleaf Lieges in the main. That surprise is no longer on the table here.
Well, we might still get someone yet with a Hopeless Nightmare into Wiltleaf Liege or Baloth, who knows. But we do have our feature matches ready, so let's jump down to the feature match area, take a look at the deck lists, and get into the action. It is Grey Pain on domain control. She's been rocking this 5-color deck with our overlords. And Zer, I'm so excited. This is what I've wanted to see all weekend. So,
Yeah.
yay, Grey.
This is awesome. So big props to Grey Pain. She's crushing it so far at the top of the standings. And just looking at these numbers here, you can tell she put a lot of time in kind of massaging the numbers. You know, you see 2 Sunfalls, 1 Day of Judgment, 1 Split Up, all this kind of stuff. One attracts, it's not just 4 Overlord, 4 Overlord, 4 Overlord type thing. The one thing that's going to be a big advantage for Grey Pain here is she is in an open deck list tournament now. So when your opponent sits across from you and you see 1 Day of Judgment, 2 Sunfalls, 1 Split Up, sometimes you play around these cards a little more than you should, and that's going to benefit a deck like Domain Control that just needs to buy time. So I love this for an open deck list tournament, and she's crushing.
Gotta keep them guessing. Grey's opponent is going to be none other than Doomwake. Devin O'Donnell rocking Selesnya tokens and doing an excellent job at that. Tell me about this list, Corey.
Yeah, so Devin O'Donnell, Doomwake, the popular streamer, was undefeated going into day number 2, then ran into our mono white tokens gamer, who was playing Sunfall. And, this deck is pretty much fine playing against anything except any Sunfall deck. So that was bad news for round number 10 as Devin did fall to the mono white control. And it's bad news again because there's more Sunfalls here across the table in the domain deck. But this is a deck that is just trying to get Collector's Cage out, get 3 different creatures out that have different power, and flash in an Overlord of the Mistmore as soon as turn 3. You can do it on turn 3, which is really impressive. So I think this deck looks really awesome. It is a spot removal killer. So any Demir decks, any Pixie style decks that are just trying to target your creatures over and over again, that's where Devin O'Donnell is going to shine. Not so much in this one, though.
Yeah, board wipes are a little bit of a tricky problem for this.
Very, yeah.
But you know what? If anyone can do it, I believe in the Doomwake. So the players will be getting underway shortly. But I do want to say, though, Corey, I think we might see a couple more Sunfall decks doing really well here today, and possibly even into the top 8, because there are a lot of creature-based strategies here.
Yeah.
And everyone's kind of gone away from the board wipes.
Yeah.
But they're still good.
Exactly, and I think they're getting better now that decks like Demir are kind of transitioning over into these more Pixie-style versions where they're not putting on as much pressure, they're not having as many counter spells. The Sunfall decks are looking a lot better.
Yeah.
We saw a couple more mono white tokens decks that are doing well at the top of the standings. You know, I was watching, which I'm sure you were as well, for the first 3 rounds with Monty and Maria, and the deck just still looks really, really good right now. Looks really well positioned, and Sunfall still good. Who would have guessed it? I know we all hate losing to that card, I'll tell you that, but it's still good.
We sure do. Alrighty, the players are ready. Let's get down to the feature match area and get ready to rumble. Grey Pain at the top of your screen on Domain. Devin O'Donnell, the Doomwake on the tokens. Down at the bottom here, playing mind games with this here blue mana thingy majiggy decks.
All right, so these players at 10-2 and 10-1-1. Grey Pain, she is the leader of the tournament. Devin O'Donnell right behind her. And, a little brutal for Devin. You start to look at your day, and it's 1-2. And you're like, okay, come on, no more. And then you look across from you, and you see another Sunfall deck. So this is kind of the train wreck scenario here if Devin were to lose again after the 9-0 start. But, of course, we'll see what happens.
Pretty good start here from both players. We've got the Beanstalk, up the Beanstalk, down on the board here for Grey Pain, alongside Devin O'Donnell, who's got the Paw Patch Recruit into Malir, the Living Cure. So curving out quite nicely. If Devin's able to keep this pressure up and curve out nicely, we could get to game number 2 pretty quickly.
And for what it's worth, I think this matchup for Devin O'Donnell is a little bit better than the mono white control version, because Mono White tokens, excuse me, just because that list does play Force Sunfall. It plays Split Up. It plays some temporary lockdowns. Gray can't play that much removal. She has to be playing the Overlords, the Zers, that kind of stuff. So there's not as many sweepers. So I wouldn't say it's as bad, but still I would categorize as a bad matchup for Doomwake.
So having a big think here about this turn as we're deciding where Gray wants to go with this turn number 3, and it is going to be Elspeth's Smite taking care of the Paw Patch recruit, so Malira will get the counter from the Paw Patch.
Yeah, and just the annoyance of the Paw Patch there. Like, already a 1-mana 2/1 that spread a counter off after a removal spell, just really, really strong. And Devin O'Donnell made the nice play of playing the Malira before attackers. If you normally you're like, I'll attack first, then I'll play something, but that wouldn't have worked out as well.
Sanguine Evangelist hits the board here now. We didn't get to see this card all too much yesterday when Devin was on coverage in the feature match, but this card's also pretty sweet, you know? Comes in with a little buddy, it pumps up the team when it attacks, so.
Yeah, it's a great card, and just the fact that whenever it dies, it creates a token as well can be a big deal.
Yeah.
So, like right now, if Gray has a mass sweeper here that's like split up instead, Malira can sacrifice, save the Evangelist, and, you know, it's going to come back and get some value, plus when it dies, get some value as well.
That's pretty sweet.
Yeah.
You know, I like this list from Devin. You know, it's got a lot of redundancy, a lot of ways to protect things. It's got the surprise factor, too, with the cage we see here now. What did we find? I saw Llanowar Elves.
Okay, so Cage is online right now, so all you have to do is pump the biggest creature here. You pump your...
Malira?
Yep, exactly. Yep, you gotta pump the Malira.
Well, Sanguine Evangelist is 2/1, yeah.
Yep, you can do that as well. So pumping either one of those is fine, and then you will have the cage unlocked. Now,
what do we let out of the cage?
We're going to find out. I at least saw one more cage. It's definitely not the ideal hit, but you can at least kind of set it up again. But I don't think I saw an Overlord because I think you just slammed that if that's the case.
There was a bit too many thinks there if it was you know, the juicy target of Overlord of the Mistmoors. So an unknown card hiding out underneath the cage right now, and it can be activated at instant speed. If you saw Devin's deck tech earlier on in the day, if you didn't, I'd recommend going and checking it out because it's really, really cool to get the players' insights of their own list because they're the ones who've been playing it the most.
Exactly. Yep. You know the inner workings of it, and when you practice for an event like this that these players deeply want to win, and you know I've tuned into Devin O'Donnell's stream quite a bit as he prepares for this, and when you put that much effort into it, you start learning the deep ins and outs of your deck, and it's really fun to hear the players talk about it because, well, no one's more excited to play their deck than a person that's 9-0. You know, like you're obviously having a great day.
Oh, we're gonna do it. We are going to activate the cage, put a counter on one of these creatures, so making combat a little trickier here. It's going on the unblocked creature, and what do we get? Drum roll, please. Da, 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 da. Nope. It's not coming out.
Okay. Decided to not do it. Just got in the extra damage there. So, you know, that could be saying a few things. Number one, first and foremost, doesn't want to overextend into a sweeper.
That would be bad.
But, like, yeah, if it was an Overlord under there, you would think you probably still just want to put it there because there's only 2 Sunfalls in Grey Pain's deck. But who knows?
Yep.
It's a mystery.
We'll find out shortly, no doubt. Tell off is just nothing. That would be funny. But we did see a Llanowar Elves, so.
There we go.
There's at least one creature under there, I believe. But again, like you mentioned, you know, no real reason to overcommit to the board. We do also have the Llamaland hanging out there, Restless Prairie. Could make combat a little trickier indeed as well.
Yeah, and Devin O'Donnell, listening to his deck tech, you know, he was so high on the Llamaland that he decided to play all 4. And I mean, it makes sense. I mean, when we were calling the last match of the day or second last match of the day yesterday, animating that land with a battlefield that I believe he had of 5 creatures, it added 10 power. You know, like, it's unreal, especially when you have Wiltleaf Liege out there, counts as a green and a white creature, of course.
Not too shabby. So Collector's Cage still hiding out that creature unknown right now. The Llama Land comes to life and is going to get swinging in here alongside its buddies.
So this screams to me, no matter what, Devin O'Donnell's like, I am content with this battlefield. I don't want to extend it anymore. He will just keep animating this Llama Land until the battlefield is dealt with a Sunfall or something, and then you can start extending again on the battlefield here. So nice plays so far here from Devin, and it seems like Gray has at least one piece of interaction, and she's just wondering exactly how to attack this battlefield.
Yeah, and no real concern, except for, instant speed removal, which we do see here in Get Lost. So unfortunately, the Llama Land isn't able to come and play this turn. But we'll be able to respond by activating the cage again and just buffing up these attackers.
Yeah, and it makes sense. Normally you think, okay, let it attack so that Devin can't use the mana. But if Devin does attack, it actually pumps the team basically 2 points.
Yeah.
And if you kill it now, you get to tap it, activate the cage. That's only one.
Point, yeah.
So
eliminating some damage here. Either way, something is dying. But I guess the thought now for Devin is this land valuable enough for me to save with Malera?
Yep, that's an option as well. Or which counter to put with the cage. Because, something that would make sense to me is as long as we have Domain up there, or at least close to, that this is a Get Lost, and then maybe she has a Leyline Binding as well. So you want to disperse your counters evenly as much as you can, so you don't get completely blown out by, loading up one creature.
Yeah, definitely.
But looks like he wants to put a counter on the Evangelist and save the really cool Llama Land.
I do like a Llama Land. Alrighty, what do we got here? Let's see. It looks like a mountain. We've got the Shadowy Backstreet, so that's 3 land types. We've got green, Lush Portico, and I think we got Domain already.
Yeah. So the just took a hit for 4 there, so I would assume she does not have Leyline Binding.
Yeah.
Otherwise, that was just a very juicy target to stabilize the board.
Yeah, indeed.
So now we'll see. Like, this is the spot for Gray where she just has basically her entire deck as just absolute haymakers. The one thing that she doesn't have going for her right now is she doesn't have Collect Evidence 8 in the graveyard to be able to turn on the Analyze Pollens that she has to go get a Zur.
Those are cool.
But,
Hey, doesn't need it. There's a Zur. And Zur is going to make this big ol' Overlord swing it in here, get some life, get some more creatures down, and now this is bad news bears for Devin, who does not have a board wipe.
This has to be the most classic, like when you're practicing on Magic Online or Arena, when that combination comes down, the most often players concede. Like, I know. I mean, the game just feels over, like you just got to gain a ton of life. You got to put 4 more power in play. You can animate your Beanstalk next turn as another death-touching lifelinker. Like, it just feels impossible at this point.
You talk about having, like, creatures in reserve, hiding out, like, under the cage, for example, in the Llama Land. But, these creatures, they're just sitting there waiting for Zur to rock up or for their impending counters to go away. But, oftentimes I've had a situation where I just have Overload, Leyline Binding. Okay, granted, you don't really want to animate those, but then if Zur sticks around and you can keep him alive, you just swing in for so much damage when the game becomes, at this point where you just have so much mana to utilize.
Zur would be okay and pretty manageable if it didn't come with that enchantment creatures has hexproof clause. Just because then it's a liability to animate your Leyline Binding. But when you do that, your opponent has to have 2 removal spells on the spot. And for most decks, they have 2 mana open or something. They do not have that.
Zur is the Oscar of questions, and the opponents have to have the answers.
And the question that Zur asks me the most often when it's played against me is, why me? Why me, Like, why me, Ailey?
Because you deserve to have Overlords give you a big ol' hug.
All right.
With their fists. I don't know, do they have fists? They kind of have flappy appendages, so I'm guessing they have fist-ish thingies. Here we go. Shelter by Ghosts. Now on the Sanguine Evangelist, we're going to target one of the moths, or insects, bug thing. So that gets taken care of. So only the 2 blockers now. How much damage do we have here for Devin? Not enough.
Definitely not enough. So it's very interesting. The only 2 targets were 2-1 Flyer or Zur, but not getting rid of Zur here is definitely a choice.
So Toby cares about number of token creatures, right? Control 4 more creature tokens, yes.
Yeah, so not online yet. Doesn't count the maps, but, you know, still a solid hit here for 5 lifelink coming in, but when you're getting hit for 6 lifelink,
yeah.
you're not really doing anything here. So it becomes quite the tricky situation.
So the Sanguine Evangelist is what, a 4-3? No, 5-3 at the moment? 5-3 lifelink? It's still, yeah, that's something.
Yeah, and it can be a 6-power creature with the
Yes.
cage. But all of that attacks, all that stuff is neutralized by 1 attack with the Overlord. And then, you know, Gray can also just have a follow-up, and, you know, this game gets very unmanageable. Oh, okay.
Sweet.
That play makes sense. Yep.
I love that. That's sick.
Now we have a chance here. If Gray has some air in her hand and is unable to either deal with that creature, deal with the Sheltered by Ghost, or get a little bit more wide of a battlefield, we got a game. But the thing is, even if you can't do that, you can still just attack, get some more 2-1 flyers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was really, really cool.
That was sweet.
Collector's Cage. Sneaky. So some things are a little more manageable here now for Devin O'Donnell. Up at a healthy 20. Gray Pain is feeling the pain a little bit, down at 7. Overlord of the Mist Moors and the Insect remain. 2 more join the party here.
So this kind of screams to me, it's time for the sun to fall. As if there was a Leyline Binding, something like that, it would be cast pre-combat, but you want to get in the damage you can.
Yep.
Then Sunfall, and then you have Zur to be a nice follow-up here. And Selesnya token just doesn't come back from behind too well.
Ugh. That's a big ol' oof if I ever seen one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's an Incubate token for 7?
Incubate token for 7, and on top of all that, gets the Zur back.
Oh, yeah.
Got to draw a card. Like, this is the spot where you see the power of Domain.
Avantage. Madame Pain.
This is Gray Pain's happy place right now. It's like, all right, clear battlefield.
Woo!
Zur.
Got my Zur. This is groovy, baby.
Incubate
Let's keep
on
going.
7 in my element.
With a Beanstalk down to, I'm not sure how many cards she has in hand, but like that is a great way to refuel. Oh boy.
Yeah, Devin really needs something like Land Overlord, you know.
Hey, Overlord. Hey, bud.
Yep, but no land, so it's not the big creature yet, so it's still really tough to come back.
Gonna go digging. Oops. That goes back on top, I believe. Yeah. Sanguine Evangelist on top. I'm gonna leave that there. Won't go in the bin. Well, now we just crack the other map token, get another bigger creature?
Yeah, I think he's still tanking on whether or not to keep it. I would assume that's probably going to be in the graveyard. I think you just need to find more removal spells for Zur. Yeah, that doesn't seem like a winning card to me. More Overlords, more cages. You need the meat and potatoes here of your deck at this stage of the game.
Funny enough, those are not food tokens.
Yeah.
Disappointed.
I know.
Impending counters tick down on the Overlord. The turn passes back now to Gray Pain, sitting at 7. Devin's at 11. Lots of rhymes happening here in this game, and I'm quite a fan of it.
I got the time. I'm in.
Yeah. Alrighty, Gray, what you got for us?
Worst case, can animate the Beanstalk as 1 more creature. Not impressive by any means.
Yeah.
So she would definitely love some kind of follow-up, but basically every card in her deck is devastating for Devin O'Donnell right now. Analyze Pollen could go and get an Overlord if that's in there. Any of the Overlords are amazing right now. Yep.
Everywhere. Get a card. And that's a real-life walking, talking Overlord, which also still gets the advantage from Zur, so.
Exactly.
Nice.
Still is hexproof, still has lifelink, still gets all the buffs.
Land for turn. Very pretty forest indeed. And we're swinging. I'm gonna animate that 7-power little incubation thing. It's Phyrexian now. It doesn't get the lifelink though from Zur.
Shucks.
Ah, shucks. That would be nice. But Devon's down to 4.
Yeah, but here we do have 6 power.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And there's a llama land. So if we have removal plus
Yeah.
land, that's game.
We don't even need the llama land because you can just activate the cage to get 7
Sure, yeah,
power.
yeah.
So, yeah, you can remove Xur, and Gray doesn't have anything here. Devin
GG.
O'Donnell might be able to sneak one out. The problem is Devin doesn't play a ton of removal. There's 3 more pieces of removal in the deck.
Yeah.
1 more Shelter by Ghost, 2 more Get Lost. And outside of that, those are his only outs. You can Collector's Cage into one of those cards as well, so you can kind of count those
Yeah.
as an out. But
That's pretty sick.
yeah, and honestly, I think that might have been a slight blunder if Gray doesn't have anything else, because she could have animated the Up the Beanstalk to get out of range.
Yeah.
So that leads me to believe she probably has something else.
So Xur has to block here if there's no removal from Gray's side of things.
Yes. Yeah, correct.
Okay.
And then if Xur does block, you can cage whatever one Xur blocks. Gray will go down to 4, and Xur will die.
But then there's still a massive creature and the Overlord.
Yeah, then there's 2 lethal threats. But Devin's deck is full of 2-for-1 creatures, you
Sure,
know?
Yeah.
So
certainly
we
would
will
have a follow-up.
see. This feels like Gray has something here, like a Leyline Binding.
That would be ideal, and it looks like we are tapping for a Leyline Binding. Indeed, yes. Trigger, draw a card, targeting the thing that'll probably kill Xur.
Yeah, so it kills that. It will become a 6/6, and now we'll have 3 lethal attackers.
Yeah.
Even if Devin O'Donnell can get some creatures to block, with Xur gaining the life here,
Yeah,
no way
that's rough.
no way he can come back from what 14 life that Gray can gain next turn. So we're
Yep,
all done here.
That's it. I mean, that would have been heckin' sweet if he could have pulled it off there, but,
Yeah.
you know, Gray had the answer in hand. Leyline Binding, cheapest chips at just 1 mana, courtesy of Domain and, you know, the Everywhere land, just being everything.
Yeah, no, that was a really, really nice game. So let's take a look at Devin O'Donnell's sideboard to start here. Some cards that I would think are a package deal and are really good in these style matchups is the Aven Interrupter with the Invasion of Gobakon. You just really want to just slow down Gray in any way possible. So try to stop her from having a timely Sunfall. Try to stop her from having Xur on a timely turn. Outside of that, I don't think I would really bring in too much. And here's the tough squeeze playing against Domain that I think we've all felt if you're playing in a competitive tournament is, well, removal spells stink against a deck like this. But, you know, you feel like you have to have some in there because these Overlords are still creatures.
Yeah.
You know, even if you hard cast them, Xur is a card where if you kill it while the enchantment is attacking and you take away the lifelink clause, you can sometimes attack back for lethal. So, you know, it is just a tough way to sideboard here for Devin. So then looking from Gray's sides quickly here for this matchup, I would see 2 more split ups coming in. Elspeth Smite. You could think about Authority of the Council, but I think that's really for just the hasty threat. So just the 2 sweepers for me, Ailey.
While the players are sideboarding, making their final decisions, just a big thank you once again to our sponsors for this weekend, Beckett and Dragon Shield. So whether you are wanting to trade your cards, get them sleeved, get them slabbed, our friends at Dragon Shield and Beckett have got you covered. A big thank you to these legends for sponsoring all of the SCG cons this year. So don't forget to order your Dragon Shield products right now on StarCityGames.com.
How do you get your cards slabbed? You know, what does that entail?
You send them to Beckett.
Okay.
They look at the card and they go, ah, yes, this is a good one. And then
Slab
if it's
it.
real good, then they stick it in some plastic for you. And then
Okay.
you can use it as a weapon if needs be.
I'm going to be calling Beckett immediately after this,
Yeah.
that's for sure. So next up is Innistrad Remastered here. If you love this set as much as I did, I absolutely love me some vampires, werewolves, and zombies. And one of our directors, Raph, is a huge fan of this set here.
Yeah.
Definitely loves the vampires, werewolves, and zombies. So you can make sure to pre-order this set from Star City Games if you want to be one of the first people to get your hands on these really, really cool cards. We got starcitygames.com/MTG/Innistrad Remastered to pick it up.
There's even more, Corey. What else can we order?
Oh, yes, this new set. If you want to drift your way into the newest set, we got Aether Drift coming. This is a set like we have really never seen. Have we? I mean, there's definitely going to be vehicles, that's for
Well,
sure.
I would hope so, given that Chandra is riding upon a flaming motorcycle-esque thing.
Yeah, this
You know.
this set seems really sweet. I bet it's going to interact. Vehicles are going to work really well with like survivor cards, stuff like that. I'm sure this set is going to be an absolute delight. So if you want to pre-order this set, go to starcitygames.com/mtg/Aetherdrift to pick this up. This set's got to be coming up soon.
It is.
Yeah.
In fact, we have a whole MagicCon around it in Chicago very
Yes.
soon, friend.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome. We'll see what kind of effect Standard or Aether Drift has on Standard here for the very next Pro Tour. But for now, we got to send 8 people to the Pro Tour.
Yes, we do. And I bet you they would love to be there, and they would love to go zooming into, you know, Magic history as the next world champion. Get your
Yeah.
name and your face on a Magic card, perhaps.
How
That'd
many
be pretty sweet.
How many car puns do you think we can get throughout the broadcast with Aether
Today,
Drift?
or Aether Drift?
Yeah,
Oh, man,
yeah.
we're going to have to start, like, writing now.
I think so. Let's start
Yeah.
preparing now for this Pro Tour, okay?
Okay, all right. Okay, Zoom is definitely one. Yep.
Yes, yes.
Yep.
Drift into a draft,
Drift,
you know?
yeah.
Like, yep.
Drifting, drafting, and I don't know, crafting if there's anything like that. Because we can have mechanics again.
Ooh,
Ah,
there you
yes.
go.
We're gonna be fixing some Hot Wheels, and no, wait, that's a completely different thing. Never mind. We'll workshop that.
Yeah, there we go. We'll figure it out. So, all right, these players getting started. Devin O'Donnell on the play. You know, I would think this matchup gets a little bit closer. You know, most of it, it's like, all right, Standard's very close. When you're on the play, you have a slight advantage. In this matchup, when you're on the play, maybe you're a 45% dog in the matchup compared to like a 30% favorite. You know, that's kind of how bad this matchup is for Doomwake here. So if Devin O'Donnell can win from this state, you know he's got to be jumping over the moon. And Gray, she definitely wants to just close this out and advance to 11-1-1.
Yeah.
And you got to be thinking at that point, probably
good for
win
the
one
top
more.
eight, yeah.
I would assume like going 2-1 from this spot, you're at least live.
Yep.
And if you go 3-0 from either of these players, you're in for sure.
Oh yeah. So we are underway here. Chet is making up some car puns for us. Thank you.
Keep it up. Yeah,
You
keep
guys
it
are
up.
great. Love ya. Malir Living Cure hits the board here. The first thing down, permanent-wise at least, non-land permanents, as Gray is just surveilling away some cards off the top of the library, but I think likes what she sees up there.
Yeah, and that's the problem with the domain decks. You know, once again, you're a 5-color deck, so you know your mana base can not always agree with you. Plus, you have a lot of tap lands, so the early part of the game is like, okay, I need to cast my spells, please. And oh, look at this. Devin O'Donnell gets to take a peek.
Invasion of Gob. I love this card.
Me too, but gets to take a peek and see that there's an Elspeth Smite.
Yeah.
So you're able to,
Beanstalk split up.
I mean, I think you just got to take the Elspeth Smite and then attack the Invasion of Gobakon. That seems like the first thing I want to do.
Oh, yeah.
Because then
Absolutely.
the Elspeth Smite is just basically dead because of the flip side of Gobakon.
So sweet.
Yeah.
Yeah, because then we get counters on our things. So
Exactly.
yeah, turning things sideways, killing that battle, flipping it over. Now we get to protect the team, get counters, and give them indestructible when needs be.
Still doesn't protect against Sunfall, so that's why that card is just still so good.
Yes, it is very good.
Exactly. And it's really fun to say.
Sunfall.
No, Invasion of Gobakon.
Oh, Invasion of Gobakon?
Yeah.
All the invasions are cool. Hey,
Yeah.
hey, Wizards, can we have some more battles, please? They were kind of cool.
They are pretty
and
cool.
we haven't seen any more.
They are really cool to get a new type.
Yeah.
You know, after the game's been around for so very long.
Yeah, we went battles, and then we went rooms. All the new, like the cases and stuff, they're sweet as well.
You know, it turns out the people at R&D, they're good at their job.
Yeah.
They're bringing us some cool stuff.
They really
cool
are.
toys.
Standard's great, Modern's great, Pioneer's great. Keep it up.
Exactly.
High fives. Ask for a raise because you guys deserve it. Here we go. We're splitting up some stuff. We are going to get Malira dead, hopefully, and Invasion of Gobakon is going to say, no thanks, not right now. I would like to keep my 4/4 swinging.
Invasion of Gobakon did do a really nice job there. Made this Elspeth Smite cost 3, got an extra counter on, and protected a creature. That's really all. And you get to see your opponent's information. So, I mean, for 2 mana there, that was an incredibly valuable card.
I've upset chat.
Did you?
Most of them are like, no, no more battles, please. They just want to retire from war. Okay, I see how it is. Anyway, let me stop upsetting our viewers. As we continue on, Sandstorm Salvager hits the board, brings along a friendly golem buddy dude guy bro face, and is going to be putting some counters on that soonish, I imagine.
So now we are protected from a Wrath decently because the creature can save the Salvager. Still not protected from a Sunfall if we were to draw it, but I don't remember that being in Gray's hand. I know we saw Beanstalk, and if worst case scenario, we have that to get the ball rolling a little bit to try to find one.
Beanstalk and Binding, I think, were the last two known cards in hand for Gray.
So then Gray will be put into a tough spot. Is this time, with just those two cards alone, is this time to slow down Devin O'Donnell and buy yourself some more time? Or is this time to start drawing some cards, try to get a little bit more greedy, and then start Leyline Binding when you can also draw a card, you know? So that's the tough spot for Gray. And then, of course, whatever other card she has as well.
What do we got there? Okay, there's a Plains. Are we missing green?
See, the hedge maze, I believe, there. Yep.
Is that a hedge? Oh, yes, there it is, hedge maze, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have.
Looks like we have 4 to domain, if I'm seeing right.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, tough to tell a little bit with those full art.
Yeah, the alternate arts are a bit tricky.
Because to be fair, if we had 4 to domain, I think Beanstalk plus Leyline Binding would have kind of been a slam dunk. So we'll see.
Missing one.
Maybe, absolutely.
Maybe missing red and black. What is the one above the hedge maze there?
Yeah, that might be blue-white. Okay, so blue-white, blue-green, white. Yep, so we're only 3 to domain. I thought it was a black-white.
Yeah, no, that's not. That's just a land. It's not. Doesn't it have basic land types?
Yeah. Okay, perfect.
Right, cool. So that makes sense.
Yeah. So another invasion of Gobakon here, forcing the hand of Gray.
Oh, boy, yeah. Targeting Malira.
And I like this play because, you know, taking 8 here is really, really bad. So making sure to just shrink the battlefield and get that going with invasion on the stack. Definitely the thing you want to be doing. I'm sure this evasion is going to die to this golem as well. But, you know, Gray still just has a solid hand now.
Yep.
And remember, these cards are not gone. They just cost 2 extra.
Yes.
So next turn, for 5 mana, you can cast Split Up. But the flip side of Invasion of Gobakon can prevent against that as well.
Yeah. So Devin's doing a really good job here of keeping control of things where, you know, Gray is playing the control deck, but this tokens list has taken on that role quite nicely here. Just keeping the removal spells at bay and, you know, having an answer for them when they are castable. Yeah,
exactly. The aggro versus the multiple wrath dynamics, when you can look at your opponent's hand and you can have a counter spell, something like that, you know, that really helped out the aggressive decks historically over time. But, you know, Gray doing a great job at minimizing the amount of damage here.
Beans, 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 beans. Drawing cards on this very stream. I don't know why.
That was pretty good.
Yeah,
pretty good.
We're just, I don't know.
Beautiful.
It's that time of day. We're just going to start serenading our cards as they hit the board because we love to see it. So hopefully a follow-up here. What is this cavern going to name? I wonder, will we see Avatar? Will we see Wizard? Human is the name, so that is our friend Zur.
Yeah, it's always either human or Avatar, you know. Really whatever you need. I guess there is an Atraxa here if you really need black mana for that, but for the most part, trying to help Zur get cast whenever you can find it.
Yeah. Zur is the trickiest thing to cast, which is kind of funny.
Yeah.
But, you know, you typically don't want to play him on turn 3.
Definitely.
You want him to have things to do as soon as he hits the board. So.
Zur is a 5-drop.
Yeah, sure is. Just stick that text. He's got commander text, just pre-built in, you know?
Pretty much, yeah. So here is a gigantic attack, plus this array is going to boost these creatures. So you have the Elspeth Smite to do something here.
Cool, cool, cool. So that'll deal with Malira at least.
Yep.
What's that, 6 power coming in otherwise?
6 power, and then it's going to grow to 8 power next turn. So that's 14. So that is short of a 2-turn clock, so Devin will need a little bit more.
Llama.
Yeah, Llama Land would be great. Not having to extend into a possible Sunfall. Well, meanwhile, Gray's already like, okay, I either have the Sunfall and it's going to be great, or hoping that it's on
Okay.
top. But
No Llama Land.
But this isn't lethal, like I was
Not
saying,
yet,
so
no.
no matter what Gray looks like, she'll have a couple of turns here where, number one, you can cast Split Up at least.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to get countered essentially with the array, but then your next Split Up is online.
Yeah.
But so far, Devin O'Donnell has done a great job with these invasions, making everything
sweet,
just
man.
really difficult for Gray.
I really do like this card.
And Devin O'Donnell could also have an Aven Interrupter.
Yeah.
Aven Interrupter is just GG if she goes for something like a Sunfall.
Yeah, just flash a creature, adding
Yeah.
some more power to the board. Like, yeah, this is going to be a bit of a tricky turn to navigate here for Gray.
Yeah,
If she wants to make this a clean 2-0.
And Aven Interrupter gets around the uncounterable clause, you know?
Mhm.
So Aven Interrupter can hit this Zur and win the game, essentially, if there's no other follow-up from Gray.
There it is.
Yep.
Aven Interrupter hits the board and is going to say, no, thank you. So now this is cool because, yes, Zur is uncounterable, but Aven Interrupter just exiles the spell. It's not saying
Exactly.
counters or anything like that. It's just going, nope, thank you.
Yep.
Off you go.
So right now, the only way Gray can win, well, never mind, but the only way she could have survived is with a Leyline Binding, some kind of exile
Yeah.
effect. So, all right,
That was
game number
sick.
3.
GG, Devin excellently played there and was just in the driver's seat the entire time, you feel.
Yeah, 100%. Absolutely.
Played that very, very nicely indeed.
Now-
So, game 3, what
now-
do?
Now this will definitely be Gray Payne's game to lose. You know,
Mhm.
already this is a great matchup, but when she's on the play and can, you know, cast a Beanstalk into the Green Overlord, that's kind of the absolute nut draw that these domain decks can have. It just turns on everything. Your whole deck's set up. Plus you get an everywhere land, you get to draw a card.
Mhm.
That's what you want to have as your start. And that's before Devin can really put any pressure. So most of the time, the games that Devin wins is he gets a fast start, doesn't give Gray the time to do some setup.
Yep.
But when she's on the play, the Selesnya deck is just not as fast by any means as like the Gruul decks, Mono Red, stuff like that.
Alrighty. So, friends, if you enjoy what you have seen this weekend so far, you should come and check out our upcoming SCG cons. The next one is going to be in Portland, February 7 to 9. That's not too far away. It is going to be the regional championship, but you don't just have to play in that. Well, if you're qualified for it, I hope you do. But there's going to be plenty of other side events to go and check out, so do come join us in Portland. I believe we will both be there, Corey.
Yes, we will. And if you're not going to be, playing in person on Portland, you're going to want to watch that
Yeah.
broadcast. Modern after the unbans of Mox Opal and a bunch Splinter Twin. I mean, come on. I mean, everyone loves Splinter Twin. It's going to be really exciting. Everyone loved it for the first week, and then they're like, okay, I get it. This is our other regional championship. The United States regional championships have split into 2 because, well, they're gigantic, and, they're giving us some extra treats here down in the USA. So this is going to be another gigantic tournament. Both events will have $20,000 up top, as well as a bunch of invites to the Pro Tour. If you want to be in either Portland or Charlotte, go to starcitygames.com/SCGCon. This will be March 7th to the 9th, my birthday weekend. So going to be a fun one.
Are you expecting presents?
From you, yeah.
Maybe I just
What are you
won't
getting
go
me?
to that one then.
To get on a present. Don't worry, I'll give you my address. You can mail it there. So
Oh, fine.
if you want to also play in the regional championship after that, this next one's going to be in SCG Minneapolis here, May 2nd to the 4th. Once again, starcitygames.com/SCGCon. Going to be another fun one there.
Nice.
And it won't be too cold. It's in May. So, it'll be a little
Nice.
better.
Seems like someone caused split up on the regional championships, don't they?
Yeah, there we go.
We
Genius.
get so many.
Genius.
Awesome sauce. Well, one thing these players currently in our feature match area will be aiming for as we see the next one here in May 16 to 18 as SCG Hartford, another regional championship. These players are going to be looking to skip all of those regional championships and just go straight to the Pro Tour, because top 8 here, Pro Tour.
Exactly.
Neat.
But they can still play in the
why
in the
not?
RC.
Just win some more.
I mean, yeah, you just get to win a lot of money. So,
Yeah.
here we go.
Wee, Beanstalk time. Whoa, but Devin, importantly, has the Llanowar Elves, so try and skip ahead a little bit here, as it were.
They both
and
have the
keep
nut
up.
draws. Yeah,
Yeah.
these are the best either deck can do.
Paw, Pets, Recruit, Bunny, Wabbits, go! Woo! Yes. Okay, we got 3 creatures on the board now. We hopefully, for Gray's side of things, we want a Sunfall or a split up or something just to get rid of these idiots.
Green Overlord is the best she can do. That is
Yeah,
this
nice.
this 1-2 punch. When this got spoiled, everyone's like, "Ah, well, this is going to be the best thing in Standard." And it's just absolutely incredible. Going up the Beanstalk into Overlord, and I think we were all shocked right away that this drew a card. The Impending allowed you to draw a card. And this is the best start that she can have.
Absolutely.
And now, from here on out, Devin has to be afraid of Sunfall. So
yes.
this could easily be a spot where he's like, okay, I only have 4 power in play. I don't have the luxury to like leave up mana for Aven and Ruptor for the rest of the game. So this might be the turn where Devin's like, you know what, I got to extend for one more turn and just pray she doesn't have it. Or he plays really defensive, and then that could also run afoul of, okay, you didn't put enough pressure on, she didn't have it, then she draws into it later. So this is the tough spot from the token style deck against Control, and he decides to play defensive.
You know, when a Llanowar Elf turns sideways, things aren't going according to plan.
Yeah. Or he very much for sure has an Aven Interrupter and is not going to need that 4th mana.
Well, fingers crossed here for Devin O'Donnell as the turn passes back. 5th land hitting the board here will spell bad news indeed. Split up is a potential without the 5th, but with that Beanstalk, up the Beanstalk down, you can imagine that this hand is just going to keep getting refilled every single turn.
Yeah, just looking at the cards that are brutal for Devin, Biza, Day of Judgment, Split Up, Sunfall, any of the Overlords, Zur, Leyline Binding.
So, now we're going to see Overlord of the Mistmoors hit the board. So here comes some critters just to play defense against these Whittle Angry Wabbits.
This is another just great play. Let's see. Okay, so this one did get Aven Interrupter. You do still get to draw a card, which is nice.
So Birdie on the board here. That'll prevent the blockers from happening. So here's some of the pressure that you were hoping to see from Devin, Corey.
Yep, absolutely. And yeah, this is a great start from Devin for sure. The thing is this Overlord, you know, can just be cast next turn, and it gets to be cast for the big side, you know?
Yeah.
So plotting that is kind of rough. Yeah.
The big side. You're not wrong. I think it's also the spookiest of the Overlords, if I'm honest.
Oh, yeah, it looks very menacing.
Yeah.
Very, very menacing.
Spindly little legs. You know, at least this Overlord of the Hauntwoods has the decency to put on a cloak or something, right?
Yeah, and realistically, it's definitely the best one, too. I mean, the Green Overlord with Beanstalk, that combo is amazing, but Overlord of the Mistmoor just by itself is just the best one. It impacts the battlefield so much.
Yeah.
It's truly incredible.
Looks like he's got bandages on him. Oh, he's got antlers. I just noticed that. Probably not attached to his head, just some smoky things, but that's cool.
They're all terrifying.
Invasion of Gobakhan. Let's take a look in Gray's hand here. Anything in response? Do we have a Leyline Binding to try and get one of these creatures off the board? Or, I don't know, even the Leyline? The Invasion?
Yeah.
Is that weird?
Slightly. It's definitely interesting. And one interaction that may not be super intuitive is the Invasion of Gobakhan exiles a card.
Yes.
So then the Aven Interrupter also makes that card cost 2 more. So the Invasion's going to make it cost 2 more, and then the Interrupter costs 2 more. So if Devin O'Donnell exiles a 5-drop, let's say, it would cost 9. Because the Aven Interrupter worked favorably with Invasion of Gobakhan. Kind of a combination here.
That's kind of gross.
Yep, it is kind of gross. But if you do deal with the Aven Interrupter, then that clause goes away.
Okay.
Yeah. So, like, the Overlord will cost 2 next turn to be able to cast. And whatever this card is that gets taken, like, let's say it's Herd Migration, you know, that card is going to cost 11.
What's that? Smite, we go. It's a
Herd
Migration. I think it's another Overlord there.
And another Overlord.
Yeah, I think so. So, okay, so it wasn't that weird to take the Invasion because, yeah, if we got a free swing there on that, then that's just protection against a board wipe, which, you know, we don't have in hand now for Gray, but we're hoping like heck to draw.
Yeah. Yep. 100%. So takes that. It's going to be a little confusing there.
Oh boy.
as only one of them has the 2 counters,
Yeah.
essentially. So one costs 2 to bring out, and the other one will cost a whopping 11. But next turn's going to be great for Gray.
Yeah.
It's going to start with, no matter what, Devin doesn't have an answer to a 2-mana Overlord. That's going to draw her a card. Or, God forbid, she top decks Sunfall, and then it's just GG.
Yeah. Or even split up.
Yeah.
There are answers.
Yeah, this is the spot where Devin's just like, well, if you have it.
I am in a bit of a pickle.
Yeah. And I think just getting clarification on exactly how these cards work.
Yeah. So the Avid Interrupter forces things from exile to cost 2 more, irrespective of what they are. And then Invasion of Gobakon got a thing, but then got God.
Yeah, but
So-
still has that clause.
Yep.
Yep. Because that one's not a static ability from the invasion. That one just gives that card that thing. So here's the Overlord for 2 mana. Get to draw a card. You get 2 1s, and this was the cost of Aven Interrupting the Overlord. So I loved, even if Gray, had other plays to do, that she played that, impended that Overlord last turn, because it is a true cost to interrupt that.
Jeez. Okay, we got a ball game here, friends.
Definitely. I would still say huge advantage to Gray.
Yeah, I think, as good of a job that Devin is doing to dismantle her hand here,
Yeah.
she has the answers this time around. It looks
Yeah.
so different from game 2, where she just couldn't react or respond to anything that Devin was doing, in essence.
Yeah, and if this Aven Interrupter dies, then 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so still wouldn't be able to cast the Overlord yet. Would still be a little bit behind on that, but
Yep.
we know she has an Elspeth Smite to do some damage in combat. We know this Overlord's coming off. She has a Herd Migration as well with an Everywhere land, so at any point she can make 5 3/3s and draw a card. Like, her expression doesn't necessarily scream excited and happy, but I think on the inside she's like, how on earth could I lose this game? She's got a stranglehold over it so far.
Sure does. Devin on the other side of things is thinking, how the heck do I win this game?
Yeah.
And it starts with an Overlord of the Mistborns.
Yep.
Okay, all right. So I see your Overlord and raise you my own. So 2 buddies joining his side of the battlefield.
Except his cost 2 more, didn't come with the Overlord in play, and didn't draw him a card like Gray's. So,
Sure did not.
yeah.
Yeah. Gray's got them beans. I've heard they're good for your heart.
I think so, yeah. Everyone's all about them beans.
We need a toe beans card. So the next cat-related set.
Okay.
I want toe beans.
Toe beans? Okay. All right.
Just putting a request in. while
There
I
we
can.
go. Formal request there has been made.
Alrighty. Attacky time? Yes. Okay, so Overlord swinging on in. Gonna make 2 more friends. The Flyers getting frisky too.
Okay, the attacking with the 2 1s would just be if I'm sitting across from Gray and I'm in this game, I'd be like, well, that's not good.
No.
That would scream a Sunfall. And Sunfall, when you have Overlords that are just about to come off impending, feels like cheating.
Yeah, sure does.
This-
It's your investment you're waiting
Yeah.
to have paid out.
And if Sunfall comes here, the sun might be falling on Devin O'Donnell for this round. And okay.
Okay, no, we're just going for it. We're
Yeah.
just turning things sideways and getting this game done. So Gray is racing. We're going to get some 3/3s on this board, and Devin O'Donnell has an insurmountable task ahead of him.
Okay, then maybe attacking with one of those extra 2 1s might have been a little ambitious. As the only way I think Devin wins this game is by, maybe boosting the team with the Flyers, clearing out the flying blockers. It still looks totally fine, but I think that's the only consideration is maybe leave one of the Flyers back, but otherwise I like this getting super aggressive.
Yeah.
And she's just ready to close this out next turn with putting 15
That
power
is
in.
it. Devin O'Donnell extends the hand. Gray Payne improves her record to 11 wins.
Yeah, and 11
Wowza.
and 11 1-1 is a big difference here than 11 and 2.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because once she gets to that spot where she's in the later rounds, you know what? We got 3 rounds left.
Yeah.
Or 2 rounds left after this. Yeah.
Yeah.
2 rounds left after this. She might already be in. You know, there is a chance with 2 losses that she is still in. So any Grey Pain fans out there might have someone in the top 8 to root for. For sure, one more win and she's in though. Yeah.
Alrighty, friends. Well, before we continue with our next matchup, just want to say thank you so much for joining us. It's been great to have you here with us. We do have a backup match for you, which I believe is ready to rock and roll. So let's jump in there and see who else is getting one step closer to cracking that top 8. It is Eli Swafford versus Zhao Li. We saw Eli. Ugh, I've got to get this so wrong. It's Mani. Mani did it earlier. Elias Swafford on Azorius Oculus. This is a sweet deck versus Azorius Aggro. So 2 extremely different builds, but similar colors.
I blame Eli Cassis. You
I
know,
do, yeah.
Yep, absolutely.
Why does he have to be the different one? Honestly.
So I think like all of y'all that we saw Eli earlier playing, I audibly yelled at the monitor when he surveilled an Oculus into the graveyard and helping handed it on turn 2 earlier on in coverage.
I saw that too.
That was unbelievable. So yeah, both these players at 11 and 1. So looking great so far. With Azorius Aggro, one of the relatively new decks, and you know, the Azorius Oculus decks that is relatively old at this point,
Yeah.
but still can do some powerful stuff. Ironically, Eli Cassis also played this deck at the Pro Tour. So
This deck was very, very sweet indeed.
yep, exactly.
That Finding the Third Path tech that him and who's it, Shota Yasuoka?
Shota Yasuoka,
also found
yep.
it. Yeah, like, jeez.
Some decent players, I guess.
Yeah, you know, they're pretty
Yeah.
good. Pretty good. So, let's have a look here at these lists as our players get things underway. We've got our Floodpits Drowner and our Siren, so a nice little 1-2 punch going here for Zhao.
Yep. And a nice solid start. We'll see what this third turn's going to bring as far as a follow-up, but this Azorius Aggro deck definitely just has a lot of threats, a lot of flash threats as well. And this
Sure
list
does.
looks cool, you know, trying to be able to play. You still get Enduring Curiosity.
Nice.
You have
Ooh.
Fey Bloom tricks, and there it is. Oculus coming back already. And, or not coming back
Soon,
already,
though.
but it's there. Yeah.
This turn. Found the helping hand off of the Free the Fae. Oculus in the bin too. Man, this card is just, it's so difficult to deal with because
Yeah.
if you're tapped out when it hits the board, even on your upkeep, it's found a replacement.
Yeah.
You know?
And honestly, looking, you know, we're of course in the post-board games, but main deck, there's just no way to deal with an Oculus besides 3 Shelter by Ghost, and like you said, you'd already get value.
Yeah.
Post-board, there is Protect the Negotiator, so we have some counter spells available here
Yeah.
from the aggro side.
And Zhao does have 3 mana up, so, you know, hopefully an answer to this nonsense Fey Bloom trick, though, is going to be presented.
Yeah, and no Oculus in play here, though, so Eli did not have the great draw to be able to get everything going here, and that puts a huge, huge advantage with this aggressive start.
Yeah. Zhao has a map token, too, just to shore up draws a little bit if needs be. So where do we go to from here?
And we'll see if there's any kind of follow-up. Ideally, what you want to be doing after you just put in 2 1/1 blue flyers, you want to slam an Enduring Curiosity and just draw 4 cards here.
Yes, please.
But Eli does have 2 mana available, a plethora of things that can happen, but we'll see if Zhao is going to flash that into play.
Here come the little critters, so no pre-combat or no before damage effects. So this is kind of a sweet spot that Zhao's in because he's able to apply pressure while still keeping up some interaction if that's what he's deciding to do here.
Yep, absolutely. And, you know, this deck, Azorius Aggro, it is kind of Demir Aggro in a hat.
Yeah.
You know, it gets to play all those blue elements that Demir has. You have to sacrifice Kaito for some of these other cards, which sometimes are less exciting. Shelter by Ghost probably being the best white card that really gives you a big advantage against the red decks. So I think that's the exchange you have right now. And, you know, Kaido and Spot Removal haven't looked very good in the face of all these new decks that have been coming out, Selesnya tokens, the Pixie decks. So Oculus time though, Ailey.
Oh yeah, Recommission bringing that back, and no response from Zhao, so curious to see what happens on the end step.
Yeah, there's Destroy Evil in the post-board configuration. But no, just a
making
Mirex.
a Might?
Ugh.
Ah, that sucks.
Yeah, that's not great.
No.
Eli is like, yes, I'm in.
That was not on my bingo card. It was on the board, but not on my bingo card. Oof. Alrighty, so we have a 2-2 friendo here alongside this Oculus and a big old flyer in the air. So even this evasive attack that we saw from Zhao last turn, it's not really possible unless he's willing to sacrifice some of his creatures.
Yep. And that being said, there is a lot of sorcery speed pieces of removal that Zhao has. Just 4 Shelter by Ghost are in the 75, so, you know, if you want to go for that. But, man, it's still really brutal with 2 mana open.
Yeah.
You got to be feeling really scared of a lot of stuff. You know, there's counter spells, which maybe aren't the biggest deal, Phantom Interference, but there's soul partitions that Eli could have, as well as, yeah, it looks like just soul partitions, but there is 3 of them.
Yeah.
Or Get Lost. Yep. So there's 5 total cards in the 75 that Eli could have that is just a complete blowout right now.
How do we deal with this big ol' eyeball? Anyone got lemon juice? It's pretty effective against an eyeball.
Is there a card named Allergies? Never a fan of that.
Pocket sand. Oh my. All right, well, you know, Zhao's just like, well, screw it. Turn things sideways, see what happens.
Yeah.
The Oculus is going to block the biggest thing, which is the Flood Pit's Drowner, so that'll die. Another little Might's going down. 3 damage coming in, down to 8 goes Eli.
That's an uphill battle to fight for sure when you're up against the Oculus that is undoubtedly always the biggest creature on the battlefield. Okay, that attack makes a lot of sense then. Negate and no counterspell back. Ooh, that was huge.
I just died inside a little bit.
Let's see if there's a Shelter by Ghost or something. There is not. So big game here. Eli gets to untap with the Oculus, and that is always just an absolute dagger.
I'm still trying to recover from that. I don't know how he's still upright.
Yeah.
Board wipe, counterspell, nothing to protect that counterspell.
Cry.
From that
yes.
yeah. Cry. Sadness goes on the stack and resolves, unfortunately. And now Eli is turning things sideways, feels pretty darn comfortable indeed to just smack you for 8. Down to 11 goes Zhao. He's got 4 creatures on the board, but Eli's going to get another one just for free.
And I want to remind everyone here, this is more than likely a win and in.
Yeah.
You know, being at 12-1, being at 12-1, you can try to get 2 draws. You can lose one and then get a draw. More than likely, that's usually about what the math works out at a tournament this scale.
Crikey. Lockdown as well, just getting rid of all of the little idiots. Here's another buddy, just replacing the one that got. Eli is in the driver's seat, and he is just putting foot. He wants to get this game over.
Oh, yeah. Impressive stuff, you know? And this just shows how awesome Standard is.
Yeah.
We're seeing 2 Azorius decks, number 1. Like, already, that's pretty cool because they're wildly different. And, you know, we saw the Azorius Omniscience deck, too. Another wildly different Azorius deck, so we have that kind of depth within the color pool. But also, Azorius Oculus is a deck that if you would have asked, you know, some pros before this, be like, nah, that deck fell off, it's bad.
Yep.
You know, and here we go. We see it as our tournament leader more than likely here. Just shows how awesome a good rotating Standard format is.
Well, Zhao said, I see your Oculus, and I'd like to borrow it, please. Mockingbird. Another awesome addition to these aggressive strategies, being able to pick the best thing on the board and become it. So
Yeah, that's pretty sweet.
Yeah, that is cool.
That's really sweet.
It's a glimmer of hope in an otherwise unwinnable situation.
Yeah, I was like, God, I was kind of thinking to myself, why did Oculus fall out? And then Mockingbird comes on the stack. I was like, oh, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because that card's everywhere right
Yeah,
now.
it's sweet. Get Lost, though, is going to get rid of the bird. Still leaves behind a friend, but now the skies are clear. And there's another one that is going to be enough to take out the game. Eli Swafford just, oh, man, 2 eyeballs
Yeah.
just flying in.
That was brutal. That's always demoralizing. Like, you're like, all right, I just got to deal with this one Oculus. Then I just got a couple of grizzly bears to deal with. No problem. And then they're like, Huarijin, Oculus, GG. You know, like, what can you do? So, yeah, impressive stuff. That's probably our first person going to the Pro Tour.
Oh boy, that was super, super sweet. And I feel so bad for Zhao, but that was an absolute beating.
It really was. It looked like right when we started that game, it looked pretty decent for Zhao, you know. But, yeah, really was an absolute beating pretty much from the beginning. But, yeah, sounds like we're ready for break, though, because I want to see more Magic after
Yes,
this.
so let's go and refresh, go get yourselves a beverage. We'll see you very shortly after this for more action. What's cracking, everybody? Hello and welcome back to Magic Spotlight Foundations here in Atlanta, Georgia. I'm Ailey Loney alongside Corey Baumeister, and we still have a few more rounds before we determine our top 8. But Corey,
Yeah.
something I'm interested in is to finally see, because I haven't seen it yet, the metagame from
Yes.
yesterday to today.
Yeah, let's see this new metagame here is kind of the conversion of what changed a lot. And
This is day 1, okay.
yeah, so this is the day 1 metagame.
Yes.
We've seen this quite a few times. Demir up top. Then we have Gruul followed by Golgari. And just a very widespread metagame. So let's check out the next one here. Okay, so Demir
Okay.
improved, Gruul improved. Everything looks about the same except Esper Pixie skyrocketed. There
Yeah.
were only 70 of those decks.
Half of them made it.
Exactly. Half of them making it is really impressive. Domain got a big boost. Mono White got a big boost. And you know what kind of went down? It looks like all the other red decks that weren't Gruul.
Yeah.
All the people that
Damn.
decided, I want to play Boros because I like burn spells more. I just want to play Mono Red because I like Screaming Nemesis. They seem to have not done as well. Also, Golgari had quite a bad day. That one doesn't surprise me too much. And then Selesnya tokens and Oculus both got a boost as well. So, yeah, really, really nice metagame shift
Nice.
if you're trying to pick a deck here going forward in Standard.
Very cool indeed. No surprise to see Demir midrange and Gruul aggro still doing pretty well, and we are seeing those at our top tables still. So likely going to see a couple of those in the top 8.
Yeah.
But you know what, Corey? I would love to see something a little different.
Yeah.
Something with a bit more spice.
You want some spice?
Yeah.
Do you want to see a spicy standings page first?
I would love to.
All right.
Sure, let's do that.
There we go.
Here is our standings as they, well, I guess, stand. Scott McNamara with Demir Enchantments. We've got Eli Swafford as well there. Oculus, 12-1, leading our tournament here. In third, we've got we've got Grey Pain. And fourth, Nathan Andress on Mono White tokens. So,
Yeah, you know, I'm sorry though, Ailey. I gotta interrupt
what?
you. Like,
What?
I just saw what our feature match is, and forget all the standing stuff. We need to get the next matchup here
there's
because
numbers.
nope, forget the
Oh,
numbers.
okay.
We're about to show you my favorite deck, y'all.
Yes.
I'm like jumping out of my seat. I'm so excited.
Otters!
It's Ray Zhang, and yes, Teamer Otters is gonna make an appearance here on the feature match for basically the first time. And anyone who's not familiar with Ray Zhang, they are an incredible Magic player, a part of the team of Sanctum for All. And if you have ever been following the Magic Online challenge results, it's basically a top 7 with Ray Zhang.
Yep.
Like, Ray Zhang has just been in every single top 8, dominating with Otters. It doesn't seem like anybody else can win with the deck because it's not doing very well. But Ray Zhang,
I mean,
CFTSC Online is always dominating, and that
Yep.
is a combo for the sake of combo, which is just a great Magic Online name.
Ray is an excellent player. Combo for the sake of combo epitomizes their playstyle entirely. So I believe the players are ready to rock and roll. So we're going to jump into this feature match. It is Ray Zhang versus Grey Pain. So, Teamer Otters, Domain Control. Who is going to win this one? Let's go.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is another huge match. Basically, this is looking like a very potential win-in. If you win this, you start to take a look at the standings, and you can maybe start drawing in. So huge match for both of these players. And yeah, we just saw Grey Pain here on the feature match. Did
last
some
round.
good work. Let's see if she can do it again.
Oopsie. Let's get those cards back in hand there. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. And Bushwhack went and found a land. I love that there's now a, I'm going to find a land or I'm going to beat you to death
Yeah.
on one drop.
Yeah,
It's pretty great.
It is really strong for this deck because most of the time with Otters, you also need a lot of spells once you start comboing off. So it's a split card of being a land or, yeah, it starts clearing out some creatures pretty well in the early game against like Gruul or something where you got to control the battlefield.
And one thing I also love about Ray is how fast they play. I remember watching, I think it was like a secondary feature match at one of the last Pro Tours.
Yeah.
Her against Javier, and they were running short on time.
Yeah.
You would swear they were playing like the Blitz chess equivalent of
Yes.
Magic. It was so fast. I was
Oh,
like,
yeah.
I'm glad you guys know what's going on, because I don't.
Yeah, Ray always knows their deck up and down, left and right, and is always playing some kind of combo deck that is very confusing to everyone else.
Yes.
And you're like, I don't know if I want to play this deck, and then they make it look so good.
Yeah.
And this is my favorite deck to play by far. I, by no means, know how to play it as well, and also it's just incredibly tough to sideboard with.
Yep.
And Ray Zhang's sideboard is always shifting and always changing to adjust to the metagame. Like, for instance, Ray just has 3 Llanowar Elves in the sideboard.
Yeah.
I mean,
I have never seen Llanowar Elves on the sideboard before.
exactly. You haven't even seen Llanowar Elves in the main in this deck. I did try it right away, and it just wasn't that good because it's not an Otter, rat or whatever, but there's got to be some matchups where it's needed.
Yeah, why bring in the mana dorks when you can just make your own with Enduring Vitality?
Exactly.
Thundertrap Trainer was rescued there by this town in Big Enough. Elspeth Smite was attempting to take care of it on Grey Pain's side of things, but it has returned. So let's see if we can start getting this combo going off. You'll have to explain it as soon as the key pieces are found.
Yeah, absolutely. The TLDR is Enduring Vitality, Valley Flood Caller, and just a bunch of Otters and Rats with your Song of Totentons, being able to add mana. Each spell untaps them. You get infinitely large creatures. You can bounce, and then when you tie the room together with This Town Ain't Big Enough and the Storm Chaser's talent.
Oh, that's so funny, yeah. And Song of Totentons giving haste as well, so you just essentially pay a bunch of mana and get free creatures.
Yeah, and the nice thing is when you have Enduring Vitality, your Song of Totentons basically nets you -1 mana. That's it, because they have haste. They can just add mana. So when you have Enduring Vitality is the best card in the deck. So once you get that going, your deck just gets supercharged.
And now, how has this deck changed from about 3 or 4 weeks ago at this point now? It's actually a little longer than that because it was Storm Chaser's talent alongside This Town Ain't Big Enough. That's where I first saw that combo of cards from Team Sanctum of All.
Yeah, Team Sanctum of All brought this to the World Championship. Didn't have necessarily the greatest tournament there. There were still some decent finishes. But outside of that, the deck hasn't changed too much from then. We have basically the biggest change I'm noticing is you went from 2 Questing Druids to all 4 in the main deck to get some extra card advantage. And you took out some of the kind of one of the cute cards down to 1 Beanstalk as well. But for the most part, the main deck can't really adjust too much. It is just a combo deck that needs its core pieces.
I do see the Burst Lightning joining the fray there from Foundation, so that's pretty cool.
Yep, Burst Lightning, and I think it was kind of a question for me when we were at the World Championship is this deck going to adopt Llanowar Elf? And turns out it just wasn't good enough, at least for the main deck, but...
Yep.
So there's the Analyze Pollen here from Gray. This is always a really, really nice addition to what the domain decks have become now. Ever since the Analyze Pollens came in, I think the deck's got a lot more consistent and a lot better. And now Zur is ready to go for next turn as long as there is a land, a black source, it looks like, to then animate the Overlord. But the thing is, when Gray does that, that's the turn where Ray's just like, okay, instead, I'll win the game. Is that cool? Okay. For what it's worth, I think this is a good matchup for Otters. But what isn't?
I don't know. We'll have to ask Ray.
It's an Otters world. We're just all living in it.
I'm cool with that. I, for one, welcome our Otter Overlords. They should fight the Avatar. Anyway. Alrighty, Thundertrap Trainer. Gonna get in for... a little tickle of damage?
Yep, just 1 here. And the kind of reason why I think this is a bit of a rough matchup for Domain is Domain has a lot of sorcery speed removal, and Ray can flash in the Valley Flood Caller at end step and then just win the very next turn where Sunfall doesn't really do anything.
Yeah.
Leyline Binding is excellent as it deals with Enduring Vitality straight away, but outside of that, not the best matchup for Gray.
Let's see, where are we going here? Bringing out the Questing Druid, who was on an adventure. Nope, deciding against that. Going for instead the Analyze the Pollen.
Yep, Analyze the Pollen, really good at, once again, being another one of these 1-mana green spells to get a land, so you can play a really low land count. You have 2 forests, 2 islands, 1 mountain as your basics, so that's one thing you always have to keep in mind is you only have 5 basics, so your Bushwhacked, your Analyze Pollens, you got to be wary of it. But for the most part, late game, Analyze Pollens go get you one of the combo pieces like Valley Flood Caller or Enduring Vitality, but it comes at a cost. You do have to usually exile the This Town Ain't Big Enough from the yard, so you also have to have that on your mind. You have to have so many things on your mind when you're playing Team Marauders. It's a very tough deck to play.
You seem to be quite the fan of it, as you literally almost did jump out of your seat when they announced the the feature match.
I love it so much. It's so fun. It's Teamer Breach and Standard for anybody who loves that modern deck, so.
Right now, taking a pause, having a think. As Great takes her turn. Up the beanstalk. Is gonna hit the board here, and we're going to draw a couple cards. Let's see if we can get anything going here. Gray hasn't really seemingly done anything at this point.
Yep, looks like we didn't have land 5, you know, basically a cavern to be able to Zur an Overlord. And now Ray has the ability of end step. This town ain't big enough. Can either bounce the 2 permanents on their side, or can bounce one of Gray's permanents, but bouncing a questing druid and a trainer is just so much value.
That
so
seems,
much value.
Yeah, it's pretty good, and we know Ray definitely likes value, so is there a response here from Gray? 3 mana available. What can she do to answer this?
Yeah, it feels bad, you know, to just even kill one of these creatures, just because in general the creatures are so bad.
Yeah.
they really are. The creatures are not ideal. Looks like Ray did a bit of a head shake there, so they weren't necessarily happy with that line. Maybe miscounted the domain.
Perhaps, yeah.
Yep. Still okay though. Got the questing druid back.
Yep. Can still dig for more cards.
Yep. But I mean, yeah, this deck's so hard to play that it's hard to play it perfectly. And if anyone does it, plays it perfectly, it's definitely Ray.
9 times out of 10, definitely.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
I would say 99 times out of 100.
Okay.
You know?
Very good. Yeah, there are plenty of rounds of Magic here this weekend. We had 9 rounds yesterday. We saw the players sitting undefeated make some, you know, pretty trivial errors in the end of it. But
we call those interesting plays.
Interesting plays, yes. It's, yeah, you know, but we were chatting to them afterwards. You know, they just had a good chuckle about it. It's like, yeah, I've never seen that happen before. That's the first time, and it was on camera. It's like, yep, it was pretty great. Anyway. Turn passes back now to Gray. She untaps. Where can she go from here? Has 5 lands. Would love to find some ramp or just a way to interact with the things that Ray's doing.
Yeah, and what Ray's play kind of screams to me, at least, is end step, Seek the Beast, and Valley Floodcaller. Otherwise, you would probably want a questing druid during your turn to be able to cast something else. So that's what I would assume we're going to set up. And, you know, it is not out of the realm to then win the game the next turn with that sequence here from Ray.
Just got to hope the top of the deck plays nicely.
Okay. Nope, no Valley Floodcaller there is really unfortunate. But has the Storm Chaser's talent, so at any point, a nice slow thing to do is play the Storm Chaser's talent, level up, go get Analyze the Pollen, collect evidence, and then get a combo piece. That's always on the table. But right now, Ray Zhang doesn't have any pressure coming their way from Gray. And so we're going to probably see Ray just go for as many value plays over and over and over again until Ray just naturally draws into some of the combo pieces or until there's a clock presented.
The longer the game goes, the more the advantage bar swings towards Ray Zhang. Analyze the Pollen in hand there, I spied.
Okay. So there is one of the combo pieces. And you really don't want to expose an Enduring Vitality until it's the turn you're tapping your Otters and stuff for mana, as that's your most important thing to not get exiled. But if you're playing against a deck that has spot removal, like Go for the Throat or something, you get to jam that one out there because it, as an enchantment, you're like, yes, absolutely. So there's the Get Lost to deal with the Storm Chaser's talent. That just shows how amazing Storm Chaser's talent is in this matchup, or in this deck, I should say, that you're killing the enchantment that already gave you a creature because it's that important. So seeing what Gray wants to do here for a follow-up, looks like we still possibly don't have Zur mana. Okay, there is Zur mana. Cavern to be able to play Zur and then animate the Overlord or the Leyline is really excellent.
Oh, Day of Judgment. If there's a this town is big enough, now is the best time for it to protect at least one of the creatures.
Yeah, be able to bring back the Druid or something. It looks like that is another this town ain't big enough.
Mm-hmm.
They're the second from the right, but just not worth it enough to just get back to Seek the Beast.
Seems like a very expensive Day of Judgment, doesn't it?
Yeah, and I mean, at this point, though, it's just Gray probably just has a bunch of removal in hand,
Yeah.
and it's just like, well, I'm either going to do nothing this turn or cast a Day of Judgment. Because that's the thing is, Gray's deck is a control deck. It is a domain control deck, and it's a good control deck at dealing with creatures. It's not a good deck at dealing with combo. Control versus combo historically has favored combo decks.
Yeah. Combo just does way too much, goes over the top of everything. Now we're going to see Analyze the Pollen, and we're going to collect some evidence to go and find one of the combo pieces here. So can Ray Zhang do the thing? I want to see these otters do the thing, Corey. I want to see an infinitely big otter.
Yeah. Well, you'll mostly just hear Ray tell Gray, hey, you're dead and this is how. So we'll see exactly how it works. But the longer the game goes, the better Song of Totentons gets as well.
Oh, yes.
Where that's just a good card. We've all lost to it in Limited 100 times.
Yep.
And you can just cast it, attack for 8, force a sweeper, get it back with Storm Chaser's talent, do it again, and it ends up being really awesome.
Okay, Ray is untapped. Can we find? I want to see it. I want to see it.
So there is the Valley Flood Caller face up there from Ray.
Oh,
So,
yeah, sweet. Cool.
so it will be getting flashed in, and we'll see what can be done about it. But here is
Burst
first,
Lightning. Cool.
Yeah, the good old Burst Lightning to deal with this Overlord. The only pressure that has been submitted to this battlefield in, the 10 turns we've played this game.
It has seemed like it's gone on for quite a while.
Yep.
So no more card draw there for Gray, courtesy of the Overlord of the Flood Pits. And, Ray now doing a pretty good job of keeping her opponent under control.
Yeah, just ultimate patience here from Ray.
Hey, Questing Druid, we're going to Seek the Beast, find a, hey howdy, Enduring Vitality, as well as Torch the Tower.
Okay. So the pieces are there. You're going to very much want to cast the Vitality. And one of the really cool things that we might see, if Gray is not aware of this interaction, if there is like a Leyline Binding or something, you can Torch the Tower while sacrificing the Enduring Vitality to make it an enchantment.
Oh, yes, you can. That's cool, yeah. That is very sweet.
Because you can even target the Enduring Vitality.
You
know?
could.
Yep.
You don't want to exile it, though.
Huh?
With the
Well, you'd sacrifice it. So,
oh, sure,
yep,
sure,
yep,
yes,
yep,
yes.
yep.
Right, yeah. That is pretty cool.
So I mean, Gray can play around that by just, going to her turn, and then the torch is gone. But
yes,
it is a really cool play that comes up often. Whenever I'm playing the Otter deck and I have the Enduring Vitality, not as a creature, but still on the battlefield, that's exactly where I want it to be.
Yeah. Well, here is said Vitality. So now all the creatures that Ray will possibly soon, very, very soon, will be able to tap for mana, which is an important part of the combo. And you can just see Ray now doing some quick maths.
Yeah, if I'm sitting across the table from Ray, I'm already going to be terrified.
Yeah.
And if they start doing math, I'm just like, oh no, please, be nice.
Math, not even once. All right, we're going for something here. It is going to be the Questing Druid. So that joins the battlefield, and Torch the Tower goes bye-bye.
Okay. Yep, so just drawing a card. This looks like a pretty solid time for Sunfall. And that could easily be one of the cards Gray has been holding on to here, as it hasn't been a good Sunfall turn until now. Regardless, if you're playing against this Otter deck, you see a face-up Valley Flood Caller, you see an Enduring Vitality, it's time to pick apart one of those creatures, or you're dead.
Yes. Very much so. That's 5 mana tap. That's a Sunfall on the stack. In response, Ray is going to bring back the critters, so they will be protected. Nothing dies. So it's 5 mana, do nothing, in essence.
Yeah, it is just the classic. This deck basically never runs out of steam.
Gets a card, though, at least.
Especially with the 4 Questing Druid version. You know, I've seen a lot of 2 and 2 splits, but the Questing Druids look awesome.
Yeah,
they've looked, in this matchup for sure, they've looked excellent.
They've been very good. Even in the Gruul aggro deck, which, you know, still sticks around and is very, very prominent here this weekend. We see another up the beanstalk now for Gray, and that was a very aggressive judge call from the floor. I heard that. But again, judges are there to help, so don't be afraid to call them. That person certainly was not, as we are exiling more things. Ooh.
Might be time to chill in the sauna.
Ah, yes.
Might be time to chill in the sauna, the old 5 mana, draw some extra cards, but also it is not impossible to win from this situation without having an Otter. Any Otters on the battlefield. The only way to win from here is with the help of Song of Totentons, but something like Song of Totentons for everything but 3 mana, and then cast the Enduring Vitality so there's no window where you can Leyline Binding the Vitality and start adding some mana, then you can really start to do some stuff. But looks like we're just going to start with the Questing Druid, and I love this from Ray because they're not under any pressure. There's no point in trying to get risky.
I mean, look at this board right now. If you just tuned in, you would think that a cat has walked upon the table and smacked over this library, you know?
Yeah.
There's just so much stuff everywhere. And both players are sitting at a healthy 20 and 22.
Yep. But absolutely, when you've been watching this whole game the whole time, like, it looks like, oh, maybe you can look and see nothing's happened and be like, a lot's happened, and it's all in favor of Ray Zhang.
Yes.
They have just amassed so much value. We might even see an offspring Otter here, which we don't see often, but there's the saunas, the roaring furnaces are usually cards you take out of domain. The 2 mana version as a removal spell, great against aggressive decks. Pretty poor here, though. And the sauna can just be get losted.
Yeah.
It can be Leyline Binding. So that's a card I'd take out at least, but I don't win as much as Ray Zhang with Otters, I'll tell you that. Have I told you recently I'm a Ray Zhang fan?
Yes.
Okay, I want to make sure and bring it up every game because, they're one of my favorite players.
I'm going to be keeping track now, okay?
Okay, please do.
Sweet. Yeah, if you've ever been online and lost in a spectacular fashion to combo for the sake of combo, CFT on MTG Online, then yes, this is Ray.
I only learned like what that stood for pretty recently, and I'm like, that makes infinite sense.
Jason, you told me, and I was like,
yes.
I appreciate that, you know.
Definitely.
In Magic, everyone has to have their thing, you know, their shtick, and this is it. And as we see, finally, this is the first one we've seen this game, right? Storm Chaser's talent hits the board. We got an Otter. It was the second. It might be the second one.
Yep.
But it's here, and that's great because this is part of the combo to get back our lovely This Town Ain't Big Enough and start doing some really, really dumb stuff.
Exactly. Now the combo is face up. There's the Valley Stormcaller. There's the Enduring Vitality. So, you know, there will probably even be a world where Ray probably won't flash in this Valley Floodcaller unless Gray taps out for like an Atraxa or something just to protect it because, well, you can win through a removal spell. If you have enough instants or This Town Ain't Big Enough.
Yeah.
We could see next turn Ray goes Enduring Vitality, then Valley Floodcaller, or vice versa, whatever order they decide. And then let's say there's a removal spell from Gray. You can play an instant in response, untap, and start kind of going off with removal spells on the stack.
Overlord of the Mistmoors hits the board here for Gray. 2 cards off of Up the Beanstalk, and 2 little friends hit the board here as well. They're not going to do too well against an army of infinite Otters, though, I feel.
Yeah, not much, but drawing 2 cards to find more removal. Right now, Gray is just like, I need to draw Leyline Bindings, and more Leyline Bindings just to be able to fight this combo because, well, the mana advantage is just so severe with Ray Zhang's side of the battlefield that they can really do some nasty stuff. And this, if I'm the Otter deck right now, I'm like, yes, keep putting Overlords into play, please.
You're chittering with glee. I don't know, do Otters chitter?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, they're,
Yep.
they're cute. They do like little chatty things.
A lot of chittering. So
Yes.
now if there's just 2 white mana available, you know, and
Yep.
honestly, I'm not even sure there's a red land. We haven't seen an everywhere land. So this
Mm-mm.
might only be 1 piece of interaction available,
Mhm.
and Ray has that through this for sure.
Well, oh,
Okay. So now that's probably 2.
that's a verge.
Yeah, I just don't see any red source at first
Mm-mm.
glance, though. So I think that still
Hush with verge,
means
yeah.
I think that still means there's only 1 piece of interaction available. So and flashing this in would immediately tell you, number 1, there might be another one,
Yep.
and number 2, you can always level up Storm Chaser's talent
You got there.
to analyze pollen to go get another one.
Yep.
So I think next turn will be the last turn of this game.
Lots and lots of redundancies and backups and insurance and everything you could possibly want here to protect what Ray's about to do next. So Gray just deciding, do I want to respond to this Valley Flood Caller?
Yeah. And there's a chance that killing the Valley Flood Caller, that's always the scariest card, that if you see it, you want to kill it. But there's some merit to dealing with the Storm Chaser's talent as well. Because
Yeah.
getting back this town ain't big enough. That's the loop.
Yep.
You pay 4 mana, bring back this town ain't big enough, 2 mana to return a talent, one of your opponent's things.
Okay.
And you keep going. But I think
Unstep,
either way, we
untap.
probably got it.
Yep. Alrighty. Let's see. Tap, 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 tap.
So here's the Vitality. That will it's free
Yeah,
because you have
it's-
3 Otters in play right now. So
Yeah.
it's a free spell. You almost always start with that.
Yeah, and because now we can cost sorceries at instant speed. Right? We don't have to do the Song of Totem Tons first, like you mentioned.
Exactly. Yep. All your sorceries are now instants. Really only matters for the Song of Totentons, but
Yeah.
yeah, you can definitely combo here. But once both are in play, it's pretty much over. So this is the window for Gray. If I'm Gray and I have a Leyline Binding, I'm just gonna shrug and I'm gonna deal with the Valley Flood Caller,
Yeah.
and I'm gonna hope there's not another one. That's what I would do, and I would assume I'm losing this game from that perspective
Mm-hmm.
because Otters are unbeatable.
One thing I will note, though, is this game has gone on quite long.
Yep.
We're 26 minutes left, and we haven't finished game 1 yet. So,
Yep.
how concerning is that for this style of matchup, this style of deck?
You know, I think it's much more concerning for Gray.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that is sick, too. Okay, so this
Nice.
could work, this could not work, you know, but it's just guessing. Do you have another Valley Flood Caller,
Yeah.
or do you have another Storm Chaser's talent?
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, either or, it's just a guess, because there should be 2 of each in the deck.
Yep. Song? Yep.
Yep, so there's Song that is going to put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 rats into play.
Yep.
You're going to untap these Otters. So now you have 8 mana with the rats, 9, 10, 11 mana available right now with the 3 Otters as well.
Mm-hmm.
And every spell is boosting these things up here. So honestly, Ray only needs to cast like 3 spells and they got this game.
Okay.
And 1 Storm Chaser talent's over because that's the loop.
Rats.
And
So
now
that-
you get to train her to find 2 more spells. So
Yep.
unless this is a big whiff off 2 copies here,
Well, we're going to find out.
and you got to keep the modes separate. That's why this deck is kind of a nightmare to
Jeez.
play in person compared to online,
Mm-hmm.
because you got to keep the modes separate of which ones have haste and which ones don't.
Yeah.
You got to keep track of your spell count. You got to keep track of how many rats are tapped and are not tapped.
Hey, rather you guys
Yeah.
than me. All right, my brain fried about 5 turns ago.
It honestly gets utterly ridiculous at some point.
Utterly ridiculous
Yeah,
indeed. I see
yeah.
what you did there. Bravo.
I'll be here all day.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay, there's a torch.
Ooh, okay.
So a torch on one of the creatures. A torch represents plus 11 damage, plus clears out a blocker. Another song is like another 20 damage. It's more than enough
Jeez.
there.
Plenty.
And for that thought, for anyone's like, Gray, okay, you should have hit the Valley Flood Caller.
Yeah.
If you hit the Valley Flood Caller, you Storm Chaser's talent for an Analyzed Pollen, and then you get it again. So honestly, I didn't think the decision mattered at all there, and Ray Zhang just played masterfully, very, very patient, and just said, you're not doing anything, so I'm going to keep gaining value.
Yep.
You're not doing anything, more value, until, oops, I have all the combo pieces, you only have 1 interaction available, GG.
Yep. That is exactly what we saw there. So Ray doing what they do best and comboing off to a win there up against Grey Pain. Both players playing exceptionally well. And while our players are sideboarding, we'll take a look at the sideboarding choices in a sec. We just want to say a big thank you to our sponsors for this weekend. Without you, these would not be possible. So whether you are wanting to trade your cards or wanting your trading cards sleeved or slabbed, our friends at Dragon Shield and Beckett have you covered. So big thank you to both of these legends for sponsoring SCGCon this year. And don't forget that you can order your Dragon Shield products right now on StarCityGames.com.
All right, and next up, if you want to be in the know for everything that happens here at Star City Games, the lovely company that we are representing here, they do some awesome stuff, have some great content. You can go see some Commander content as well. See some Commander versus. You can order foundations right now. You can check out when the next SCG cons are going to be available. And anytime you have any flash sales, these happen quite often, and I live in Roanoke where SCG is stationed out of. So when there is a flash sale, I take advantage of them because it's usually a solid deal. So if you're interested in that, go to starcitygames.com/newsletter to sign up and be in the know.
Hell yeah. Sideboard time. Let's take a look. Bonor Dracosaur. Talk about a limited beater. This card. Woo! It's rough.
That is a really good card. So we'll start here from Grey Pain's side. For her, I think you want to bring in the Rest in Peace. Stopping that aspect is decent. The problem is like it doesn't completely shut down the combo, so it's not amazing, but there's going to be a lot of cards that she is going to want to take out.
Yep.
You can bring in Terrace Under to deal. Oh, man. I'm looking at this sideboard. It is not good for Grey. It does not get much better. Negate's okay as well. There's no slam dunk card.
Authority of Consuls?
Yeah, Authority of Consuls isn't that amazing
Gain
either.
infinite life for each thing that enters.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, even that game, sure, 27 rats came into play, but they were all 15/15s, and they were untapping with the Valley Flood Caller. So that's not a card I would bring in. I would just, cry a little and then bring in a negate, I guess. Maybe some Rest in Peace. This is not bad, being able to deal with some enchantments. Terrace Under isn't bad, but nothing's a slam dunk. And that's the thing is, a lot of the advantage you get from playing this Temur Otter decks is, well, it's hard to sideboard, and it's hard to sideboard against.
Yeah.
Because you never really know what kind of tech there's going to be in the sideboard. I'll be very interested from Ray Zhang, though, to see if the Llanowar Elves come in this matchup. If they're going to come in any matchup, I would think it's this. But it also could be a thing where Ray Zhang just wants to break serve and always has them in on the draw. Yeah. I could see that being a thing as well. I might have to go ask them later.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, is it just the case of, all right, Ray wants to still be doing the thing they want to be doing.
Yeah.
So they have to just, like, leapfrog ahead and become, get the same amount of mana available, if not more, than what their opponents got.
And honestly, who knows? Because every Magic Online Challenge or something, which Ray Zhang plays a lot of them, I look at the list every time, and Llanowar Elves wasn't really in any of them. So this must have been a new addition from Ray and Jason that they figured out here. So
yeah, I'm curious. Maybe we can send Nick Miller out there to go and get the scoop for us.
Yeah, there we go. There we go. All right, so it looks like a mulligan there from Ray Zhang. Not sure about Gray.
Yep, we're good to go. Lush Portico. Whatever that card is on top is going to stay in the bin. Island go.
No elf on turn one.
Another Lush Portico here. Do we like this card now for Gray? Yep, that's going to stay. Turn passes back now to Ray. So both players just going to get set up here as best they can. And there is one of our combo pieces. It's our little friend, Thundertrap Trainer.
And that is another great aspect of playing 7 1-mana search for a land things instead of a lot of your lands, is your Thundertrap Trainers hit very consistently in this deck. Like, whenever it misses, you feel pretty unlucky. And that's another tough part of sideboarding.
Mhm.
You know, it's kind of like collected company decks. Like, you can't adjust your deck too much.
Yeah.
You can't take out too many spells, as you'll start missing with this card. And then,
Yeah.
well, I mean, it's a 2-mana 1/2.
Yeah.
So it's pretty bad when you're not getting any value.
There are quite a few tutors though in the decks, like especially from the 1-drop green slot. Or yeah. We got Bushwhack. You've got Analyze the Pollen. You know, all of them help and just alleviate the pressure you might feel to put more lands in the deck. So.
Exactly. Yep.
It could be a land. It could be a removal spell. It could even be a whole creature.
Exactly. I've kept so many one-landers with this deck because you just have like 2 Analyzed Pollens and all your worries are over.
Well, look at the ramp we got here from Gray's side of things.
Okay.
2 Everywheres, 2 Overlords, one of which is already a big old beefy body.
Yeah, great start. Getting some pressure. I like what Gray's doing, is recognizing, you know what? I gave Ray all this time last time. It didn't go well.
No, it
did
not.
But now one thing we're going to see here is land Enduring Vitality, and then you're up to 5 mana because you get to add mana from the trainer right away. So feels really nice when your Enduring Vitality essentially costs 2.
It's a mana race.
Yep.
Who's going to get more first?
The one thing, I guess that was a Botanical Sanctum, so it came into play tapped. So the one thing that would have been ideal is one of the most popular turn 3 plays like this is playing Enduring Vitality, having 2 mana up for this town ain't big enough, and then you just feel so protected.
Oh, yeah. Turn passes back now, though. Only 1 mana available for Ray. 3 mana tapped here, potentially, for Gray. Thinking about where she wants to go with this turn. Has 2 Overlord of the Hauntwoods, and now Overlord of the Flood Pits hits the board.
Okay. Decided to not hardcast that one, so that is definitely a choice.
Digging for some more interaction here, no doubt.
I like it because, you know, if you hardcast that, you play a tap land, you have no interaction, you could be dead.
Yeah. Draw 2, discard, so a good way to filter through the top of the deck here. Finds a land for turn. And do we have a piece of, we sure do, removal to get rid of the trainer.
Is the Torch of the Tower there? Yes! Here's that play. This is excellent. You're able to then sacrifice it because it is an enchantment.
It is.
Who cares if Torch the Tower didn't kill the Overlord? You get to keep your Enduring Vitality.
Yeah, that's not what it's for.
Yeah. Now Gray has to find another piece of removal for just that enchantment that's sitting around. Excellent play there from Ray.
Where's Zur? Zur would be great right now.
Yeah.
Just to start animating these guys and just smacking.
100%. Yeah, Zur next turn could animate both of them and win the game, you know? So that's Gray's combo aspect of this deck.
And again, how I like to remember bargain, you just gotta eat it. Enchantments, artifacts, and tokens.
Oh, that's good.
Things. Yeah.
That's good.
Just gotta eat whatever you wanna sacrifice or bargain away.
I feel like I have screwed up that bargain ability far too many times on coverage. I need to know that acronym. That's good.
Eat it. Eat it. Ooh, Storm Chaser's talent. We got a little buddy.
Okay, doesn't look like this game is going to be won on this turn, as there's no Storm Chasers or no Flood Pit.
Valley.
Valley Flood Caller. Name escapes me there for a sec.
Too much flooding.
Exactly.
Just saying.
So now, if there's a Zur, this is huge for Gray. That's exactly what she would need here.
Yeah, because this Overlord of the Flood Pits flies.
Yep.
Oh, hello. What is that?
So being able
Rebel
to deal...
Selva. Ooh, just gonna whack it.
Okay, perfect. So deal with that straight away. That keeps the clock nice and low. If Ray took 6 there from that Overlord and then another Overlord comes off impending afterwards, that would have been pretty tough because when you have to start chump blocking with these Otters, you know, the deck doesn't play from behind that well.
Yeah, it's just like putting your lands in the way there. Okay.
Yeah.
You would have been nice earlier, Mr. Up the Beanstalks, but, you know, gonna do what I can here now to help Gray stay in this matchup up against Ray Zhang, who has won the first game. A pretty lengthy first game as well. Sunfall on the stack, no response at all. Critter's gone. 2 counters on the Incubate token, should be.
Yep.
Nice.
Solid play, and now an Overlord is coming off, so now the pressure's back on Ray to be able to do something here.
This is looking a lot better for Gray.
Definitely.
Land, Cavern of Souls.
Has infinite mana, so and there's no real counter spells, so Cavern doesn't matter too much here. Is able to cast Zur or Atraxa or almost Progenesis, you know?
Let's not go that far. That's a silly card.
So
I like it.
nothing in the graveyard that's that relevant for the Storm Chaser's talent yet. So, you know, Ray does need to find something else. I believe I saw a Thunder Trainer as well. So if we have another land, at least you could do that. If not, you're probably going to cast it now.
Alright, so, yep, there it is. Thunder Trap Trainer hits the board. No Offspring this time. But we are going to go digging, looking for something
Ooh,
useful on
that's a
top of the
whiff.
library. Ugh. That's not what you want to see.
Nope, that's a whiff. Hand doesn't look very good. I see some red cards. Can't really make out the rest of Ray's hand, but
the other one-
not amazing.
It might be Rebel Salvo
Oh,
or Bitter Reunion.
Okay, that
Yeah.
that is a Valley Flood Caller, so that is pretty good. Is able to play that at end step and hope it lives, and then do something. But Gray's just been drawing a lot of cards,
Yeah.
so it's looking pretty good for Gray so far.
Got the Phyrexian now. Azure would be ideal in the situation.
Oh yeah, this
Shadowy
is the Zur waiting
Backstreets.
room for
yeah,
sure.
Yeah, 100%. Is it there? Will it join the fray and animate three attackers?
Yeah.
Another Rebel Salvo, okay.
Okay.
Second copy from the sideboard. So taking care of that one before any more mana or damage is dealt.
Affinity for equipment.
Yeah.
No equipments here,
No,
but
it's just a 3 mana. I'm going to kill your thing.
exactly. Still just kills Shieldred, kills the Overlords, ends up being a solid sideboard card. Is this a
5,
Tracta?
6, 7.
Oh, okay.
Okay, Herd Migration. Sure, cool. That's still a lot of guys. Oh, no, wait. Are we just... No, yeah.
Yeah, so
Yeah. Okay, we are. We're
We
getting
have-
five critters.
so this is the turn where Ray really has to more than likely go for it. The pressure is on. If you're chump blocking to stay alive here, you're in a ton of trouble. So if I was in Ray's shoes, I'm like, all right, I'm going to try to win the game right now. This might be a Song of Totem Taunts to start.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mana.
Looks like GG. Scooping it up,
Yep.
didn't have enough going on. And now the clock does come into play
It
here.
sure does.
And here's the thing, you know, this clock heavily favors Ray because, well, more than likely Gray is going to have a tough time closing out the game in this amount of time. We're going to shuffle up. That's going to be 3 minutes. We're going to be getting into the game around 8 minutes or so. So, you know, Gray can
Gray
do
needs
the
her.
best job she can at preventing Ray from winning and getting a draw. But at this point, it looks like more like Gray's playing for a draw, and Ray can combo fast enough, win in
Yeah.
turns on turn 5, and that's the same as, you know, winning with 20 minutes on the clock. You'd still get the W.
Yep. I think from Gray's side of things, she needs to find Zur. And
Yeah.
just start animating big beefers and just going.
Yeah,
You
that's exactly the draw. But at one point, you know, sure, you want to find Zur, you want to find an aggressive draw, but if you lean too much on the aggression
Yeah.
and you don't deal with Ray's stuff enough, then all of a sudden you played too aggressive and you lose the game anyways.
Yeah.
So where this is a spot, a draw is not so bad. A draw is really not terrible here.
What are the implications then for top 8?
It gets tricky, especially for Gray. There's some world where if you draw again, you're essentially at 12 and, you know, 12 wins. Yeah, that's probably not great. It's still a little too early to tell.
A W would be a clean and much preferable thing for both players here,
Yeah.
I think so.
I think a draw, there's a solid chance it could eliminate both. Or it would be they have to win the next round and hope their breakers are good.
Yeah.
And we didn't see a lot of Ray Zhang basically on the standings for a while, so that leads
Yeah.
me to believe Ray started at maybe a lower record, got those 2 losses pretty early, so that would mean their breakers are worse.
I can tell you right now.
But we know Gray has been dominating, so
Yeah,
her
yeah.
breakers have got to be great.
Gray's been crushing it. I will tell you right now. Yeah, so first round was a loss, and then 7th round was the other loss.
Okay. Yeah, losing round 1 really hurts at an event like
Yeah.
this. Really, really hurts. All right, here we go. Finally, the ideal start for Ray. Hasn't had the turn 1 Otter.
Yeah.
That really supercharges. If you can, I mean, the
Nice.
best draw you can have from Otters is turn 1 Storm Chaser, turn 2 Thunder Trainer, turn 3 Enduring Vitality,
Yep.
and then have a 2-mana spell. So
Okay.
that is kind
Ooh.
of the best you can be doing.
Did Ray keep a 1-lander?
We're gonna find out.
No. Okay.
No, okay.
I was just like, yowza, Ray. That's whew. Okay.
Yep.
But we're putting the damage in here as best as these little otters can. Go in for 2. They do have prowess, which people tend to forget sometimes.
And this is a turn where there's nowhere near enough domain for a leyline binding. So if Ray did have Enduring Vitality, you know it would live till at least Gray's turn.
Yeah.
So you get to consider that as an option.
So just in for another 2, down to 16 goes Gray. Tap 3, there is Enduring Vitality. So 6 mana available next turn, 7?
Yeah, a solid
If it
7
lives.
if there's a land drop. So if I'm Gray, I'd be like, I need to kill this Vitality. And if I'm Ray, I'm like, well, I want this Vitality to live and I'll
At
be
least no
fine.
kill. Oh, Overlord of the Hauntwoods.
Well-
I think Ray's going to be doing some dumb stuff this turn, Corey.
Yeah, no matter what, this game could be over. Even worst case, I see the Otter there, so you could at least just kick her or offspring that.
Yeah. It's just kicker anyway. You're
Yeah, basically.
good. Oh, boy. 2 mana. There is the Thundertrap Trainer. Gonna go digging.
All this being said, if Ray doesn't win the
Big
game,
money, no whammy.
if Ray doesn't win the game on this turn,
Mm-hmm.
it looks like the juiciest Sunfall ever for Gray.
Ugh. That would be painful.
Yep.
Whiff again?
No, there
No?
was something.
Okay, there was
That's
something.
a Song of Totentons. So right now you can Song of Totentons for 4 if you want, or you just get aggressive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay.
Just getting aggressive.
Getting in there. What's that?
For
1,
5.
2, 3, 4, 5.
Yep, for 5 damage
yeah, it's a
there.
3.
And maybe is holding up this town ain't big enough, because if there's a Sunfall
Yeah.
and Ray has this town ain't big enough
Gotta
for
protect those.
Vitality and the Thunder Trainer, like that's still really good for Ray. Or there could definitely be a negate if we have one in the sideboard, but no counter spells in this 75. And that makes sense to me. The counter spells are always lackluster, although it would have been great here.
Yep. Sunfall. In response, we'll see this town ain't big enough, no doubt, from Ray Zhang.
Yep. Or questing, Seek the Beast, but that wouldn't be ideal. There is 3 mana available with the other. There you go.
With questing Vitality. Is this town ain't big enough?
And then we'll see if it wants to if they want to put Storm Chaser's talent into hand, or the Vitality and the Trainer.
That's a tough choice, isn't it?
It is tough. Yeah, I could see a merit for all 3 of the targets.
Mm-hmm. Looks like one is going to be the Trainer, and the other will be...
I think I would go with the
Vitality?
Vitality too.
Yeah. Cool.
Okay, that had to be there for Gray, for sure.
Jeez. All right.
Now it could easily be a land Song of Totentons attack for 4, keep the pressure going.
Almost looks like we've sped this up, but nope. Ray is just playing that quickly as Enduring Vitality hits the board once again. No land.
Okay, this is back to Gray and looking pretty solid. If Gray has the ability to exile this Enduring Vitality, it can still be really tough for Ray to gain any kind of advantage. The Otter deck is extremely good, but if you keep answering the threats, as they get cast, it needs to snowball.
Yeah.
This deck is very good if you get to just leave one of your big threats around, but yeah, not as good here. There could also be that Torch the Tower to protect
Yeah.
it, so Gray will have to have that on her mind as well.
Yep. Keeping up the red source there. To do just that is Ray. Tapping 3 here now. What are we going for? Nope, that's changing which land we're using. Gray's going to go for Zer!
Oh.
Buddy! Bro!
Okay. Now, the one thing most of the time we've been saying, like, oh, Zer comes down, your Overlord connects, GG. But that's in matchups where the life total's relevant. Like,
Yeah.
Ray can win when Gray is at 77, So
Yeah.
Zer is not as important here. And there's only one leyline binding available as interaction here from Gray. So this is a turn where you can easily start with Song of Totentons.
Yes.
And then those get to add some mana. Need some more to win, though.
Not finding land drops. Just going in, what's that, 3 damage?
3/3, it's a free attack, and it's a kind of a bluff attack, probably,
Yeah.
because you really don't want to block with Zer. So I think that was a spot where if Gray blocked, Ray would just be like, all right, got me.
Yeah. 4 rats?
Yep, that would be for 4 rats. Now those rats can add mana.
Mm-hmm.
And if there was a leyline binding, it would have been cast there.
Yeah.
If I'm Ray, that's what I would be thinking, because like then those rats would be terrible. They can't block either. so now you at least have 4 mana. If you have Valley Floodcaller plus a 1 mana thing, you can still. I guess you can't win. You already attacked, but
Yeah. Tap, tap, tap. So 4 mana. We're going to
just bringing
level
back.
up that. Yeah.
Yep.
Go get. No mana now, though, to be able to use it. So
Yep.
This is a pretty good opportunity for Gray to do something meaningful.
Biggest turn of the tournament here for really both of these players. If Gray has a great thing to do, like a Sunfall or something like that,
Yeah.
you know, I would say
Split up.
advantage to Gray. Yeah, split up would be
Yeah, that
awesome
would be
right now.
sick. Keep your Zur, keep your Overlord.
Yeah. But if you get to untap with 5 mana with your creatures plus 4 lands, like,
Yeah.
you got to think Ray is going to be
Yeah.
feeling really good.
That Song of Totentans can come back next turn. Lush Portico going to take a look at the top of the library, stick another Zur into the bin.
Yep. And now we're only missing the Valley Floodcaller.
Mm-hmm.
And that clock is ever so ticking. That is the live clock for these two players.
Yep.
So at this point, Gray wants to not die, of course, but
Yep.
also would like to win.
Yes,
So
100%. Everywhere token made again. As Overlord of the Hauntwoods gets in. For some more damage there.
and what is the follow-up? That looks like 4 mana. Is it just an Overlord?
Oh, yeah. I don't think that's going to be good enough.
No, that's not good. And, I mean, to be fair, Ray still needs to have
Yeah.
Analyze Pollen, something like
to that
that.
effect, yeah. Nothing in the bin that'll help, so leveling up the Storm Chaser's talent isn't really something to do.
Yep.
There is the Valley Floodcaller that can go digging.
All right, here comes a bunch of mana. This
Excuse
looks
me,
like
Thunder Trap Trainer.
the Offspring Trainer.
Yep, so 2 enter, 2 looks at the top of the library.
Look at all those tokens you have to bring with this
Yeah.
deck.
But it's a non-creature, so we're looking for an
Yep.
Analyze the Pollen.
Yeah, it doesn't have enough to collect evidence,
No,
so
not
that's not
even.
great.
And then the next.
But if there's land Valley Floodcaller already in hand, then we're basically good to go. That was a Bushwhack, it looks like, or maybe a Pollen.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah, Bushwhack.
so whenever you don't have a land drop to make, your Bushwhack's always kind of free. So
Yeah.
that's why you almost see that played as a no thought type card, because it's like,
Storm
well, I don't have a
Chaser's
land drop.
Talent.
I don't have a land drop. I want to get one. So looks
Otter.
like we're passing with Ray with this town ain't big enough available.
Mm-hmm. This sounded big enough thing. Oh no, excuse me. Poor
Yep.
Batch Recruit gonna deal with the
6,
enchantment
7,
side of
8, 9, 10,
things.
11. Okay, this is 11 damage though. So if Gray is able to clear out the 3 blockers, this is just GG.
How do we do that though?
It would just be 3 spot removal. Yeah, there's no
Yeah.
easy way to do it.
50 seconds left on the clock.
5,
There
6,
is the
7.
incubator, bro, too.
Yeah, that's only 7 with 1 blocker. So yeah, it's going to be very tough for Gray to win the game this turn. But at this point, the clock is almost irrelevant because
Yeah.
both of these players can close out the game within a couple of turns.
Sure.
It's just which direction.
Yeah. So for those of you who have never seen a game go to time, what's going to happen in 30 seconds time is that we will start turns. Start at turn 0, and then there'll be 5 turns after that. So the active player's turn 0, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 will bounce back and forth between the players. If they
Exactly.
can't win before that, then it would be a draw, unless somebody
Exactly.
concedes.
Exactly. And yeah, they're both at such a spot where a draw is still valuable to both of them. So
Yeah.
we won't really be seeing a concede. And now the players can slow down.
Yeah.
So it was passed. So now it will be up to the judge if that was passed with time. You know, our clock could be slightly
It could be off a little bit.
behind or whatever. So we'll see. We'll get confirmation from our judge to see if we are now in turns.
Yep, there we go.
Okay, there it is.
Time and round turn. Thank you, judges.
So this would be turn 0 for Ray. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. So Ray will have a couple turns to win, but could easily be this turn.
Yep.
All right. Okay, this town ain't big enough.
All
Plus an
right.
Analyze the Pollen.
Oh, okay.
That was excellent because you have 5 mana value that can go to the graveyard now with this town ain't big enough. And
Yeah.
then you can Analyze Pollen. So if Gray doesn't have any interaction, Ray wins.
Okay. I don't even need your 5 stinking turns. But let's see. Where do we go here?
So this is bouncing 2 talents, and you always want to bounce the talent that's already been leveled.
Yes.
When you have 3, it kind of just doesn't matter, but... So now you can analyze pollen, get rid of those cards, find Valley Flood Pit.
Flood Caller.
Or
Yeah.
Flood Caller. I'll get that card right eventually.
It's all good.
And
The other Otter.
exactly. So now you go get your Flood Caller, play their Flood Caller with 3 or 4 mana available, plus then you have just so many spells to do it.
Yeah.
I don't even think 1 piece of interaction is enough. I think Gray would need multiples, so this looks like the Otter Master, Ray Zhang, advancing to, for sure, a win in next round,
Oh, yeah.
or we'll
Already
be able to
locking
shake
it in.
hands and advance to the top 8.
We're not 100% sure of the numbers. I'm pretty sure we'll get some confirmation shortly from our judging staff. What the cutoff is, what the necessity or the necessary number of wins is, but
Yeah.
Valley Flood Caller is on the board. And now we're going to start tapping some Otters for some mana. We're going to start doing all the things that this deck wants to do.
Yep. So here is the 3 mana. You don't untap the Enduring Vitality. That is not one of the creature type that matters.
Yep, no.
So down to 2 mana. Once these creatures untap, game over. So if Gray allows that to happen, so this is the one spot where it has to happen.
Yep.
But it just doesn't matter because there's the Get Lost. 2 mana floating. This town ain't big enough. You can just bounce it.
Yep.
And if you play This Town Ain't Big Enough on the stack, you get to untap the Otters and Rats. So with the Get Lost on the stack, you can return the Valley Flood Caller, cast it, and then still be comboing off here. So
So another piece of interaction necessary right now.
necessary,
otherwise,
yep.
all done.
Because there is only 1 mana available, so you would need a 1 mana spell, which here it is. So it doesn't even matter. A second piece of interaction doesn't do it. There's
Okay.
nothing Gray can have. Because there's already 1 mana floating,
Yeah.
the Elk can then play This Town Ain't Big Enough, and now we have this much mana available, so.
Jeez.
Welcome to Otters, y'all.
Yowza.
And remember, every time they're untapping, they're getting bigger.
Yeah. That's from the Valley Flood Caller, right? Yeah.
Yep, exactly.
+1/+1 to birds, frogs, otters, and rats.
Yep.
So all the borfs get +1/+1.
Yeah, Team Sanctum really went in the lab for the World Championship to build this deck. And, believe it or not, made our job a little tougher as we saw this deck list and we're all like, none of us
What
on the
is
coverage
going
team
on?
knew what was going on. So we're like, it's time to learn this deck.
I remember getting, I think it was from Jared, actually. Jared
Yeah,
Silva.
yep.
Just this massive wall of text in the Discord, like breaking down this deck, and we're just like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, luckily it was I believe Jason Yee unprompted sent us all how this deck works.
Yeah.
It was just like, yeah, I absolutely know you're all gonna struggle with this. I got you. So big shout out to Jason Yee. We needed that.
We sure ain't smart enough to figure that out.
Oh, this is so big brain. The deck's been out now for 4
That's it.
months, and I'm still learning new things about
Whoa. That was one hell of a matchup between Ray Zhang and Gray
Yeah.
Payne. Ray improving their record to 12-2, and we're thinking pretty much a lock for top 8 at this point.
it. Look, I won't.
I'm not going to say anything definitively, all right?
I don't want to say a lock. I think the one thing that we can say is a lock is X and 2 going into
Yeah.
the top 8. But with
Yeah.
Ray losing round 1, they're going to have maybe not the best breakers. So if anyone might have to play next round, it might be them. But, needless to say, I am
Fingers crossed.
very much going for Ray Zhang to win the whole tournament. I love that deck. I love Ray Zhang, and that was really fun to watch.
Well, best of luck to all our players. We got more Magic for you. We're going to take a very short break, so don't go anywhere.
Hey everybody, welcome back to coverage of Spotlight Foundations live from Atlanta, Georgia. Maria Bartholdi and Mani Davuti hanging out with you here for the final round of Swiss before our cut to the top 8. Mani, you feeling excited?
I am so excited. Some things are figured out, a lot of things not figured out, and, you know, this is, for me personally, the second most exciting round. Obviously, the finals is the
Right.
most exciting round always because we get to crown a winner. But the last round of Swiss matters above all else because it sets the stage for that top 8.
Absolutely. We're going to talk all about that in just a second. But first things first, let's thank our sponsors here this weekend. Huge thank you to Beckett and to Dragon Shield. Whether you're wanting your trading card sleeved or slabbed, our friends at Dragon Shield and Beckett have you covered. A big thank you to these legends for sponsoring all SCG cons this year. And don't forget, you can order your Dragon Shield products right now on StarCityGames.com. So huge thanks to both of our sponsors for making this possible. Let's talk about SCG Portland coming up. It's a regional championship, everybody. It heads back to the West Coast February 7th through 9th for SCG Con Portland, featuring the first Magic the Gathering regional championship of 2025 and much more. Qualified players will battle for their share of $100,000 and invites to both the Pro Tour and the World Championship. Live coverage will be available that weekend, so very exciting stuff. Visit scgcon.starcitygames.com and start planning your next SCG Con adventure today. And hey, guess what? Etherdrift just around the corner, so start your engines. Join Daredevil racers from across the multiverse as they compete to claim the Ether Spark. 3 planes, 1 explosive set. Experience all the high-speed action in Magic's first racing-themed set. Visit starcitygames.com/mtg/Etherdrift and pre-order your Etherdrift sealed products today. Very exciting stuff coming up, of course. Pro Tour Etherdrift on the horizon. That's happening in Chicago coming up in February. And our top 8 players who make the top 8 here today all get invites to that tournament, Monty.
They sure do. So this is, for a lot of them, the first stepping stone towards the Pro Tour and potentially a professional career.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll see what happens coming up a little bit later. Also, we're so close to our top 8, everyone. I want to let you know that we have some big announcements as far as the Spotlight Series is concerned coming up before the top 8, which is next round. So make sure you stick around for those announcements. But first things first, let's take a look at our standings and find out where we're at here in the tournament. After a bunch of rounds of play, day 1, we're coming to the end of day 2 before a cut to the top 8. Monty, what does all this mean?
Okay, so taking a look at the standings and how the breakdown of records work, and what I can tell you from what we already know, the first 6 players, that's Scott McNamara, Eli Swafford, Zhao Li, Ray Zhang, Victor Moy, and Steven Rohrabau, have all drawn this round, and they are guaranteed in the top 8 because of the records. Then, this is where things get a little sketchy. Nicholas Ottenheimer and Victor Hawkins, they are our 12-2s with the worst tiebreakers. They cannot draw. The reason they cannot draw is because Gray Payne, sitting there in 9th at 11-2-1, if she were to win, because of the massive advantage she has in tiebreakers by starting this tournament undefeated, she would be able to jump one of those 2 and make her way into the top 8. So suddenly we have Ottenheimer Hawkins not drawing. Now, Great Payne is playing John Cuvelier. They have a very important match because if John beats Gray, suddenly he is in a tiebreaker scrum. And one more match that really matters, Nathan Andres. His match could determine it as well. But all of this hinges on whether Gray Payne wins her match or not.
Wow, so some very important magic coming up here in the final round of Swiss. Just thinking about those top 6, though, Monty, those players good to go and a bunch of different archetypes there.
Those players are good to go, a bunch of different archetypes indeed. 3 Gruul Aggro, but also 3 other archetypes. So it's going to be a very exciting top 8 that we're going to see later on today in just a round. And we have 2 slots left to determine who's going to round out the top 8 and get their Pro Tour invites.
But of course, we have the most exciting round, or second most exciting round of Magic here coming up, which is the final round of Swiss. The finals, of course, being the most exciting round. Like I mentioned earlier, 8 spots to Pro Tour Etherdrift on the line for these players. First prize, by the way, at this tournament is a cool $10,000 as well. And this was an open tournament, Monty. Anybody could sign up, anybody could play it, but we are seeing the cream rise to the crop here in the final rounds of Swiss.
We absolutely are. Nearly 1,500 players in the tournament this weekend, and we are just seeing who can navigate through what is ultimately a really exhausting tournament structure. 9 rounds of high-level competitive Magic yesterday, 6 more Swiss rounds today, and your reward for making it to the top 8 is 3 more rounds of just truly taxing Magic. Playing Magic at this high of a level for that long in a day really does take a toll on you, and a lot of players are just mentally drained by the time they're reaching this point in the weekend. So being able to keep that level of play up is truly really impressive.
Yes, and we can see too with all of these some really great players like the likes of Ray Zhang here featured in our feature match area with these final few rounds. We can just see the absolute prime level of play that we're getting in these final rounds. Like early in the weekend, you might be thinking, sit back, crack my knuckles. This isn't so hard. But deep into the rounds here on day number 2 is where the rubber really starts to hit the road. Let's take a look at our deck list for our first feature match that we're going to watch upcoming here in the final round of Swiss. We have Nicholas Ottenheimer here playing Gruul Aggro Money, one of the top 2 decks that was brought here this weekend.
Yeah, and this is actually a bit of it's weird to call it an old school build of Gruul Aggro, but that's definitely what it is, because this is the Ley Line of Resonance version of Gruul that a lot of players have left by the wayside in the past few months, but we saw that this was the first version of Gruul that really started taking off. Players trying to use that ley line alongside pump spells to really have that explosive burst. Ultimately, we saw maybe the mouse package start to take some priority, Manifold Mouse being something that you're giving up in this build, and instead going for more pump spells alongside these ley lines. But Nicholas, bringing it back.
Yes, absolutely. Let's take a look at the other side of things here. The opponent coming up here for the final round of Swiss, Victor Hawkins running Demir mid-range. Just another classic deck that we expected to see a lot of here this weekend, and we did.
Yeah, really the 2 most played decks, or at least variations of them, duking it out here for a guaranteed spot in our top 8. Whoever wins this match will be in the top 8. So this is going to be a really important match. And one thing I do want to point out in that Demir build is 3 copies of Fey Bloom Trick, maybe the new tech that we are seeing. And that is a card that can be really powerful against this type of Leyline deck, just to buy some time.
All right, let's find out what happens. It's time for the final round of Swiss here at Spotlight Foundations. Heading on down to the feature match area, we are underway. Victor Hawkins on Demir midrange versus Nicholas Ottenheimer on Gruul Aggro. Here we go, and Gruul Aggro's playing a 1-drop.
Yeah, but the big sigh of relief from Victor is the fact that Nicholas didn't have that turn 0 ley line. So suddenly you are playing a significantly more fair game than you would be otherwise.
Heartfire Hero in play for Nicholas as the turn gets passed back over to him. No play yet from Victor. Land drop on the turn here for Nicholas. And there is a Drowner of the Flood Pits that's going to, or Flood Pits Drowner going to flash in and tap down that Heartfire Hero.
Yeah, the fact that you can use a curve of Flood Pits Drowner into Fey Bloom Trick to really slow things down has been a strong selling point for this Demir midrange deck. But one thing that you're not really used to facing when you're playing the typical Gruul aggro builds is they don't really have a way to protect their creatures like you do in this version with Snakeskin Veil and Overprotect.
Yeah. Oh, check this out. That Flood Pits Drowner is going back to hand. Guess what? It was Kaido, Bane of Nightmares all along.
All along, and if Victor is at 15, typically without a ley line, you're not overly worried about dying from this position. But if Nicholas has access to one of the 2 copies of Callous Sellsword that he plays in his deck, it would be possible, though unlikely, to win the game here.
All right, there's an Emberheart Challenger coming in for the beats as well for Nicholas Ottenheimer. It looks like a cast down on that Emberheart Challenger. Going to take care of it there for Victor. Victor Hawkins at 15 to Nicholas Ottenheimer's 17.
There's the second Sun counter, leaving the Heartfire Hero. Those were from Kaido, so bought a lot of time for Victor Hawkins, especially by having the cut down for the Emberheart Challenger. And this is Nicholas setting up for those kill turns that this leyline version of Gruul likes to go for. He's plotting the Slickshot Show-Off rather than just playing it as a creature, trying to set up so he could have multiple creatures to win with. But another copy of Floodpit's Drowner, the stun counters are really annoying here from Victor Hawkins' side of things.
That's right, and it lets the Floodpit's Drowner get in there, knocking Nicholas down to 15 as well. But I gotta tell you, Monty, those slick shot show-offs, when they are plotted, are one of the scariest things across the table from you, humanly imaginable.
Yeah, absolutely. I think right now Victor is feeling okay because of the fact that Nicholas is a little starved on mana and has no ley line or multiple threats on the board. But if Victor can't keep this up, the pace at which he's attacking the life total is not that high, which means Nicholas will have enough time to set up for that explosive turn.
There we can see a plotted marker there for our slick shot show off. And we've got Flash Fairy coming in end of turn for Victor. So Victor's the one putting creatures on the board here.
Yeah, the damage is adding up, and once again, Nicholas just passed because he doesn't want to put that show off on the board until it's time to mount that GG turn if possible.
All right, we're on an adventure as well here for Nicholas Ottenheimer, taking a look at the top of the deck. Lands.
Lands not bad here. Seek the Beast. Going to find a pair of lands, and that means that Nicholas will be able to potentially have access to multiple tricks here between two creatures and that show-off. One blocker for Victor means that if Nicholas has the right combination of spells, this could be a very explosive turn.
Mountain goes into play for Nicholas. We'll see if we can see some fireworks here. Victor's still at a fairly healthy 15, but that can get knocked down pretty quick with the right combination of cards. Slick shot show-off coming off of plot. Wow, what a tongue twister that was.
Got through it. And I believe we're going to combat, so this is the first moment of interaction for Victor. Do you have something like that Fey Bloom trick to try to slow things down in the spot?
I remember when the tech of Fey Bloom trick was on just being discovered, and it felt like, hey, this now is something that we can use to actually put Gruul in its place. The play is actually going to be a Floodpit's Drowner, though, putting some more stun counters on the table. In comes a Heartfire Hero. Finally unstunned for like the first time this game.
It's been stunned for so long between 3 copies of Floodpit's Drowner as well as Kaido. So much time has been bought for Victor to try to assemble this board state and this aggressive force that he has going for him.
Monstrous Rage here from Nicholas.
And right now, with that and the trigger from the Heartfire Hero on the stack, I believe Victor is saying, I'm just going to think, would like to decide whether he's going to try to kill this Heartfire Hero here before it grows and then potentially deals more damage. And if Nicholas has a protection spell here, knowing all the shields are down, that could be a massive swing.
There's a go for the throat from Victor Hawkins.
Has Nicholas done the math, and does Nicholas know whether this is lethal? A Callous Sellsword would all but do it, I believe.
Wow. Incredible. The go for the throat is good. Takes out the Heartfire Hero.
That's massive.
That's
if you're
huge.
in Victor's seat.
Yes, absolutely. Turning the tide here, potentially. Questing Druid's just the follow-up play from Nicholas. Victor's still sitting at 13.
And Victor, knowing that that show-off is stunned for another turn because it was tapped during that combat step, means that he has the go-ahead to just get really aggressive, and that's half of Nicholas's life gone in this attack. So Victor can win as easily as next turn.
Holy cow, go for the throat takes out Questing Druid, enabling this attack here from Victor. In with the Drowners, in with the Fairy Mastermind. Down to 5 goes Nicholas.
It is so impressive how much time this Demir midrange can earn for itself just using stun counters.
Absolutely. This Floodpit's Drowner has been an all-star in this game. Back over to Nicholas now. Are we able to put something together? Tapping out some math on the table. Monstrous Rage on this slick shot.
I'm guessing that this is Nicholas trying to put together a win without an attack using Burn Together, which is the adventure of Callous Sellsword.
Okay, there's Turn Inside Out on top of it, and there is Burn Together.
But the counter spell, the spell stutter, I believe, available from Victor means
Oh!
that Nicholas, despite the Hail Mary attempt, was not able to get the job done.
Wow, that was incredible. What a clutch counter there coming in for Victor Hawkins, taking the game over Nicholas Ottenheimer, who maybe had that kill with that burn together off the Callous Sellsword, which is certainly the reason to play this specific build of Gruul aggro that I don't think I've seen as much around lately, Monty.
No, it's one that has fallen out of favor quite a bit in recent months, but showing why, especially this deep into the tournament, it can still be a massive threat. The fact that Victor had that much interaction, had that much stun, and was able to buy that much time and still was in a position where he could lose the game there without any attack
Yes.
coming through from 13 really speaks to the potential power of this Gruul deck.
Absolutely. Taking a look at the sideboards here for the players. Let's check out Nicholas's sideboard. What are you interested in here, Monty?
Well, if you're on Nicholas's side of things, you really want to try to play in a way that makes your opponent's removal worse. So potentially something like a Paw Patch Recruit, allowing you multiple threats in one card with the Offspring, as well as getting counters to spread around if your opponent is targeting your things with all of these stun counters, can be a good way to go. But other than that, one of the big issues that this version of Gruul aggro has is you can't dilute your deck too much. You
Right.
always have to be careful, because if you cut too many pump spells or too many creatures, suddenly your ley line and game plan becomes a lot worse. So Nicholas has to be very careful about how he's leveraging his cuts, the few that he has available to him.
Your deck's still got to do the thing, especially in a deck like Gruul aggro where the thing is the most important thing you can be doing. Let's check out things on the other side of the table here. Sideboarding for Victor Hawkins. What do we have there as far as treats go?
I think for Victor, you are looking at removal and trying to buy more time in cheap ways if possible. Shieldred is extremely strong against these aggressive decks, but you do have to keep in mind against this version of Gruul aggro, tapping out for a 4-mana card may just spell death. So Victor has to be considering that, and maybe it is too expensive against the Leyline version of this deck where you
Sure.
really need to have removal spells. But I would say that all the removal spells in the sideboard have to be coming in here, because you need to make sure that you have at least one, ideally 2 removal spells at any given point for those go-off turns.
Oh, so scary. All right, everybody, speaking of scary, Innistrad Remastered. You can pre-order it now. Rise from the grave and relive all the horrors Innistrad has to offer. Visit starcitygames.com/mtg/Innistrad-remastered and pre-order your Innistrad Remastered singles and sealed products today. Are you scared? Are you spooked, Monty?
Not by Innistrad, but, you know, I am by the cold outside.
What about a slick shot show-off?
I'm only scared of being able to pronounce it correctly.
I'm being very careful. It is terrifying, though. You're right.
It's tough.
New Edgar with Innistrad Remastered looks beautiful in that new showcase frame they have for him. So I'm excited about that. Players here counting their decks and shuffling up for game number 2. Victor Hawkins game up over Nicholas Ottenheimer. But Nicholas will now be on the play, certainly a place you want to be when you are playing a very, very aggressive Gruul aggro deck.
Yeah, and ultimately, you really don't want to see, if you're in Victor's seat, that ley line on the other side of the board.
Yeah, absolutely not. I have a question for you, though. This Gruul aggro version that Nicholas is running this weekend, do you like it better right now in this metagame that we found this weekend than the more traditional, that has come to be the more traditional Gruul aggro list?
I personally am a big fan of consistency, and this Gruul aggro version has always struggled with that. We saw this going back to the World Championship, where Jean-Emmanuel Duprat thought that Leyline of Resonance was completely broken. Why would anyone not play it? He started off with an excellent start in the World Championship, and then as things went on, he started losing not to anything but his own deck. And I think that is something that we see a lot from this deck, is it has the raw power. It is incredibly explosive, but the fact that you create a higher fail rate for yourself than playing a more consistent deck is one that always scares me, and that's why I tend to shy away from it.
So it's more risk, but potentially more reward?
Exactly.
Okay.
If you're willing to accept that risk, then absolutely it is a very powerful weapon.
The players in the feature match area smiling, laughing, having a good time, which is very nice to see because the stakes are very, very high here. This is the final round of Swiss before we cut to our top 8. And everybody who makes it into the top 8, remember, gets an automatic into the next Pro Tour of the year, which is Pro Tour Ether Drift coming up in Chicago in February. We've got 6 players who believe they're locked. They shook hands, Monty, and we believe they're going to be our 6 of our top 8, so we're looking for the final 2.
Yep, and the winner of this match is guaranteed to be one of that 2. So whoever wins here, this is a Pro Tour invite and a chance to play for that $10,000 up top, a chance to play for that standard for a year. So a lot of incredible prizes left to be earned in this tournament, and it all starts with a win here to get that Pro Tour invite locked up.
Players drawing opening hands here for game number 2, and you mentioned standard for a year, Monty. They send you a case of every standard set release.
Yeah, a case of
It's
6
sick.
boxes, by the way. Not one booster box,
No,
6
6.
booster boxes for each standard release.
That's awesome. And that's just one of the prizes that you can get at these Spotlight Series events that are happening throughout the year. It's going to be different at each Spotlight, which I think is very, very cool. So that's the prize for this one. You can see the rest of the prizes here. $10,000 for first place, second, $5,000. Top 64 gets you $350. And remember, we've got a big announcement coming up before our top 8 as to the Spotlight Series themes coming up later this year, which we are very, very excited to share with you very soon. So make sure you don't go anywhere. And we are underway here for game number 2. Spyglass Siren is the play coming along with a map token for Victor Hawkins. Cacophony Scamp was the play for Nicholas Ottenheimer here.
And Leyline was not the play for Nicholas Ottenheimer once again.
Yeah. Challenger gets into the red zone for Nicholas, hitting for 2, Victor down to 18. Swamp for Victor Hawkins here. Go for the throat on the Challenger. Challenger down. Does the bird stay back? It
Yeah,
does.
absolutely. If Nicholas is showing a reluctance to trade with the Scamp the previous turn, you want to leave the Siren back and make sure that happens again, or Nicholas has to use a pump spell or some form of interaction to break through here.
All right, in comes the Scamp, and that Scamp is mad. Monstrous Rage takes out the Siren and gets in for damage. Another Scamp. Hawkins at 15.
Yeah, and we'll see how Hawkins wants to deal with this board. 2 cards left for Nicholas Ottenheimer. Was able to get the Hardfire, the Emberheart Challenger, off the board. So at least no extra value in cards being given to Nicholas Ottenheimer here. But as things stand, Victor has to deal with a board that is very much threatening his life total.
2 Scamps into the red zone for Nicholas. Another Monstrous Rage on the second Scamp here. Does Victor have a response? I don't know if he does.
All right.
All right, it looks like that's good. Victor Hawkins down to 9. It's getting precarious.
Yeah, and Nicholas, I think, has to be thinking about whether, now that he's dealt damage with them, he wants to be sacrificing either of these Scamps.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Cacophony Scamp, does have a line of text. When it deals combat damage, you may sacrifice it if you do proliferate. And when it dies, it deals damage equal to its power to any target.
Right.
So currently you have a 4-power Scamp on one side, a 2-power Scamp, and you could be sacrificing these for some extra damage, but that is giving up your creatures, and the question is, what are you going to do with it?
Sacrifice them, sacrifice them. No fear. Oh, Tashana's Tidebinder, though, for Victor.
I believe that was just on the end step.
All right.
So after Nicholas decided not to sacrifice either, and no trigger is being countered there, but I think
Sad.
Victor was ready to try to sacrifice, to
Yeah.
counter
Yeah,
a
counter
sacrifice
a-
trigger
yeah.
if Nicholas went for it.
So just the 3-2 flasher for Victor Hawkins. Sitting at 920 life still for Nicholas. Feeling fine up there. Soulstone Sanctuary, the land.
That's a map token being sacrificed. Does hit another land. Not exactly ideal. You would have liked to get a counter on that Tidebinder if possible.
All right, we're going to see a Spyglass Siren bringing the map token right on back. And that's a pass. Back over to Nicholas. Ball now in the court of the Gruul Aggro player.
All right, I have seen Nicholas's hand. I believe it is land, turn inside out, and a copy of Callous Sellsword.
Oh
So
my
burn
gosh.
together available. And that means a few different ways to try to put together a win here.
Combat. Both scamps attack, getting blocked by one Tidebinder.
4 damage getting through, 2 from combat, 2 from the scamp being sacrificed there.
Victor at 5. Back over to Victor Hawkins. Up against it here. As you mentioned, we do have some tools in the hand of Nicholas Ottenheimer to close things out potentially.
And one of the things that is a problem right now for Victor is if he goes for a removal spell on the scamp and Nicholas just pumps it in response with turn inside out,
Right.
that would be 5 damage. So Nicholas is in a position where he needs 2 potential removal spells, and this block is not going to get the job done
Ooh,
here.
No, he's just animating that Soulstone. Now just figuring out what he wants to put in front. It's both of them, but there's turn inside out, and
Victor just doing the math, but it is very much lethal when the scamp dies, and I believe
Boom.
that is the second game going to Nicholas Ottenheimer, getting it done without a ley line. Yet to see whether he's boarded out those ley lines potentially. I do know that there was a school of thought before that you actually only played ley line the majority of the time in the first game and then boarded out of it
oh,
for
really?
additional tools, just because the way you have to sideboard typically means that you have to shave on something, and whatever you shave is going to make your ley line plan too vulnerable.
Sure.
So a lot of times there were players that believed that you cut ley line in a large majority of matchups in the post-board games. So curious whether that is something that Nicholas has gone down. Of course, this version of the deck is not one that I've paid too much attention to in the past few months. So we'll see whether Nicholas is considering something like that as we go into the third game, or maybe we will finally see a turn 0 ley line to really put the fear in Victor.
My God, a turn 0 ley line, horrifying if you are in Victor's seat. Both players currently have a game to their name here in this match. This is a win and in for our top 8. A lot on the line for both of these players here this weekend. This was an open tournament, so anybody could just show up and play. Both these players done very, very well for themselves to find themselves in this position here in the final round of Swiss before our cut to the top 8. Nearly 1,500 people were here on day 1 of competition. 337 came back for day number 2 with a 6-3 record or better. And here we are, final round of Swiss. Taking a look now at the metagame for day number 2 of competition. You can see both of our decks here were the most played decks, Demir midrange and Gruul aggro, and had conversion rates that you would expect here coming into day number 2.
Yeah, they definitely remained the top 2 decks from day 1 to day 2. I wouldn't say overperformed, just because as the most played decks, you were expecting to see a large chunk of them in day 2. But they performed exactly as expected, and they have really been this consistent. I will say Gruul does already have 3 copies in the top 8.
That's
so
true.
in terms of which deck has looked really impressive going deeper into day 2, it is Gruul that is ultimately rising to the top.
As for Pixie, did very well on its day 2 conversion rate, but we might not see any copies in the top 8.
Yeah, I believe
we have one chance.
A few different things need to go right for Esper Pixie to make it into our top 8.
Interesting. Definitely the new deck of the weekend, and a lot of us were saying, hey, we want to see how it does at this tournament, if it's going to have any staying power whatsoever, or if it was more of a flash in the pan. Moving forward, Monty, if this event were to happen next weekend, what would you be most interested in playing?
In terms of what is the right call, I think that mono white tokens has looked really impressive to me, especially if Gruul continues to be this prevalent. So that would be what I would be looking at. However, in terms of what my heart would want to play, is still domain control.
Yeah,
I love this deck.
Yeah, I love domain control too. And we have a chance for that to be in our top 8 as well, which is kind of exciting. It's a deck I played the most of leading up to this tournament. You just get to draw so many cards.
You do get to draw so many cards, and, you know, that's always what I dream of, is drawing 25 cards or so.
And I'm a player who likes to attack, so it's very strange that I ended up liking this deck. But I think, hey man, Overlord of the Mistmores gives us both what we want.
Yeah, Maria, at some point you just have to embrace the dark side, you know?
It is the dark side of Magic. You're right about that. Players here shuffling up for game number 3, the deciding game in this match here in round number 15.
All right, Victor is on the play here. So can he have a nice draw? The answer is no.
Oof. Victor here taking a mulligan. Nicholas still looks like he's deciding, but that face did not look like somebody who is happy with their 7.
Yeah, Nicholas looks pained at the moment.
I'm so curious. I wonder what the decision is.
Yeah, especially when you see your opponent mulliganing. It looks like Nicholas is keeping.
All
so
right.
hopefully not something that he ends up regretting.
Yeah, it looked like a painful decision there for Nicholas. In terms of mulliganing in this standard environment, do you have to be pretty aggressive about it across the board?
I think it really depends on what deck you're on and what matchup you're in. If you're in Victor's seat, facing a deck like this Leyline Gruul Aggro, you have to mulligan to a hand that has at least one, ideally 2 pieces of interaction, because otherwise you could just very easily die. It's not a luxury that you have in your repertoire to be able to just sit back and keep any old hand just because it has some creatures, for example.
Right.
Nicholas, well, he has a bit more luxury considering so many of his cards do the same thing. As long as he has some creatures and some lands to cast them, he could entertain keeping it and hope that the rest of the cards will come off the top.
And we are underway for game number 3. We're going to kick things off with a Spyglass Siren for Victor Hawkins. So it looks like both players have a turn 1 play Cacophony Scam for Nicholas.
The Scamp, just such an annoying card in this deck, just continually presenting a terrifying amount of threats. And Victor, if he's swapping this map token right now, if he doesn't have a land,
oh my god.
well, if he didn't have a land, he wouldn't be keeping that on top. So,
yeah. Ooh, you scared me there for a minute, Monty.
Yeah.
Cut down is going to deal
that
with the Scamp.
map token is used, by the way. We should be getting that out of the way.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, he left the Drowner on top.
He did. Floodpits Drowner, excellent card in this matchup, and also makes me believe that Victor isn't exactly hurting for lands if he is happily keeping that on top.
Slick shot show off plotted here for Nicholas. Back over to Victor. Looks like another Spyglass Siren and another map token. Getting in there for 2. Nicholas at 16.
Being able to leave up that Floodpits Drowner means that if Nicholas tries to go for something with this show off here, Victor at least has 1 piece of interaction and a blocker.
All right, here comes the show off of plot. And here comes the Drowner to lock it on down.
Nicholas says combat, Victor says no, and that's a Snakeskin Veil, so
Woohoo!
protected from the tap at least.
Okay. Snakeskin Veil coming on in to give our show off hexproof.
Is there Monstrous Rage? No.
Okay,
So
so
no damage being put through here.
we're fine there. The Siren jumps in front of the show off. Heartfire Hero, the follow-up play from Nicholas, which is basically another kind of Cacophony Scam.
Yeah, these creatures that deal damage equal to their power when they die are amplified in terms of how terrifying they are in this specific Leyline version of Gruul Aggro.
Map token activate, find a land. Yeah, they're bad if they are alive and bad if they die.
Yeah, typically not that many exile effects running around in Standard right now, so you don't often see them not get that value of dealing the damage.
How about another Siren? That's Siren number 3 for Victor Hawkins.
Yeah, Siren is a cool card in this matchup just because it allows you to have a flying chump blocker and potentially get some value out of these map tokens.
Right.
But it doesn't really line up the best in stats.
Victor's getting in there, though, attacking with 1/2/2 Siren, as well as a Floodpits Drowner. Heartfire Hero in front of the Drowner is going to trade off there, leaving some damage in its wake. Victor Hawkins on 17.
Yeah, very curious if there is something like a cut down available here to Victor. Already used one, of course.
Yes. In comes the show-off. Siren in front. Victor's like, it's going to die, right?
Yep. It has a counter
It's
on
a counter
it
from the
Snakeskin
Snakeskin Veil.
And Victor thought that he was...
Oh, yeah.
Unfortunate misstep here from Victor, because I believe combat damage has resolved here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, he's taking back the block. Okay.
All right.
Hey, man, we played 15 rounds. You know what I mean?
It's been a long, grueling weekend.
Very nice, Monty.
Very, very, very nice. Thank you. Patting myself on the back here.
Emberheart Challenger from Nicholas and a pass.
All right, what does Victor have? Only 2 cards, considering he did mulligan this game and was on the play, so not that many resources to work with. Is this a Kaido? It's
Shieldred. Okay, nice find here for Victor. Hawkins might help him stabilize.
Yeah, this is a really scary spot from Victor, just because if Nicholas is able to put together the win here, he has nothing left. However, if he can untap with Shieldred, the game is in a much better position for him. So I'm curious to see how punished Victor gets for the sequence. And this is the big risk in bringing Shieldred in this matchup. But you can just get so absolutely heavily rewarded for it if things go right.
Okay, let's see what happens. Nicholas doing what Gruul do. Creatures go vroom into the red zone. Lining up blocks here from Victor. Both Spyglass Sirens in front of the Slick Shot show-off.
Yeah, Nicholas checking, is the Emberheart Challenger blocked?
Victor says no. Monstrous Rage on the Emberheart Challenger, revealing
Second
another Monstrous Rage! Oh my god! And of course,
Nicholas suddenly moving a lot faster.
We're gonna cast it.
Yep.
On the Slick Shot show-off, counting up the counters with these die. Oh, what a hit!
And this is...
Oh, we're not done. Turn inside out.
I think we're done, just not in the way that you want it to be.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Holy cow. This Gruul deck showing just exactly how much damage it can get through out of almost nowhere. And you were right to be terrified. I was like, we have a Shieldred, we're fine. And you're like, I don't know, Maria.
Yeah, so those dice underneath are currently representing the invisible damage, invisible stats that have been added. We have 3 from the turn inside out, 2 from the Monstrous Rage, and then 3 from the Emberheart Challenger triggers. Then for the Slick Shot show-off, we have 2 from the Monstrous Rage and 3 from 3 spell triggers.
Holy cow.
I think Victor just taking a moment here. I'm not exactly sure why he stepped away. Right.
Yeah, he's speaking to a judge off the table, so he's going to take a moment here and talk to the judge and find out whatever, get his question answered that he wants to get answered. Judges are here to help us out in these kinds of moments.
Yeah, absolutely.
And a lot riding on the result of this match. As you said, Monty, this is a win and in for our top 8. Top 8 players all get a spot to our next Pro Tour, which is happening in February in Chicago. Pro Tour Ether Drift. I'm looking forward to that set. Looks very, very cool. Of course, you can pre-order it now as well on Star City Games if you are interested. But this is our final round of Swiss, everybody. It's the last round before our cut to the top 8. And it's already shaping up to be a very exciting top 8, too.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what this top 8 will yield.
All right, let's head back on down to our feature match area. Our judge call is over. And it looks like Victor is explaining something to Nicholas. Those headsets the players are wearing are not mic'd, by the way. Those are so they don't hear us over here in coverage because they are next door to us.
Yeah, they are pretty close. Right. So here's a scenario that they do have to be considering. Victor can offer a draw here to Nicholas. However, it's tough because this is legal at any point, but Nicholas is winning the match here.
Right.
And
so why would you take that?
I honestly, you won't most of the time. So there are judges sitting there, so everything is, of course, above board. Victor will not say, hopefully, anything that gets him in trouble. However, for Nicholas, this is a situation where by taking a draw, he is essentially costing himself seeding in the top 8 should he make it there.
Right.
And
that's
taking what is
important.
a definitive position, especially as this Gruul aggro deck, it is very important. And he's taking what is a definitive position and making it a risky one.
Wowza. I guess Victor's like, look, I gotta ask. I mean, gamer's gonna game here.
Absolutely, it's free to ask. However, in Nicholas's position, I think it is very not free to take it.
Yeah, man.
And we're not going to speculate. We're going to let this resolve in its natural course.
Once again, stepping away from the table is Victor Hawkins to talk to a judge. Like we said, we want everything to be above board here, and there are very strict rules about how you have to go about this. At one of these tournaments, we are playing competitive REL here, which is the highest rules enforcement level. So we've got to keep that in mind as well, and we are very grateful for our judges in the feature match area, which have been helping us out all weekend. Let's head on back down to the table, see what we have resolved. Discussion still ongoing between these two players here. Waiting to see what they decide. Nicholas here with the win, and there is the handshake. We'll wait to hear from our spotters down there in the feature match area. Nicholas Ottenheimer takes the match. All right. But it looks like a stressful victory there for him, but there's a smile at the end of it. You can hear some applause coming from the feature match area as well as he locks up his spot in the top 8. But that has got to be a stressful moment no matter how you cut it, Monty.
Yeah, massive congratulations to Nicholas. And, you know, no fault to Victor for asking. Of course, that is a position where if he feels like they can both make it for some reason, then offering the draw.
Making the argument.
Right. You may as well take your shot. However, I think in Nicholas's spot, he did the right thing. Both the match had played to his conclusion, so I believe that it does make sense to take the win. But also, more importantly, I think as you think about past just making the top 8 and trying to win the event, because there is $10,000 up top. There is standard for a year. All of this are prizes yet to be played for. As a leyline aggro deck, you're sacrificing a lot by not taking that seeding.
Absolutely.
And seeding plays a big role, especially because 13-2 will jump all of the tables that drew. And I would guess that Nicholas is likely to be probably our 3rd seed with this win. And that is going to be massive because you will be on the play a lot in this top 8.
Absolutely. All right, it's time to get into some more magic here. Backup magic time from our feature match area. Let's head on into game number 2 between Gray Payne and John Cuvelier. Gray currently up a game on Domain Control versus Cuvelier on Esper Pixie.
Yeah, so to remind the watchers at home, because we did go over this coming into the round. Right now, Gray is the most likely player to make our top 8. If she loses this match, given the result that we just saw in the other, that opens the door for one other 12-3 player to make it into the top 8. Who that 12-3 player is going to be up to tiebreakers. It could be John Cuvelier if he wins this match. It could be one of the other 12-3s, depending on tiebreakers. John has the 2nd best tiebreakers coming into this round. So we'll see how things go. But if Gray wins, she's in the top 8 cleanly done. So that is the first step, and she is up a game right now.
Absolutely, and has an up the beanstalk in play here on turn 2 for her. And following it up, this is the dream opening here.
Yeah, you do see, fortunately, John hand over that indicator for the cavern. That is naming avatar. That means that Overlord of the Haunt Woods is uncounterable. It has entered the battlefield, and it has made that everywhere token in addition to drawing a card.
Entity Tracker here, the flash in here from John Cuvelier. Love this card, Monty.
Yeah, big fan of this, and John is facing an uphill battle. If you look at his hand, it's not really the ideal type of draw that you're looking for from this Pixie deck. There isn't too many things to start bouncing and getting shenanigans off of. So we'll see what John is doing here, but just going for a fear of isolation to draw a card without getting any additional value off of it is a bad spot to be in if you're a Pixie player.
Ooh, that's not great. We don't have any of this stuff. We don't have any Otters in play. We're just attacking for 3. All right. Oh, excuse me, 2. I couldn't remember if it was a 3-2 or 2-3. 2-3, confirmed. But yeah, one heck of a start for Grey Pain here. Already up a game, so must be feeling really great. With that up the beanstalk in play, that Overwood Lord of the Hauntwoods fixing the mana, making Leyline just cost a single one. Another Fear of Isolation to draw a card for John Cavalier, bouncing the other one back to hand.
Yeah, John has presented a loop here of I can pay 2 mana to draw a card by returning these Fear of Isolations over and
There's
over
worse
again.
stuff to do in Magic the Gathering.
There are definitely worse things to do. And notably, I believe John has access to a copy of Destroy Evil in hand, so can use that to answer one of these Overlords or an Up the Beanstalk. Should we get there? However, at the moment, it's a question of what can Grey do with the additional mana she has available.
Absolutely. All right, we're going to see what we're going to name here with this Cavern of Souls. Not quite sure what she wrote on that paper, but here's an Overlord of the Mistmoors. And we're going to come along. It's going to come along with 2 flying 2/1 insect creature tokens. Impending ticks down. Back over to John.
I'm going to guess that that one says human.
Okay, that makes sense. Do you name Avatar or Horror the first time?
I name Avatar every time. It's just cooler.
You think it's cooler than Horror?
Yeah.
All right. To each their own, Monty.
Horror is scary.
All right, there is our Otter coming into play a little too late, though, for John. Wish that was turn 1, but hey, we'll take it when we can get it.
Look, there's a lot of cards being drawn from John, so this is definitely a position where he can very much keep himself in this game.
And there is our Nurturing Pixie. What are we going to bounce? It's the Storm Chaser's talent.
Yeah, this entity tracker is doing a lot of work at this moment.
Absolutely.
John is not going to run out of cards for a while.
We had the dream start for Grey Pain, and the entity tracker has well and truly gotten Cuvelier back into the game when he could have very well been out of it.
Yeah, so we'll see what the follow-up is going to be in this position. Again, I believe I see a copy of Destroy Evil in this hand. So John has an answer to the first thing that matters. He has so far made it clear that he doesn't care about Grey drawing cards because he has not destroyed the Up the Beanstalk yet.
Right.
And
What do you think about that generally?
I think it makes sense given how the game is going. John has made it clear that he is going to be drawing a lot more cards than Grey.
All right, so I suppose if you're just drawing more, who cares? That's a Shrouded Shepherd on an adventure. Cleave Shadows. Creatures your opponents control get -1/-1 until end of turn, taking care of those 2/1 insects.
Yeah, that clears off the insects and allows John to attack, but I believe Grey had a copy of Elspeth's Smite, so that is the entity tracker gone, and that is a permanent exile effect, so no entity tracker means that the card draw from John, at least for the moment, has been shut down.
Okay, so a big sigh of relief coming the way of Grey Pain after that Elspeth Smite, stopping the card draw engine for John Cuvelier.
Lush Portico, I believe, is the play.
Yep, and we're just going to tick down our avatars and pass the turn back over to John. Tick-tock, tick-tock.
Yeah, John definitely has the board right now, and at least for the moment has the card advantage as well. So for Grey, she is not coasting. She needs more help here.
Land drop for John Cuvelier here, still at 20 life, 16 for Grey Pain here in game number 2. Optimistic Scavenger is the play. Let's see if we can build up our board.
Here's that Storm Chaser's talent that we saw get bounced the previous turn, entering the battlefield again.
We've got a counter to put onto somebody and another Otter coming into play. Cavalier here deciding what he wants to put that counter on. Man, did you ever just play Optimistic Scavenger on turn 1 in Duskmorn draft and just say GG to your opponent?
No, I have manners. And I'm not that lucky.
Yeah, that's the real reason.
Yeah. Turn 1 planes, scavenger, extend the handshake.
Yeah. How to make
Good
your
game.
opponent
Good
salty in one turn with one land. An attack here from Cavalier as well. Completely empty board from Gray, but we are tapping some mana.
That's a Terra Sunder.
Okay, sure, I guess. Not really what you want to be doing, but
It's not ideal, but you have to make it work.
response from John. It's this town ain't big enough.
Yeah, this is when things are terrifying from the Pixie deck, is when things are well and truly rolling like this.
Yeah. We're going to bounce back that Fairy as well as the Stormcaller's talent. Getting in for a bunch of damage here with those Prowess Tiggers. Great Pain dropping down to 10 after that attack. When the Pixie deck is firing on all cylinders, it just feels hopeless for the other player.
Yeah, the amount of cards that were drawn from that entity tracker really showing why John felt like he's in such a secure position, despite the fact that Gray had the curve up the beanstalk into Overlord of the Hauntwoods, and John is making it look like it doesn't matter at all.
Once again, Storm Chaser's talent back into play for like the third time or something. Another Otter comes along
Yeah,
to
just
play.
count the Otters.
Pass the turn back. The foil Otter's no big deal. Looking nice out there on the battlefield. Zer, though, is something that can turn the tables, Monty.
Zer can definitely turn the tables, and John put the shields down, so now there's no Destroy Evil available. And if Gray has 4 lands to be able to make both of these avatars creatures, that would be incredible. As things stand, just attacking with the Overlord of the Mistmore still really strong for Gray Pain.
Absolutely. Coming in with lifelink, making 2/2/1 insects, going up to 16. What a great play there for Gray Pain, and so necessary to get her somewhere back into this game versus this Esper Pixie player that has plenty of tools in hand.
Yeah, massive attack, life total swing, as well as making more insects as blockers, means that suddenly Gray has the board somewhat under her control again.
Overlord of the Hauntwoods comes off of their little journey through the Netherworld as well. Into play off Impending. 2 mana tapped back over to John Cavalier. Looks like a Destroy Evil.
Yeah, now Destroy Evil, I believe, has to go after Zer here,
Yep.
considering both of the Overlords
Hexproof.
have Hexproof.
Zer down. I choose Wizard for Zer.
Okay. What do you want? A medal?
Stop being so boring with human. That's what I want. I want you to live life, Monty.
Oh, I would pick Wizard too.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
But I just saw human was sitting there on the table, so I know, okay?
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, no. I pick Avatar because horror is scary. I pick Wizard because humans are boring.
Thank you. I agree. I'm glad we worked this out.
Yep.
Attack step here for John Cavalier. Fear of Isolation. Turn sideways. In for a few points of damage. Gray Pain down to 13.
Yeah, that was 4 damage because I believe John played the Shepherd that turn and pumped the Fear of Isolation, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, and there comes down Pixie is going to return that Shepherd back to hand. Pretty nice sideboard card versus this domain deck.
Yeah, Shrouded Shepherd just ensuring that no matter how many insects your opponent makes, you're able to clear the way through them.
And when it comes into play, gives target creature you control +2/+2 until end of turn, which is what we saw that half of the card doing there.
You do have to put it into play before you can bounce it.
Indeed. Gray Pain looks to be tapping out some math on the table here. Both players currently sitting at 13, paying up a game over Cuvelier. Land for turn, Scry. Beza Bend.
I believe that's Analyze the Pollen being cast for Gray there.
All right, so Analyze the Pollen is going to be able to find whatever she wants to find in her deck here. Not being used for its most common usage to go and find a land. Instead, we might go find whatever we need.
Evidence was collected, and that is another Zur being found. John's still tapped out, so lifelink, hexproof, we got those back.
Thank goodness. Zur is just the all-star of all all-stars, and a huge swing here from Gray Payne. We're speeding things up here in this match a little bit to be able to catch back up with the tournament. So the players are not superhuman. Don't worry. This is just technology.
Yeah, and this is a massive attack coming out from Gray. She does know about the Shepherd in John's hands, so you do even see the insect tokens coming out, as at any point on John's turn, John can just wipe all the insect tokens from the board.
John here lining up blocks after this giant swing from Gray. If Gray wins this match, in excellent position here at the as Swiss is coming to a close. This is the final round before our top 8 cut. Everything in the world is jumping in front of that Overlord of the Mistmoors.
Yeah, notably, Zur does give Death Touch, Lifelink, and Hexproof, but what it does not give is Indestructible. So that is Mistmoors down, and a large chunk of the threat from Gray is gone. However, John does still have to deal with, one, wiping all of these insect tokens, so 2 of his mana is essentially locked spoken for by just wiping all of the insects, and then he has to find a way to deal with this Overlord of the Hauntwoods.
Yeah, Cleave the Shadows deals with the insects there, the adventure half of Shrouded Shepherd. 2 more mana tapped here. What do we have? It's a Fear of Isolation.
Yeah, going to bounce a land, and this is just a way, I believe, for John to have more mana to work with. If he was in a position where he didn't need that mana for some reason, so representing something, there, I believe he would have bounced the Storm Chaser's Talent instead, play that. But as things stand, just passing with 2 mana, and we'll see what Gray is able to do between the Zur and the Overlord of the Hauntwoods as her primary tools.
Gray Payne after that enormous attack up to 25 here, swinging with that Overlord of the Hauntwoods. Looks like just a Fear of Isolation going to jump in front for John, but it's that town ain't big enough. We're going to target that Fear of Isolation as well as the Storm Chaser's Talent. Elspeth's Smite, though, is going to say, no, 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 I don't think so, to at least one of those cards.
Yeah, this is the cost of going for this after blocks. Of course, you do have to block, but essentially by doing that, now John has lost one of the bounce effects that he had, and the only card in hand, I believe, is another copy of This Town Ain't Big Enough alongside the Storm Chaser's Talent and 1 unknown card drawn, which looks like another talent to me.
Yeah, and that Baloth coming into play, gaining even more life for Gray Payne, all the way up to 29. John Cuvelier on just 4 life here in game number 2, and Gray's already up a game. So John really up against it.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Gray, she is finding the wrong part of her deck. Zur, of course, excellent, but also the Baloth unable to draw a card off of Up the Beanstalk. So Gray is just getting massively out card advantaged in this matchup right now, even though she has an Up the Beanstalk, and it really would not take much for her to start chaining together cards. And one more thing I have to point out, Maria. Look at that round clock, because 3 minutes left, and Gray is not only up a game, but in a commanding position here in this game as well.
That's right, and if we end before the resolution of this game, that means Gray Payne takes down the match. Here's another enormous life-linking swing from Gray. We've got an Otter and a Fear of Isolation into block. Tons of life. Gray goes up to 34. John still at 4. Land for turn and passes back over to John.
Still nothing. John has a Destroy Evil, I believe, in hand now.
Yeah, yeah.
So that's an answer to Zur.
Gonna kick things off here with a Pixie, which is gonna bounce the Storm Chaser's Talon, which is gonna give us another Storm Chaser's Talon, another Otter, eventually. And there's a Destroy Evil, hitting Zur. Zur down for the count, potentially.
I think going to animate up the Beanstalk first.
Yep, up the Beanstalk becomes a real boy. In comes Fear of Isolation. Gray paid down to 30. And John passes the turn back.
Yeah, John has to play to win in this position. He needs to win this game in order to put himself in a position to at least draw the match.
Overlord of the Hauntwoods attacks. The Scavenger jumping in front. 14 seconds on the clock. This town ain't big enough.
Another land pass.
Wow. Gray Pain just flooding out here. Now we've got time in round is called. We are on turn number 1. We're in turns, everyone.
I don't think John can deal 30 damage in the amount of turns that are left in this game. This is turn 1. Gray would get turn 2. John gets 3 and 5. So he needs to be able to deal 30 damage in 3 attack steps, where currently he is representing 4 damage.
Yeah, seems impossible. Plus we have 2 creatures still in play for Gray Pain, left back on blocks potentially from little Otters trying to get in there. Well, we're going to try. We got to try. It's the last round of Swiss here. Got to make sure you play to every out that you have in your deck. Optimistic Scavenger getting replayed. Here's Storm Chaser's Talon getting replayed. In comes an Otter. In comes a counter onto the Fear of Isolation. Pixie in hand, as well as another Storm Chaser's Talon, which is now going to hit the table. I mean, he's doing what he can. This is certainly a good turn, all things considered, if we weren't in turns, that is.
Look, it's not over until it's over, and John is going to absolutely play this to the most of his ability. He is adding a lot of damage right now to the board.
We're back in normal time, everybody. Which does seem kind of slow after you've been going at 200%.
Yeah. Okay. Both of these talents are at level 1.
$30 damage. Can we get there? That is the one question that matters for John Cuvelier. Gray Pain. Can I survive?
Attack step 1 of the 3 that he gets is, I believe, 7 damage being represented.
In comes the Fear of Isolation. Gray is going to take it down to 23. Pass the turn.
Turn 2.
Well, we're going to keep beating down here for Gray. In comes the Overlord. In comes another Everywhere land.
The Abyss, as we call it. John doing math.
The Abyss.
Yep. It's got to be blocked. Destroy 1 creature of John's choice every turn.
Ah, I see. Scavenger is going to be the sacrificial lamb here.
Day of Judgment to close out the game.
God. You can see Cavalier there just has to laugh like, yeah, that's my chances here in turns.
He really was putting it together, but John knows that after that Day of Judgment, he cannot win. So there's the handshake. And I believe that is Gray Pain locking up her spot in our top 8, the final spot that was up for grabs. And she is getting a Pro Tour invite in addition to a chance to play for that $10,000.
Wow, very, very exciting stuff here in our final round of Swiss. Coming up after this break, it's our top 8 as well as a big announcement from us. So don't go anywhere. Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome back to coverage of Spotlight Foundations live from Atlanta, Georgia. And it is top 8 time. Rhea Bartholdi and Monty DeVuti here with you in the booth to kick off our quarterfinals. What an amazing tournament we've had so far this weekend. Monty, what are you looking forward to here in our top 8?
Well, the Pro Tour invites are decided. That part is done. So now I'm curious to see who's going to win $10,000 and standard for a year.
Yes, that is our top prize here this weekend for our top 8. We're going to find out in the coming hours. But first, let's thank our sponsors for this weekend. Huge thank you to Beckett and to Dragon Shield. Whether you're wanting your trading cards sleeved or slabbed, our friends at Dragon Shield and Beckett have you covered. A big thank you to these legends for sponsoring all SCG cons this year. And don't forget, you can order your Dragon Shield products right now on StarCityGames.com. So thank you to our sponsors there. And we've been teasing it all weekend long as well. We have our top 8 coming up. But before we show you any of that, it is time for a big announcement as far as these Spotlight series are considered. So let's take a look at what we have in store for the Spotlight events coming up this year. Everybody mark your calendars. Spotlight series, we've got SCGCon Denver, April 11th through the 13th. Dragons are taking over Denver. Join us April 11th through the 13th for SCGCon Denver featuring Magic Spotlight Dragons. What's the format, you ask? Well, brace yourselves because it is Tarkir Dragonstorm Limited. That's right. Large open style limited events are back, baby. I am so excited for this. There will be live coverage of this event as well. Visit scgcon.starcitygames.com and start planning your next SCGCon adventure today. Are you so stoked for this, Monty?
I am beyond stoked. Large limited events are
Let's
awesome.
go!
Large open limited events are so cool. And for me personally, the plane of Tarkir holds a very special place in my heart. So getting to go there for this event is beyond exciting.
I know. I'm so very excited for all of you out there who have not played a large limited open. It is so incredibly fun. And Tarkir in the past, it was a fantastic limited environment. So fingers crossed we'll have more of the same with Tarkir Dragonstorm. So very excited for this coming up in Denver, April 11th through the 13th. Put that on your calendars now. I want to see a lot of players out there for limited, everybody, because I love limited and I want more limited. And if you want more limited, come on out and play it. So that's coming up in Denver this April. But we've got some more to announce for you. So drum roll, please. Let's take a look at our next Spotlight series, everybody. SCGCon Indianapolis here, May 30th through June 1st. Okay, SCGCon returns to Indianapolis, Indiana for Magic Spotlight Secret Lair, featuring a massive modern open. That's right, no pre-qualification required. Just sign up and show up May 30th through June 1st. Live coverage of this event as well. Remember, you can go to scgcon.starcitygames.com to start planning your trip right now. So if you love Modern, May 30th through June 1st in Indy is your place to be for Magic Spotlight Secret Lair. Very excited to reveal these formats live for you on stream right now. Monty, what do you think about this one?
Well, I'm already intrigued by Magic Spotlight Secret Lair because the Spotlight series is entirely new, right? And what we know is there's a unique prize for each of these events. For this one, Foundations, sort of self-explanatory, but once we start getting into dragons and Secret Lair territory, it really feels like we could go anywhere with this. So
I know.
I'm really excited to see how the Magic Spotlight series develops throughout the course of this year, what these unique prizes that we're going to be seeing at each of these events are, and of course just large, massive, open events. Really exciting. Having Pro Tour invites on the line, really exciting. I think it's going to be a really cool year to be a Magic player.
Absolutely. So excited for the return of these large open events. And like Monty said, the prizes are unique. They're different at all of these events. This tournament, you win standard for a year, which is a case of booster boxes for every set that gets released, which is awesome. What will the prizes be for these next tournaments? Only time will tell. But we are here in our top 8, so let's take a look at our top 8 bracket if we could and find out who will be playing whom coming up here in our top 8. And let's take a look at the decks that made it through the entire tournament, arriving here at our top 8. 3 copies of Gruul Aggro. We have an Azorius Aggro list here, Azorius Oculus, Temur Otters, Demir Enchantments, and we've got a 5-color control list in the hands of Grey Pain, who is not just playing Grey Pain, but is playing the Zur Enchantments deck.
Yeah, as awesome as it would be for you to just be playing a deck named after yourself, Grey Pain is in fact playing Domain Control, and we'll get that updated. But looking at this top 8, we have essentially 6 different archetypes, I believe, 2 Gruul Aggro, and a 3rd Gruul Aggro that isn't exactly the same as it is the Leyline version of the deck. So I would say that that is a different archetype in and of itself. Azorius Aggro and Azorius Oculus, very different, not at all the same deck. And then Demir Enchantments in the hands of Scott McNamara, and Temur Otters in the hands of Ray Zhang. So 6 essentially different archetypes, a very varied top 8, and it's going to be very cool to see how it plays out as we go deeper into this top 8.
Taking a peek at this bracket too, Mani, do you have any thoughts about who might potentially be favored moving through it?
It's really tough to say. Some of these decks, like the Azorius Aggro deck in the hands of Zhao Li, I have no idea how that will line up into a deck like Domain Control. I think it's going to be cool to see how the Otters deck plays out and whether that is able to go deep. One of the things that I know Ray was concerned with looking at their survey responses to the top 8 was they weren't sure about their Gruul matchup.
Okay,
and there's
yeah.
a bunch of Gruul in this top 8. So it's going to be really interesting to see how these matches play out. And of course, this Demir Enchantments deck, it is a combination of the Esper Pixie deck as well as the Demir midrange deck, taking some of the elements from each, the best aspects of the Pixie deck while cutting some of the white shenanigans and making it more consistent. So we'll see how all of these elements line up as this top 8 plays out.
Let's take a look at these deck lists if we can, with Ray Zhang playing this Otters list, which is going to be in our feature match area here coming up. Take a look at the list here, Mani. Now, for a lot of people who might just be joining us, this was a deck that we saw debut at the World Championship late last year, and for Team Sanctum of all. I remember when I talked to the team at that event, they thought it was busted straight in half, didn't have a great showing at that tournament, but turns out this deck is extremely difficult to play. Well, good news, Ray Zhang is an extremely good Magic player. How does this deck do its thing, Mani?
Yeah, so this deck is really trying to assemble a multi-piece combo. The core of it does revolve around Enduring Vitality as well as Valley Floodcaller. Those are the 2 most important cards. You see them right there in the top left corner. The rest of the pieces are somewhat replaceable, somewhat not. You're trying to get enough Otter/Rats on the battlefield to start generating mana with the Valley Floodcaller. Song of Totentans is one of the main ways to do that in one card, but Storm Chaser's Talent can also build it up. And then eventually when you have enough creatures generating mana, you can form a loop with this Storm Chaser's Talent plus this talent ain't big enough and another enchantment to bounce, for example, up the Beanstalk. And this will just allow you to make infinite mana, infinite bounces, and infinitely large creatures.
All right, let's look at Ray Zhang's list up against Eli Swafford's list of Azorius Oculus, and we saw this deck just going off a couple of rounds ago.
Yeah, in the hands of Eli, he was getting some of the best draws the deck could ask for, and as complicated as the Otters deck is, this deck is very simple. Get one of those big creatures in the yard, bring it back from the yard, end the game. And Eli has been doing that very consistently all weekend into our top 8 here, and really interesting to see whether he can do it again into Ray.
Chart, of course, brings all the Oculuses to the yard. Hopefully, fingers crossed for Eli Swafford. All right, that's a look at our feature match. Let's head on down to the feature match area for our first quarterfinal. And here we go. The players are off. Eli Swafford on Azorius Oculus up against Ray Zhang on Temur Otters. Land for both players back over to Eli, who needs to get things going and going fast. Oh, dear.
How about not going at all, as that is a missed land drop for Eli. So things are going to halt in their tracks here.
Okay, so that is a tough break there for Eli. Second turn of the game. Yikes.
All right.
Thundertrap Trainer is going to be the play though for Ray, who is starting to get the game plan underway.
Yeah, Eli does find a second land, so can start rolling things, but nothing in the graveyard right now. I would assume with the second land pass that this hand does contain at least one copy of Picklock Prankster / Free the Fae, getting ready to resolve here. But for Ray, they are well and truly rolling already as we see the Enduring Vitality come down. We do see the Storm Chaser's talent being found, and the first test Eli has passed by having an answer to the Enduring Vitality.
All right, so Enduring Vitality taken care of from Eli, which is very important as it is a critical piece of the combo here for Ray Zhang.
Yeah, now, it is a temporary answer, as Soul Partition does exile it, but you can cast it again by paying 2 more later on, another one of these exile effects. So it will cost Ray some extra mana, but they can get their vitality back. What Eli needed to do was buy time for himself, which he has done so far.
Here's another Thundertrap Trainer for Ray Zhang. So taking a look at the top 4 cards of the library, they can reveal a non-creature, non-land, put it into their hand, and the rest on the bottom of the library.
Yeah, and that's a Bushwhack found there.
All right, so Bushwhack, the choice here for Ray Zhang, who is really a master of this Teamer Otters deck, and in fact, combo decks in general, online known as combo for the sake of combo, which this deck certainly is.
Yeah, CFT Sock has been an online crusher for an incredibly long time, but over the past few years has translated the massive amount of skill they have in addition to deck building prowess into becoming not only a Pro Tour regular, but also Pro Tour top 8s and World Championship appearances. Ray is a player that is showing they are an absolute force to be reckoned with in the modern Magic environment.
Absolutely. We see Ray at the top of the standings consistently at Pro Tours, at World Championships. Back over to Eli, who did have a Free the Fae, as you posited there, Monty, in hand.
Yeah, now a moment of truth, and we are approaching the moment of truth as Ray doesn't actually need to untap with this Enduring Vitality. If they're able to resolve Vitality and have enough creatures to start generating mana, they can just win the game. So the clock is ticking for Eli to either have another answer by the time Ray has enough mana to cast its Vitality, or try to end the game, which Eli is way too far away from doing.
Ray Zhang in excellent position here with this Otters deck already so early right now in the game. Chipping in for damage here, taking Eli down to 16. 5 mana at the ready. We're going to get this Vitality back and pass the turn. Back over to Eli Swafford here on Oculus. Oculus has not been able to do much of anything so far in the game.
All right, Vitality down, and we are very, very close to Ray Zhang potentially being able to win this game, as I believe the only piece they're missing now is the Valley Flood Caller.
Chart, of course, digging for answers here for Eli, but yikes, it seems like it just might be too little too late.
We'll see.
Tap land.
Meticulous Archive, one of the most important lands for this Azorius Oculus deck, is being able to surveil something into the graveyard for you to be able to recommission or helping hand it back can be very important, but the shields are down for Eli, so if Ray has what they need here, they can just end the game, and the piece they are missing is Valley Flood Caller.
All right, we'll see if Ray Zhang has this game well and truly in the bag so quickly here in our quarterfinals. Hadijin on the table for Eli is going to get dealt with. Back to hand with that, this town ain't big enough.
Yeah, this town ain't big enough, returning the Thundertrap Trainer for Ray and the Hadijin for Eli. So Eli once again with essentially no board presence, and Ray with everything to work with here. I believe this is going to be an off-springed Thundertrap Trainer trying to look for more cards, which indicates to me at least that Ray does not have the Valley Flood Caller yet.
Ray Zhang here considering their move at this point in the game. Like you mentioned, So very close to pulling off this combo.
Yeah, just thinking through the plays.
Okay, here we go. We've got a Thunder Trap trainer number 2.
Is this actually timed? Why do we have a timer for the top 8?
And there it goes, and we're going to take a look here at the top of the deck. There's this town ain't big enough. Pausing our timer now because our top 8 is actually untimed.
Yeah, so the first Thunder Trap trainer, that is another hard one to say, finds that this sounded big enough. The second finds the all-important Analyze the Pollen, and that is going to be the piece that is able to go ahead and find the Valley Flood Caller. So I believe Ray has now essentially put Eli in check, saying that as soon as they are able to collect the evidence for this Analyze the Pollen, the game is on the verge of being over.
Does Eli Swafford have some kind of answer to break up this combo that Ray Zhang has put together? More digging. So not yet.
Moment of truth.
This is indeed the moment of the truth here for Eli Swafford in game number 1 of our quarterfinals. What did we find?
Notably, not that much interaction in Eli's deck, at least for the main deck. 2 copies of Soul Partition, which is temporary. 2 copies of Get Lost, which would do the job if that is something Eli has found. 3 copies of Phantom Interference, but that is something that Ray will be able to pay with the sheer amount of mana available to them.
Back over to Ray Zhang. Are they able to complete this combo? Monty, would you be willing to play this Otter's deck in a big tournament like this?
Depends. How long have I been testing it?
I'll give you a couple weeks. Oh, there's Storm Chaser's talent.
If I believe that Otters is well positioned, if I have, let's say I'm testing with Sanctum of All and I have much smarter players than myself telling me that Otters is good for this tournament, I would put the time in and I would learn it and then I would be willing to play it. Yeah.
Enduring Vitality into the red zone. Eli Swafford down to 10. Making some mana here.
Now, notably, Ray does not have the evidence to collect that they need to go for Analyze the Pollen, finding the Valley Flood Caller. So Eli still has some more time available to him.
Okay.
But Ray has gotten aggressive, so not that much time.
Yeah, Ray can just attack with creatures also turns out as a way you can win a game of Magic the Gathering, even if you are playing with a combo deck. So that is Ray Zhang taking down game number 1 here against Eli Swafford in our quarterfinals. More than one way to win a game with a combo deck, turns out.
Yeah, and we'll see if Eli can bring this back, at least in the post-board games. Eli gets more tools available to him in terms of interaction. Not that many more, but definitely more.
Let's take a look at player sideboards if we can and talk about what these players might want to bring in here in this matchup. You were just talking about Eli. What do you think he wants?
So it's interesting because the main thing Eli really needs here is negate, just to break up some of the key pieces of the combo. But the cards that he's brought overall don't line up that well into the matchup. There's no permanent removal, really. Soul Partition is temporary. Elspeth Smite, once you're aware of it, you can absolutely play around it. So I think this specific build from Eli doesn't really offer the best tools into what Ray has brought.
Yeah, I don't think you're really planning to see that many Otters in a tournament like this. Just not many people willing to put in the hours and hours necessary needed to learn this deck.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think for Eli, we'll bring some tools to try to buy time. The Soul Partition and the Negates have to come in to at least just slow down Ray, if not fully stop them. And hopefully that buys enough time for Eli to do his thing. But primarily, I would say that Eli is just trying to be faster and actually execute his game plan. We saw this game was a bit of a stumble, missing a land drop, not really getting on the board fast enough, and then Ray was in full control.
Looking on the other side of things into Ray Zhang's sideboard here, it's a little unusual. I mean, the whole deck is a little unusual, to be honest. 3 Llanowars in the sideboard jumping out at me. We also have a Bonehard Dracosaur, Obstinate Baloth, Screaming Nemesis, 2 Lithomanthic Barrage, a Rebel Savo, 2 of them actually, 2 Paw Patch Formation, 1 Dissection Tools, 1 Up the Beanstalk, and 1 Bitter Reunion.
Yeah, I think for Ray, of course, as a combo deck, you really can't dilute too much. But the big thing that you're going to be looking at in your sideboard is the Lithomantic Barrages. Having a 1-mana uncounterable answer to all 3, well, both of the main threats from the Oculus deck, as well as the Kiora, even though not the most important, it does exist, is really important. Otherwise, I'm not sure how much more help you get out of your sideboard if you are in Ray's position. You do also have the 2 Paw Patch Formations destroying creatures with flying, so those will certainly come in as well. So just some amount of removal without diluting your deck too much.
Sure, that's a great point. Players here consulting the other deck lists of the opposing players here in our top 8. Like we said, our top 8 is untimed, so the players do have more time than usual. However, they still have to play at a reasonable pace. You can't slow play, even though the match is untimed. And a lot on the line for these players. All of our top 8 have locked up a spot at the next Pro Tour, which is Pro Tour Ether Drift, coming up next month in Chicago. Wow, next month? Where does time go, Bonnie?
Yeah,
Seriously.
we're already there.
That's wild to think about. So congratulations to all of our top 8 for coming back. We're going to see you in Chicago. But of course, plenty more is still to play for. If we can take a look at our prizes here for our top 8, we have got $10,000 that is going to first place. That is nothing to sniff at. We've got $5,000 for second place, $2,500 for the top 4. Top 8 gets $1,000 for making it in, so congratulations to our players there. Top 16 gets $750, top 32 $550, top 64 $350. Not bad for a weekend where you've also had a lot of fun. Our winner also gets standard for a year, which is a play booster case of every standard legal Magic release in 2025. Imagine that showing up on your doorstep. Pretty sick.
Yeah, it's really cool, if nothing else. And there's a lot more to it. It's very valuable, but I just like the feeling of every time a new set is coming down, you just get to crack all these packs.
Monty, come on. You got to set up a draft. You got to play with your friends.
Okay. For the next Pro Tour, you can use your 1 play booster case of Ether Drift to draft with your friends, and then just crack the rest.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. What value here for a winner of this tournament. This is an open tournament as well, everyone. If you're just joining us, we had 1,500 players on day 1 of competition, which is just incredible to see these large open tournaments return. I had such a blast playing these in the past. I walked around the venue. A lot of players said, you know, it's just fun to come out here and compete once again in one of these large opens, to see everybody from the good old days coming back and slinging some spells. Just an awesome vibe all around here in Atlanta this weekend.
And for game 2, we'll see if Eli on the play once again. Eli was the higher seed, so had the play in the first game, wasn't able to get the job there. So that is Ray breaking serve, which benefits them. We'll see if Eli has a good hand here that can help him in the second game of the matchup.
Players drawing opening hands here. Ray taking a mulligan. Obviously, mulligans with a combo deck, extremely important.
Yeah, you really do have to understand your spots and leverage them, but ultimately, if you're in Ray Zhang's seat, you're just trying to assemble the right combination of cards, and that sometimes means just mulliganing to find those pieces that allow you to set that up.
All right, we're going to draw another 7, see if we can find a better hand here for Ray Zhang. Currently on 6. Story of the weekend as well has been how awesome Standard has looked. We want to thank our sponsors for this tournament too, Beckett and Dragon Shield. Big thanks to them for sponsoring these SCG cons this year. 2 incredible sponsors. Whether you're sleeving your cards with Dragon Shield or slabbing them with Beckett. Our friends have you covered. A big thank you to these legends for sponsoring all SCG cons this year. And don't forget, you can order your Dragon Shield products right now on StarCityGames.com.
All right, I would guess that Ray has kept their hand of 6, and we are off. Meticulous Archive for Eli, turn 1, but
Helping
Benny
hand.
a helping hand is the opposite of what you're looking for.
That's not a helping hand at all. And this is exactly where Ray wants to be on turn 1 with that Storm Chaser's talent, bringing an Otter into play.
Yep, the game is well and truly rolling, and you know, this isn't typically considered a great matchup for Otters just because of the sheer speed of the Oculus deck and the consistency with which the deck plays. But one of the key cards that is integral to the consistency of Oculus, in my opinion, founding the third path, is one that Eli does not have available to him this weekend, chose not to bring it. And I'm curious if that will shift the matchup some percentage points in Ray's favor.
Otter getting in for damage now, down to 18 of Prowess Trigger. And there's Free the Fae from Eli.
I do have to say, Free the Fae has just been such an impressive card. Picklock Prankster is there as well, but really, Free the Fae is the all-star of the show, and has just made such a big impact in multiple formats, enabling the Phoenix decks and Pioneer, and just showing you what a simple 2-mana spell like this can do.
Bitter Reunion is the enchantment you see in play in front of Ray Zhang here. When it enters the battlefield, you can discard a card. If you do, draw 2. You can also pay 1 to sacrifice it to give creatures you control haste until end of turn, which is important if you tap in on those creatures for mana.
Yeah, and one of the cool things that Bitter Reunion does add is also that because it is a permanent, it is one of those cards that you can bounce with this town a big enough. So it's a way to use this town a big enough to get more looks at cards and sift through your deck, which is something that the deck may be missing sometimes. You don't want too many copies of Bitter Reunion, but having at least one can definitely help.
Chart a course and a pass from Eli. Yikes. Oculus, though, into the yard, so that is something.
I believe that's a recommission that is revealed from Eli, if I'm not mistaken, likely from that Free the Fae. I don't believe it is currently being cast, as we are on Ray's turn, and considering what is available to them. But Oculus in the yard means that at some point, Eli can recommission it back.
Here's Analyze the Pollen for Ray. Prowess Trigger onto the Otter.
Notably, Ray did go for an Enduring Vitality, but that was met with a Phantom Interference. The access to counter spells available for the Oculus deck is part of what makes the matchup tough for Teamer Otters. When you are a combo deck, what you typically do not like facing is a deck that has both pressure and disruption.
We have results from some of our other tables here. Going to let you know Nicholas Audenheimer, who's playing that really, really aggressive version of Gruul Aggro, taking down that match 2-1.
Yeah, Nicholas, after a tough match to end the Swiss, did come into our top 8 as the #1 seed, and now gets the job done in the quarterfinals, moving one step closer towards first place by moving on to the semifinals.
So congratulations to Nicholas there with that win. We are able to get this Eye into play with Helping Hand, Manifest Dread token into play as well. Ray Zhang now knocked down to 17.
Yes, but I will say Ray does have a Vitality on the board, so this is the beginning of putting together a win, and I believe at the moment Eli is tapped out from what I can see, so the coast is clear if Ray is able to cobble together the win here.
Yeah, we do have the critical pieces in play for Ray Zhang. We'll see if this Malta 6 left them with what they need to get the job done combo-wise.
All right, well, Questing Druid is going to go on an adventure. That's Seek the Beast.
And we are seeking the beast. What do we find? We're going to use this island.
Yeah, unfortunately, not finding something like Valley Flood Caller to really get the ball rolling here. And I would guess that Ray is still missing a piece or two from what they need.
Just 2 lands in play for Eli Swafford to Ray Zhang's 5. Uh, Eli has just not been able to get off the ground quick enough in these games so far, Monty.
Yeah, no, definitely not. At least there is an Oculus in play. This is a better position than Eli found himself in at any point in the first game, but it really does feel like the clock needs to be a bit faster from Eli, or at least the ability to leave more mana up if he wants to be competitive, as Ray is continuing to develop and they're not that far away.
Ray here considering their plays so close to pretty much locking things up with just the right pieces. We're going to tap 3 mana, Enduring Vitality, going to play that as well off of that Seek the Beast.
Enduring Vitality is a 3/3 Vigilance, so Ray can pretty comfortably attack with that one into the 2/2 Manifest. And I do believe we have another result to announce, Maria.
Yes, McNamara 2-0 in that matchup. McNamara running Demir enchantments, and that is over Victor Moy on Gruul Aggro.
So I believe Nicholas Ottenheimer was in a Gruul mirror, so that is the leyline version of Gruul beating one of the 2 regular Gruul decks, and with Scott McNamara winning, that is the other regular Gruul deck being knocked out, and we have Demir enchantments and Gruul leyline moving into our semifinals.
Wow, congratulations to those players. Some very quick wins as well here in our top 8.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how things are going to play out throughout our semifinals. But of course, first we have to see who is going to be joining them out of Ray and Eli.
All right, here we have another eye cast for Eli. We're going to manifest Dread once again.
Yeah, so the previous turn, after Ray attacked, they used this Towning Big Enough to return the Oculus that Eli had in play to Eli's hand, and then Eli used this turn to redeploy it, but that means Ray is untapping against a tapped-out opponent with 2 Vitalities and just looking for the Valley Stormcaller to Floodcaller, to really get things rolling.
All right, we'll see if Ray can find these critical combo pieces here. You see them kind of tapping things out on the battlefield. There's a look at Valley Floodcaller on your screen. You can see why it's so incredibly powerful in this combo deck. We're going to play Questing Druid.
And this will lead into the Storm Chaser's talent that I believe Ray bounced the previous turn using this town ain't big enough. So that will get a trigger onto the Questing Druid, creating another Otter as well.
So setup continues to go very smoothly here for Ray Zhang, but no nail in the coffin just yet.
Yeah, could level up the Storm Chaser's talent and return this town ain't big enough to their hand, but lacking the mana to cast it unless they sack that Bitter Reunion to give their creatures haste. That is indicating prowess triggers for that Otter. There's that Lithomatic Barrage.
Taking care of the Oculus. Oculus down, so just 2 manifest tokens in play, and here's a Bushwhack going to take care of another one of them.
Yeah, and Ray isn't worried about comboing out anymore. Ray is just going for the kill.
I mean, hey, like, that's what we saw the win, how they got the win in game number 1.
Yep.
In come the sheep. In come the otter.
Excuse me, Maria. Enduring Vitality is actually an elk. Thank you very much.
Oh, sorry. I was thinking of the sheep
Yeah.
from before, the white one.
Not all enduring creatures are the same creature type, Maria.
Well, I know the blue one's a cat, so that's important to me.
Okay, that is the only one that actually matters
Thank
to you.
you.
I understand.
Yes.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Anything else might as well just be a sheep. Let's
Just
get real.
Wake up, sheeple.
Eli down to 6 after this attack. Ray Zhang proving you can just smash face with this combo deck as well. A win's a win, no matter how you get it.
And this is a really tough spot for Eli because even if he has brought in a card like Temporary Lockdown, that's not going to stop these Enduring Vitalities from killing you. So Eli is in a position that is essentially check, and I think it might actually be closer to checkmate.
Yeah, I think you might be right here, Monty. Rei Zhang sitting pretty with all of these creatures at 17. Eli looking down a pretty big and intimidating board on a number of different axes. Surveil. Okay, what can you do here, Eli? Cast a recommission. Eye back into commission. Will manifest dread.
Yeah,
Don't know if this gets you out of it.
there.
Nope.
Paw patch formation. And that's it.
Wow, that is going to do it. Rei Zhang taking down this matchup over Eli Swafford. The combo deck doesn't even need to combo for the win. Congratulations to Rei.
Incredibly impressive stuff for Rei. And, you know, they've been focused on this match, but I think they are going to be ecstatic when they get out of it and hear that both of the Gruul decks lost.
Yes.
So that is one of their worst matchups. I think they were not looking forward to that. So the fact that those lost, Rei Zhang already, I would say, the most accomplished player in our top 8 on one of the coolest decks, but now overcoming one of their toughest matchups, hearing 2 of their other tough matchups lost, things are looking really good for the combo player.
Wow, that is very, very exciting. Production, could you tell me once again what's happening here? Sorry, I didn't. All right. All right, we're about to see some more magic, but before we do, like you said, Monty, this puts Rei in an excellent position here in our top 8. We know we have a Gruul Aggro player also in the top 8 on that Leyline version of the Gruul deck. Do you think that might be fast enough?
Well, I believe if I know my bracket correctly,
sure, I might.
Which I may not, I believe that Rei does not face Nicholas until the finals.
Okay.
So if that's the case, Rei has one more chance to dodge Gruul altogether. So we'll see what the bracket looks like and how things play out. But I'm not sure how the Leyline version plays out because Rei's deck really needs time, and the Leyline version doesn't give you time. So I think that may actually be even worse for Rei than the regular Gruul decks.
Okay, well, we'll see what happens. A lot left to play here in our top 8 yet. A lot has already happened. Very quick top 8 matches here. I've covered a lot of these kinds of events in the past, and sometimes they go on for a long time. But we've had some very fast rounds due to the aggressive nature of decks in Standard. But I think overall, the story of the weekend so far for us has been that basically in Standard, you can play what you want.
Yeah, absolutely. We see 6 different archetypes, assuming you are generous enough to give Leyline Gruul a different archetype than just regular Gruul. We see 6 different archetypes here in our top 8, and we do see that it's not just Gruul making its way through despite having 2 copies. Both of them have fallen.
All right, we do have a match result, another match result to tell you.
I can do that. Gray Pain
Great.
On Domain Control has won. So the match in progress that we were trying to take you to, unfortunately, we can't, because the good news is all of our quarterfinals are over, and I believe that means Gruul Leyline, Teamer Otters, Demir Enchantments, and Domain Control are going to be our 4 matches in the semifinals.
Wow.
4 very cool decks, and the rest of this tournament is going to be an absolute blast to watch.
This is awesome. We have set up an absolutely killer top 4 for you all here. And that is going to do it, actually, for Monty and myself here in the booth with you this weekend. Thank you so much for joining us. Lots more top 8 action on the way. I wasn't able to be with you yesterday, everybody. I was feeling a bit under the weather, which is why Monty has masked up today, because he does not want to catch my Plague Lord vibes. Hopefully you're going to be okay, Monty, but thank you for allowing me to be your booth partner anyway as I'm recovering from this illness. My bestie at the desky here, Monty DeBooty, Maria Bartholdi. We're going to take a brief break. When we come back, more action here from our top 8 at Spotlight Foundations.
What's cracking, everybody? Hello and welcome back to Magic Spotlight Foundations. It is semifinals time. We have 4 amazing players, 4 incredible decks. I'm Alien Loney. This is Corey Baumeister.
Hey.
We cannot wait to get you into the action. So let's
Yes.
take a look at this bracket and show you just how far we have come thus far.
Yeah, absolutely. So these are our remaining players. We got Nicholas up against Gray here at the top of the bracket. That is where we're going to be starting, diving into that one as this Gruul aggro list when you play ley lines, turns out, you know, you don't play that many turns.
No.
I'd be curious to see how many total turns Nicholas played as I was watching his top 8 match. He turn 2'd one of the games
Yeah.
and could have turned to another game,
Yeah.
but decided to not go for it in case there was a removal spell and easily won on turn 3. So
I like that. Efficient Magic the Gathering.
exactly. So really impressive stuff there. On the bottom side of our bracket, we have Ray Zhang on Teamer Otters. They are absolutely crushing it as well. Up against Scott McNamara on that really, really innovative Demir enchantments list that I've been really impressed with as well. What a top 4.
This is awesome. Completely different lists. Not really a a Demir mid-range list, but the Demir
Yeah.
enchantments they're representing, kind of also representing the Pixie, you know, that amalgamation or combination of the different strategies.
Yep.
And then, I don't want to say like unexpected to see Domain and Teamer Otters in the top 4 here.
I would think
but
so. I mean, there definitely were, you know, on that tier 1.5, tier 2 style
Yeah.
decks in standard. But, you know, this standard format, so many decks are viable. It's really, you can kind of play anything. 3 Gruul decks in the top 8, whether they are
Yeah.
the leyline version or the non-leyline versions. Outside of that, all different decks. So
Yep.
what more do you want from a standard
I
environment?
am very, very pleased about this, and I bet everyone in charge of, you know, this sort of high level of
Yes.
Magic at Wizards is going to be very, very happy about this.
Yeah,
So,
very smart people that made that
Yeah,
decision to add some more sets to standard because I mean this is just great. all these players are of course extremely hyped as well. They're all going to the Pro Tour.
Oh,
so
yes.
yeah, just been a great event all around, and we have the best to come.
Hell yeah. Congratulations to everyone who did make the top 8. But I bet you someone still wants to win $10,000. So let's take a look at our play. Did you just...
Take it or leave it. I mean, 10K, sure. Yeah. All right, I think you're right. I think some people want to win some money.
Let's take a look at the deck lists for our players here. Jumping in, we're going to see first Nicholas Odenheimer's Gruul aggro list. We haven't gotten to see this all too much. We know he was in the feature match a couple of rounds back with Marianne Mani. But Leyline of Resonance. Woo!
pretty-
This card is sick.
Pretty funny stuff here for
Uh-huh.
this because this was the go-to list right when Leyline came out. Everyone's like, "Oh, the sky is falling. Leyline needs to be banned." Did indeed get banned in best of 1, but it ended up being all the other style Gruul decks ended up being the quote-unquote better versions of Gruul.
Yeah.
Now, the first big standard event we had with Leyline of Resonance, the person who did the best with the Gruul list, Jean-Emmanuel Duprat, playing
Former world
Leyline
champ,
of
you know.
Resonance. No other Gruul decks did better than him. Now, in the second highest level here standard event, what Gruul deck is doing the best? Leyline of Resonance. So maybe all the other players are wrong? Who knows?
Yes, they're all incorrect because the world champion even said, he's like, I don't understand why anyone is playing the not Leyline version
Yeah.
of this. And you know what? I'm with you, JED.
It's
You're-
sweet.
You're a smart Magic player, and smart Magic player knows smart things. So this is Nicholas Odenheimer's deck. This is something that he wants to curve out perfectly with because on the other side of things, his opponent here is going to be, excuse me, Grey Pain and Domain Control. If this gets to go into the mid game, into the late game, Grey is going to run away with this.
Yeah, absolutely. Keep an eye on her Elspeth Smite, Get Lost, Leyline Binding, Split Up. These kind of cards are something that Grey is especially going to need in game 1 where, Grey is not the first seed. That's for sure. Nicholas did come in as the number 1 seed, so Nicholas will be on the play. And you got to just think, if Nicholas has that kind of stone cold nut draw, you got to think it's going to be very, very tough for Grey to do anything because, well, let's count how many white sources are untapped. Basically, the only way to stop a turn 2 from
boy.
Grey is to have one of those, 6 white sources and an Elspeth Smite. Like, a tall order for sure. Post board, we're going to look at that main 3 cards here at the bottom bottom right-hand corner of the sideboard, the authority of the consoles, that'll
Yeah.
help a lot.
Yeah.
But this first game has got to be as close to an auto lose
Ooh.
for Grays if there is a good draw from Nicholas.
Well, we'll have to see what happens here as we get things underway. Will there be any pre-game effects? We'll have to find out right now as we head down to the feature match area. Best of luck to both of our players. Let's watch some magic, Corey.
This is going to be sweet, really exciting stuff.
Ooh, there it is. Leyline of Resonance on the board.
On
and
the board
immediately
before we
bad
even
news
got
bears.
here,
Yeah.
you know?
Immediate bad news bears for Gray, and there is Slick Shot Show Off. It's going to be plotted, so follow that up, follow that up with a couple of creatures, couple of spells, and this
Yep.
guy's gonna get hooch.
Well, don't leave your screen here. Having a ley line, having a Slick Shot Show Off coming out, your opponent's tapped out. I mean, there doesn't even have to be that much action here to win this right now. Here comes the math.
Yep. Checking it out. 20 damage in one fell swoop. Can Nicholas do it? Is this going to be the fastest semifinals in Magic history?
We'll see. I mean, the math is coming down. Nicholas doing the math would kind of lead me to believe it's at least close.
Yep.
You know, because you only need maybe 2 spells here.
Okay, there's Turn Inside Out, so
Yep.
there's a good chunk of power added to our Slick Shot Show Off. So it is 6, 7, 8 right now.
Yep.
Appreciate them using the dice to show us their workings. So down to 11, yes, with the extra
Yep.
power, the power of the bird itself. Down to 11 goes Gray on turn 3.
And one thing to remember when it comes to doubling the spell, you double the spell, but you don't recast the second one. So Slick Shot Show Off doesn't get that double boost. But still, a great start here. And the fact that, you know, Gray is still playing this game is a great sign
Yeah.
for her, because Nicholas might not have that much of a follow-up here, especially with just having that 2-mana available and saying go.
She will take an inch and turn it into a mile if Nicholas gives her any sort of leeway here. So
Absolutely. And now, I mean, you got to even think if Gray doesn't even have a removal spell, it seems slightly safe still because, well, Nicholas would have killed her right now if he could have.
Yep.
So it looks like Nicholas will have one more turn to be able to attack with this Slick Shot Show Off. Top deck something nice to be able to finish the game off.
Overprotect, I think.
Yep, overprotect. And a second overprotect. That bird's protected.
Whoop, 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 whoop. Man, you got like 2 insurance policies on that.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Alrighty, so game number 1 swiftly going to Nicholas Odenheimer. If you've just tuned in, well, you blinked and you missed it. Let's take a look at the sideboard here now. Things get a little better here for Gray.
Definitely. Number 1, first and foremost, she gets to go first. That is going to help a lot, but you also get to get rid of some of the cards that you really, really don't want to have in your deck. The Atraxa is going to be a little too expensive. You know, the Overlords of the Flood Pit don't look very good. Maybe even the Up the Beanstalks you can trim on some numbers here. Card she's going to want is the Authority of the Councils, more split-ups, more Elspeth Smites, as well as maybe even Obstinate Balos. Not exactly what they're for. They're definitely for the Hopeless
life.
Nightmares.
Yeah.
But 4-mana, 4/4, gain 4 life up against a deck that's trying to get you dead is plenty good.
It is at that. I mean, I'm even wondering, like, do the Sunfalls stay in?
Yeah. No, you're totally right. Against normal Gruul, I
Yeah.
think they for sure stay in when she's on the play. But against this version, where Nicholas really is all about the spells,
Yeah.
I could see them being trimmed as well. And that seems crazy up against a quote-unquote aggro deck.
Big thank you once again to the sponsors of this event, Beckett and Dragon Shield. These events wouldn't be possible without them. So whether you're wanting your trading cards sleeved or slabbed, our friends at Dragon Shield and Beckett have got you covered. A big thank you to both of them for sponsoring all SCG cons this year. And don't forget that you can order Dragon Shield products right now on StarCityGames.com.
I think Beckett's going to be slabbing up a bunch of Terror of the Peaks after this. All those fancy
Ooh,
foil
yeah.
Terror of the
Oh,
Peaks
yes.
that the top 128 players just got.
Nice.
And yeah, if you want to try to get some cool promos or something like that, the next Spotlight series.
Yes.
Wow, limited. I mean, how cool is that?
That is awesome.
That was a really nice announcement. I am
wanna
so
open
pumped for
that.
that. Yeah.
That's what I want to play in. I'm just saying. Magic Spotlight Dragons coming to Denver, April 11 to 13. Mark your calendars. Book your tickets and your hotels and your flights and whatever it is, or just drive there. I know some of you crazy people like to drive like 5-10 hours to these
5
events.
hours? You think 5 is crazy? I have seen some
Well,
14-hour drives.
14 hours.
I've seen some 5, 6, 7-hour drives to RCQs. People got the fire these days.
Ooh-wee. I'm still not used to how big North America is. Just, as a continent and as countries, Canada and U.S., you guys, a lot of empty space. I'm just saying.
Yes, we absolutely do. All right, and the Secret Layer Spotlight Series here in Indianapolis as well, and I believe we did announce the formats for that as well, right?
Yes.
Okay, yes, that is modern as well. Didn't want to spoil it just in case we weren't allowed to, but that's going to be incredible as well. There's going to be some more sets coming into the format. New sets like that usually don't affect Modern as much, but bringing Mox Opal back to the format, I will tell you, does affect it.
Okay.
Spoiler alert, Mox Opal will affect the format, as will Faithless Looting and
Boy.
Splinter Twin.
That's a commander card.
Yeah. Absolutely. Now you can play 4 of them. Can you believe it?
Yeah, how fun. Players seem to be ready to rock and roll here, having selected their hands. Do we have any mulligans?
Looks like a mulligan
Seems
there
like it,
from
yeah.
Nicholas.
And looks like a full grip for Gray, I believe. Maybe 6. Not entirely sure. Can't see the last card there.
Yeah, looks like 7. But either way, she's going to be on the play. That is a good sign for her. Nicholas mulliganing as well. A deck like this doesn't usually mulligan that well, because you really need a critical mass of stuff if you have the ley lines. The traditional Gruul list tends to mulligan a little bit better because you're not really residing on this combo of leyline plus creatures. Nicholas is basically playing Splinter Twin, same converted mana cost. Splinter Twin's your leyline. The Pestermites are just your other creatures. So, yeah, Splinter Twin and Standard. You heard it here first.
Oh, boy. You're just going to make this comparison to everything you possibly can.
I think I might.
You could probably do with mac and cheese if you tried real hard enough.
Well,
here.
also, up the beanstalk, Green Overlord, Splinter Twin for sure. 100%. That one's not close.
Everything is Splinter Twin. Kicking things off here with a Heartfire Hero after a Surveil with Meticulous Archive for Grey Pain. Turn passes back to her. She will draw. Do we have turn 2 up the beanstalk? That would be ideal, or just having some removal. Importantly, though, no Leyline of Residence down for Nicholas this turn.
Yep, absolutely.
Woo-hoo-hoo!
Yeah, I think that's the better enchantment for her to be putting down. I'd also be curious to see how many up the beanstalk she leaves in.
Yeah.
On the play, I could see leaving in all 4. I could see trimming to 2 or 0. It all kind of makes sense to me. And it'd be nice to hear her opinion, being a domain control expert.
Follow-up play here is going to be a tapped something or other, one would assume. Yes, indeed. It's going to be the Cacophony Scamp, so the life lost is going to be regained there for Gray, and both creatures are now tapped.
Yep, and both being tapped is very important for split up, and if it is here...
Split up. Oh, looks like she's thinking about tapping the whole stack there.
Okay. We will see... Really thought about it immediately. Now, the one thing Nicholas could have that kind of, hurts against split up is the turn inside out. Being able to boost that up on one of those creatures.
Okay.
Okay.
Leyline Binding, not what the white spell I was expecting, but it is going to get rid of one of these pesky critters. And, okay.
Goes for the Snakeskin Veil. Now, that was a choice for sure. Gray was thinking about whether to Leyline Binding now or maybe to do it during upkeep. And, there's a disadvantages to both. If you do it now, and Nicholas has it, then Nicholas gets to use the mana.
So Nicholas now not deploying anything else to the battlefield, knowing that a split up is possibly in his future. Just chipping in with the 2 creatures available to him down to 16 goes gray.
And just a pass here, no land drop, and
Ooh,
it looked
Seek
like
of the
Nicholas
Beast.
had nothing to do but to seek the beast to get some more
That's
value
okay.
going. Whenever you hit something where you can cast the 2 things, you got to be feeling really good. Leyline Binding here, at least to neutralize one of the threats, is very key here. But, you know, tapped out. We've seen crazier things with this extremely powerful 1-drop with the Cacophony Scam.
Cacophony Scam fallen out of favor quite a bit, but it's nice to see it here. Another buddy of his joining the fight, swinging in. Is entering tapped, courtesy of Authority of the Consuls. But so 1 damage done, 1 life gained.
And only, like, Gray does still have a decent amount of mana here as green, white, white, blue, and black. But just not hitting any more land drops is pretty awkward. You know,
Yeah,
she
this
could
is
have
tough.
something like the Overlord of the Mistmore to be able to get some blockers in. But yeah, as it stands, Nicholas is drawing cards, firing on all cylinders. And even if the life gain is kind of neutralizing Gray's life total a little bit with the Authority, eventually these little creatures gotta get dealt with.
Look at these little scamps. Now, these are another creature you definitely want to get buffed up. You know, you want to turn him inside out, you want to sacrifice him, throw him at something, and then replace himself. Turn inside out, a really, really cool card that a lot of the other Gruul decks aren't playing at all.
Yep, exactly. So here's a little bit of the brutal aspect from the domain. Like, she didn't have anything to cast last turn, and now she just played a tap land. So if I'm Nicholas, I'm thinking, well, she doesn't have anything to cast this turn either.
Doors open, let's go. Cacophony Scamp times 3, swinging on in.
And it looks
Doing
like
damage.
Looks like Nicholas might be hellbent. Maybe nope, definitely not hellbent, but not doing anything too exciting right now. And this Authority has done some nice work. Just prevented 3 damage right there.
Padding the life total nicely there. Emberheart Challenger joins the board. Oh, he's got to be so careful here.
Okay, get lost there would signify if I was playing, or if I was Nicholas, that, well, we don't have a Sunfall in hand, you know, because otherwise you'd want to draw to that and maybe be able to deal with the whole battlefield. And Nicholas does still have 3 cards, and you got to think, you know, his hand is kind of a ticking time bomb at any point. You know, that could be 2 pump spells, and he's just waiting for the opportune time of firing off everything. That's the one thing you want to do with this version of Gruul is like, you know, kind of do nothing, and then bam, you're dead. You know?
Basically. Yes, the questing druids hanging out in the adventure zone. He's got 3 critters ready to rock and roll and do damage if they die. He's got 2 map tokens now as well, so we're going to go to that first. Try and find some more action on top of the library. Okay, not what you want to see at this point, but it's fine.
Yeah, when it costs 4, it's not as exciting, but you never know. If Nicholas just has a bunch of spells, I believe I saw 3 spells, 2 turn inside outs and a snakeskin veil as my quick glance there.
That's pretty sweet.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty strong.
I'm going to take another peek. It's a land on top, so that goes to hand, clearing out the top of the library there to try and find some more action and try and get this game over and done.
And if that is what I saw, that's 11 damage that Nicholas could have fired off. And no, it is not. I at least see 1 Heartfire hero, so we'll see. It looks like Nicholas is playing this pretty coy, trying to not overextend on the battlefield here. And Tear Asunder, a nice removal spell. Any exile effect is pretty strong, as Turn Inside Out doesn't really do anything to that.
Yep. All the smites, all of the Tear Asunders, the Sunfalls, anything that exiles these guys. Yeah, and you called it, Corey. The Overlord of the Mistmore is hanging out in hand there, so now some creatures on the board to try and keep these scamps at bay.
And the only piece of interaction that Gray can have at this point is Elspeth's Smite. So if Nicholas is going to try to do any sort of winning the game this turn, that's really the only thing he has to play around. And these 2/1 bodies are not so bad. So something like Turn Inside Out, if you can Turn Inside Out on these scamps, then when the scamp dies, it's still going to deal 4 damage, plus you'll get a dread.
Yep. Manifest dread. Scared, are you? Need a hug? No, thank you, sir.
Not from that thing.
No,
Absolutely not. Is that a clown?
It's a clown.
Not a fan.
Yeah.
Not a big fan of clowns.
His insides are turning out. The Cacophony Scamp turning sideways now. And we're going to see a block per bug here.
Looks like it.
Done. Right, we're going for turn inside out on one of our scamps.
Looks like she might have the smite, or she's just posturing a little bit here. And I do think I saw a Snakeskin Veil as well, which will neutralize that and deal 1 extra point of damage. So
Yeah.
if all that unfolds that way, it would be Gray taking 6, with Nicholas having nothing else.
All right, so
And it'd be 5 if we just allow this to happen here.
big think here for Gray. How to eliminate some damage. Looks like she's going to go for the smite.
Goes for the smite.
Okay.
Okay, dies, so no Snakeskin Veil in hand.
Exiles, importantly, so no extra damage being taken either.
And just 1 damage there, putting Gray down to, I believe, 8.
Yep, 1 damage to any targets. Here come all the life gainers for Gray. 3 critters, 3 life. Passing the turn back now. Oh boy, this is getting to scary territory, because if we draw a Sunfall now, it's GG.
Sunfall,
it feels like it's GG.
or split up.
Yeah.
You know, we're definitely at this point that we've kind of seen with Gray Pain all weekend long. Like, once she gets to this spot, there's just all of her cards are so impactful and so powerful. Like, even Overlord here, probably one of the worst cards that she could play.
Actually.
And this is still pretty good. You know, it's bigger than basically everything else. So this feels like the turn for Nicholas, that if he's going to win this game, this has to be a good one.
Yeah.
And so far, I mean, we see, 7 lands from Nicholas. So Nicholas is definitely flooding out a bit.
So just trying to grow these questing druids a bit. Going to cast the hasty but very sleepy Slickshot Show Off.
Yep.
So we got 4/4s now on the board alongside the heroes. We got some Slickshot Show Offs. Man, this is looking so juicy for a board wipe.
Yep, exactly. And Nicholas didn't attack there, so that indicates that last card in hand is a land. If it was another red card, you could at least attack into these overlords. So that should be a big indicator for Gray that that is a blank.
It's just a piece of cardboard.
Yeah,
it's
like,
a bookmark.
Basically, nothing would make sense except maybe Snakeskin Veil or land. But even Snakeskin Veil, you might think about getting in there.
Yeah. I mean, possibly Overprotect even, just for indestructible.
Yeah, Overprotect, you're getting in there as well, because you get to trample over an Overlord, so.
Yeah, true.
The second Overlord.
This time as a real boy. Overlord of the Mistmoors enters as a creature, brings 2 flying friends along with it. Gray sitting at a comfortable 14 now. And you got to think the pressure is very much off.
Yep, at this point, now it's the, all right, Gray, time to slow down a little bit, even as she feels this game is pretty much locked up. All you got to do is just make sure you don't lose to some monstrous rage that you didn't do the math correctly or something like that. And this should be us going to game 3, where things will get tougher, for sure, for Gray being on the draw against this Leyline deck.
Gray is channeling her inner Teferi, going, let's slow this down.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So now I think the only pressure I'd probably want to bring in there is the Overlord of the Mist more, because that at least replaces itself. But getting these flyers in as well definitely leads me to believe that she also has a follow-up, you know?
Yeah.
And the follow-up already that's face up is this Overlord coming off, so everything coming up Gray here.
It's not so black and white, huh? Very much Gray. That's a big chunk of damage coming in here. And there's a Heartfire hero to just pad the life total even more, growing these druids. As things stand, though, this is what, 2, 4, 6, 8 power in the air?
Yep. And I think if this was a playtest game, you know, between these two, getting ready for this event, we would have already been shuffling up, getting ready for the third one. But this is the top 4 of one of the biggest standard events we have seen in so many years. So you got to go for even your 0.0%.
The very first in the Spotlight series. So we certainly hope that we will see all of you, as many of you as possible, at the upcoming ones. There's going to be a bunch of them.
No, we want all.
All?
We want
okay,
every single person
magic
watching.
person.
Yeah.
Magic person. Magic player, yes. Come play with us. Come hang out.
Or else.
Or else. Uh-oh. Or else has been called.
Yeah.
Down to 2 goes Nicholas. Crikey. Poor little mice jumping in the way. Did those the mice would have done damage to face, right?
Yep, would have
Yeah.
done to face. I feel like we
Yes,
should
each
have
opponent.
2 more 2-1s as well, but maybe we're out of tokens. Wow, feature match area didn't have 8 2-1 flyers. There they are. Okay, all right.
Dare. Yeah, they arrived just a little late. So
Well-
game 3, here we go, Corey.
Absolutely. Wouldn't
is
have it any other way.
Spicy.
Very spicy. And we also have a spicy match on the other side that
Oh,
we're going to
we
be
do.
jumping into after this. But for this one, I don't think we're going to see too many changes. As far as Nicholas's changes on the play, I would basically be trying to present my game 1 deck.
Yeah.
You know, like just
No.
the ley lines on the play, not really messing around. Maybe
Nemesis?
maybe Nemesis, maybe Paw Patch Recruit, if you want to do something like that. But honestly, I think I'm just submitting my main deck configuration.
Okay.
It's so good against Gray when he's on the play. He just wants to configure his deck in such a way
Yeah.
that says, this is the max all-in version
Sure.
of my deck.
Alrighty. Optimizing, you know, the deck, the game 1 configuration pre-sideboard is just incredible.
Yeah.
We have seen it win on turn 2. So
Mm-hmm.
that's what Nicholas is shooting for. If he can do it, he is going to be our first finalist, assuming that the other semifinals has not finished yet, which
That's
I
fair.
don't think it would.
We would let you know, that's for sure. So, yeah, incredible stuff so far between both of these players.
Players have made their decisions. They're shuffling up now and going to be taking a look at the opening hands.
Cool.
Excuse me.
All right, and I can give you an update here on our back tables.
Oh, yeah?
We have Scott McNamara that won the first game.
Okay.
We're going to be watching this match in progress after this one, so we'll give you updates as we know them. So
Yep.
any Ray Zhang fans, which there are very, very many,
Absolutely.
down a game's got to win the last 2.
Yep.
Both of those decks are awesome, though,
They
I
are
must
sweet.
say.
Yeah, that is the Demir Enchantments deck in the hands of Scott McNamara.
Yep.
Up against your favorite deck, Team Otters.
Absolutely. You know, Team Otters is my favorite deck to play, but if I could have started this tournament after seeing all the deck lists, I would
Yeah.
have played Scott McNamara's deck.
Mhm.
I just think that configuration of Demir was really, really cool.
That is sweet. I quite like that too. It's a lot more. It feels a lot cleaner. Like
Yeah,
the white splash, I understand it. It makes sense, but
yeah. It wasn't great. I mean, giving up Kaido and Enduring Curiosity for Demir just didn't feel right to me.
Mhm.
Even though the other version is more all in on the plan, the
Yeah.
bounce things that do that kind of stuff. But Scott's list gets to play the powerful good cards, and you get to play the cool bounce shenanigans that allow you to go really long, you know?
Yeah.
I've been playing Magic a long time, and the lesson that I have learned the most is just play the good cards.
Yeah.
Just play them.
Yep.
Put them in your deck.
Save the pet cards for Commander if you want to play competitively. Play the good cards. I bet I just offended many, many green elf players out there.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. They'll be having words with you after
Yeah,
this.
It's okay. I said what I said.
Way to stand by your guns. I appreciate that.
Yeah, but you know what's cool about Standard right now is that you could play anything you want in essence and do pretty well. Like Pioneer was the last format to really, really feel like that, and Standard is now feeling like that too, which is awesome.
Definitely. So Nicholas with no leyline, no 1-drop, or no 2-drop.
What is going on? What did he melt to?
I want to say he kept 7, so I mean I'm guessing we're gonna see a Seek the Beast here, but no.
Oy, that's not great.
Very strange. Okay,
Amber
so
Heart Challenger with backup.
what this
Ooh,
what this makes sense to me here is wanted to maybe have Snakeskin Veil as a backup, but really nice play here from Nicholas. Decided to play this before attackers because of Elspeth's Knight. Played
Nice.
around it, so it made sure that his
Very
creature had
cool.
4 toughness before it got in there.
well done. Nicely played. All these niche little interactions, you know, things that you don't really figure out how to do until you've been in situations like this where you're testing against better players.
Yeah, basically the lessons you learn the hard way, then you
Yes.
start playing around them.
Uh-huh. Should have played around it, so
Should have played around it. Okay, let's see if Gray has any disruption here besides Elspeth Smite. The Elspeth Smite is as face-up as it gets.
Yeah.
You know, she very much telegraphed that, but that's a card you kind of do need to telegraph. So now we will see if it gets played, how she wants to lean into it and how Nicholas can play around it.
Yep.
And
Two Ember Heart challengers here now swinging in. That's still a big chunk of damage. Or 5 more
Yep.
coming in.
And this is probably going to be one of those scenarios where Nicholas says, pass priority. And
Yep.
if Gray does nothing, it'll be, okay, take 5. If Gray casts it, then does something. So this is a post-damage
Oh, okay.
Elspeth Smite, which is really cool.
Yeah, probably saved some damage there if there was another instant speed interaction. So
Yeah.
Heartfire Hero hits the board post-combat. Gray down to 9. Needs a board wipe here and needs it pretty quick.
Yeah, or the flip side, she cost herself 3 life if there was nothing.
Sure,
you know,
yeah.
but it's such a tough play to go for because if Nicholas has it, you know, it's a counter spell plus he gets to get a lot more damage in. So
Yeah.
I like that play by Gray quite a bit, regardless of what Nicholas has.
Okay.
Authority of the Council, yeah, great card, but right now it's a 1-mana blank piece of
Yeah,
cardboard
Nicholas
because
doesn't
the
even need to
creatures
play
are
a
already
creature.
here. Yeah.
You could just be like, okay, well, these 2 little guys are pretty good as is,
Yep.
so I'm just going to keep trying.
Yeah, absolutely. So big turn here. So let's see. As far as Leyline Binding goes, we just have Bant. So Leyline Binding is possible. And that would probably be Gray's best card, unless Nicholas' last card is a Snakeskin Veil. Then we might be all done here.
Turn inside out, targeting our Ember Heart.
There it is.
Oh, there's
Does
the
he have the Snakeskin Veil?
Da-dum. Doesn't.
Doesn't.
Wow. Okay.
Does still get the trigger, though. Okay. So replaced itself. Not bad, not bad.
All right, Slick Shot Show Off. I can join the board here and gains Gray a life up to 10. And back down to 9 as the Heartfire Hero gets in here for 1 point of damage. This is scary territory now.
Definitely. Things are actually looking really good for Gray here. And the one thing Authority of the Council does now completely removes that bottom line of text of Slick Shot Show Off. You can never plot that thing.
No.
You know, because then you're delaying yourself 2 turns anyways. So it's pretty brutal. You just got to play it and hope.
Yeah. And I mean, I don't think we will see any, I don't even think he even plays any enchantment removal. It's so all in on just, I have big dumb creatures and I'm going to hit you with them.
Oh, yeah. It is the most all-in version of really any deck that we have in Standard right now. But this is it. If Gray could have said, hey, at this point, going into this match, you could be at game 3 with this board state, she would have snapped it off.
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
like, would have snapped it off in a heartbeat.
This is looking pretty good here indeed. We're going to get things going with an Overlord of the Hauntwoods. Coming in with the counters.
This
Makes an everywhere land.
This turns on another Leyline Binding
Yep.
or Elspeth Smite as interaction here from Gray.
Which is excellent indeed.
I believe that was another Heartfire Hero off the top. Not exactly what Nicholas wants at this point. Once you got 2 creatures in, you want spells, and no enchantments.
Whee! And for 2 itty-bitty points of damage. Priority passes to Gray. To damage only takes the 2. And the follow-up here being another Slick Shot Show Off. So next turn could be extremely explosive if these creatures survive. I have a feeling they might not, though, Corey.
Yeah, we'll see. You know, like you were saying in our intro here, I could see her taking out Sunfall, even though it is the best card she could possibly have right now. It's just a bit slow, but
Oh,
yeah,
there's other board
Sunfall
wipes.
would be amazing right now.
Yeah, split up Day of Judgment, like still plenty of.
Oh yeah, I'm leaving in Day of Judgment. I'm leaving in Split
Yeah,
Up
yeah.
for sure. Just the big difference between 5 mana and 4, but I think it's entirely possible that all of them are left in as well. The main thing I think she wants to see is Zur.
That would be nice. Some lifelink. Whee!
Zur plus land equals 6 or 12 life total, or 12 life points gained.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, it's not a Zur, but it is a herd migration.
Not
it
a
is a little
Zur
bit
yet.
of life. Yeah. A little bit of life, another land. No blockers, though, which is still a little concerning.
Yep, definitely. We'll see what the follow-up is here. That's probably not enough to make her feel very comfortable right now, is gaining the life. Because we're a couple spells away. 1 turn inside out, for instance.
Yeah. What's that? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10?
4.
11?
I mean, it
Potentially.
gives plus 8 in power if you put it on the Heartfire Hero with the
Yes.
Slick Shot Show Off. So
Yes.
that would be lethal on its own. Oh, that looks like it could be a Zur.
Hey, all right. Things have swung dramatically
Yes.
into Grey Pain's favor here, as now the biggest thing, the
And
Leyline binding, which is now a 7-drop? 7-7?
Yeah, and it is
6-6.
it's a 6/6, but also I'm just looking at the list. There's no card in Nicholas's 75 that can interact with this at instant speed.
Nope.
There's like lithomatic barrages, but I doubt we're bringing that in. So, I mean, it has to be one of those crazy spell turns, like 3 pump spells here, or otherwise, Grey Pain is going to be advancing to the finals here with this really awesome take on Demir control.
I don't think there's anything Nicholas can do in this situation right now. Not with Xur in the way to be a blocker if needs be. At 17, needs like two or 3 spells to. He's counting. We're gonna try. So there's Monstrous Rage.
Okay,
that's 1.
That's +8.
Yeah.
Oh my, that's
Turn
plus
inside out.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Is that it?
That's plus
Is
15.
That it?
Yes.
Wow! He did it!
Wow.
Unbelievable stuff. I thought for sure, no, the blocker, this is totally fine. No.
Yeah. I
No, it is not fine. Never ever count out this Gruul deck because holy hell will you be dead.
Unreal. I don't even know if the block with Xur would have really actually been enough. You know, I mean, the 2 spells, that's 8 plus the slick shots. 3, 4, that's 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, that's 18.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was 18, and with the Xur, that was 4. So I guess, yeah,
Look up 4.
Yeah, so I think she would have lived, but the thing is, then Xur is gone.
Xur's gone.
No more lifelink, just the Leyline binding enough. Wouldn't have been enough, but
and hope for a ward wipe, I guess.
and hope to draw something as well. But wow,
that
tough.
was sick.
Good, very defensive plays from Nicholas, not going all in until everything was tapped out. The math was all on the table and was able to finish it off. So big congrats to Nicholas. Yeah.
Nicholas, all right, let's go and see who your finalist opponent is going to be. We're going to jump straight back into our magic here. Scott McNamara on Demir Enchantments up against Ray Zhang on Timur Otters. 22-11 as things stand when we join our players in progress.
And this is looking like a game that is heavily favoring Scott McNamara right now at first glance. Just 1 creature. Ray doesn't have a lot of lands. And just look at the speed of Scott's draw. It looks like he just had a super aggressive draw. And, yeah, looking pretty brutal. At least it is Ray Zhang's turn. So maybe they have something nice. Enduring Curiosity, something like that.
Okay, so there's a Torch the Tower to deal with one of these Flood Pits Drowner, 2 of them on the battlefield. We also have the Storm Chaser's talent as well as the Spyglass Sirens. So lots of little critters down here for Scott, and nothing on the board currently for Ray.
So that was an intentional thing, even though Ray Zhang knew that that Flood Pit Drowner could shuffle away the Otter. So, you know, that was a plan. Was it worth the risk? And Ray just saying that they don't care about the Otter enough right now to not use up all their mana.
Man, I'm still reeling from that previous game. That
was incredible.
Sick.
That was incredible. So anyone who's like, you know what, I'll come back here in 10 minutes and I'll see the finals and stuff. Well, it's a very fast deck, so do not leave anymore.
Yeah, this is a great follow-up here from Ray, getting the Enduring Vitality as well as another copy of Storm Chaser's talent. So 2 creatures on the board now.
Yep, very strong. And the one thing about Enduring Vitality, it's really good against Demir when they don't play a lot of Anoint with Affliction. Anoint with Affliction was always the worst card, but the fact that you get to keep around Enduring Vitality in this matchup basically 100% of the time, as Scott's list doesn't play any Anoints, I believe. Yeah, no Anoints. You got to really cut those for the nowhere to run. So that is an advantage to Ray Zhang in this matchup. Against other traditional style Demir mid-range decks.
So Enduring Vitality taken care of, a block on the other Flood Pits Drowner. So no more creatures, once again, on the board here of Ray, but they've got to be pretty happy with having this Enduring Vitality as an enchantment.
Yep, absolutely. Fear of Isolation coming down to pick up that removal spell. And no creatures to get any mana advantage as well, so just the 4 lands.
Ray is down to 9. Scott's still sitting pretty comfortable on 20.
And gotta be a big turn here from Ray Zhang.
Yes, do indeed. Look at them thinking long and hard about what to do with this turn. 5 mana available. Oh, excuse me, only 4, because
Yep.
the Enduring Vitality is no longer a creature.
That card would be so good if it turns into, you know, just an actual mana rock as well afterwards. Wow.
That would be sweet. Well, with 0 on the board, it could be.
There you go.
You
there
too
go.
could analyze the pollen. Are we going to be collecting some evidence?
We'll see. It's definitely possible.
No, I don't think so. Do we have enough?
We do with getting rid of this town
Trainers,
isn't
yeah.
big enough. Just debating if it's
7, 8.
something we want to do right now.
Definitely have the option to do so, but I don't think we are collecting any evidence. I think we're just looking for a land here for Ray.
Yep, makes sense. Whenever you got some extra of those style of effects and you don't have a land drop, you usually just start your turn, going to get a land, make sure you get your land drop every turn.
I love those lands. Oh, they're
Yeah,
so
those
good.
are nice.
Wilds of
Those are
Eldraine.
really nice.
I got me some coasters of those from the Lost Magicon.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Cool.
Another
Send
good
some to me.
Come to Magicon, bro. You're at Magicon.
Yes,
You
yeah.
pick some up there.
Lithomatic Barrage to be able to deal with the 2/3s. So really no pressure on Ray Zhang, but Ray already down to 8. Scott doesn't need a lot of pressure to be really presenting a solid clock against Ray.
Let's check it. Does Scott play the lands? Yeah, 2 copies of the Restless Reef. Not seeing any of them at the moment, though.
No, not really. And you got to cut some of those tap
Yeah.
lands when you're playing this kind of such a cheap version of Demir.
Yeah. Otter's back on the board now. Another copy of Stormchaser's Talent. The turn passes back to Ray Zhang, who is looking to tie up the series here between Scott McNamara and Ray.
And a reminder, all these players that you see here, they're all going to the Pro Tour here in
Hell
Chicago,
yeah.
you know?
Whoop.
They'll be playing Standard. Maybe they'll play their same decks. We'll have Aether Drift in as well.
Aether Drift Draft.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gonna be a lot of fun for all these players. Make sure to come out to the next Spotlight Series, and you too could be heading to the next Pro Tour.
That would be sweet. It's nothing quite like seeing somebody make it onto the Pro Tour for the first time.
100%. It is really a special moment. People winning ins, you know, for like the first time on their big events and making to the Pro Tour for their first time is really,
Pretty
really
special.
awesome. Yep.
Yeah. And shout out to everyone who played this weekend as well. I know there'll be a bunch of you watching.
Yeah.
This is a slog. Like playing,
Yes.
what, 9, how many rounds was it? Like
15, yep.
15 rounds of Magic if you played all that.
Yeah.
Like, kudos to you. That is endurance for you.
And I mean, there's no better feeling than making it to the top 8 of one of these gigantic tournaments and just knowing you played well.
Yeah.
You know, got lucky in spots, of course, but, you know, being able to make it after you've been testing for a long time, it is truly, you know, one of the best feelings in the world. I haven't done it often, but a few times. And that's it.
That's going to be it. Unfortunately, Ray couldn't find any way to come back here against Scott McNamara, playing this Demir Enchantments list, a sweet, sweet variant on the archetype. And, you know, these little otters and these Spyglass Sirens
Yep.
got the job done.
Yep, got it done. You know, the only way to beat otters is to play otters yourself.
Yes.
That's the only way to take down otters. So, you know, Scott really figured it out from the beginning. Big brain stuff.
I'm in
from
utter
Scott
disbelief.
McNamara. There we go. Love that. Love that.
Oh boy, and you have one more round of that, friends. And then it's going to be our finals. It is Scott McNamara versus Nicholas Odenheimer. Yes? Maybe
Yep.
just make sure. Yep, got them right. I always forget names at the end of a day. But
Yeah.
it's going to be sweet. Demir versus Gruul, our 2 big bads of the format.
And remember, it is nowhere near like the traditional Gruul and Demir. You know, these
No.
are 2 wild variants of the deck. Remember, Nicholas was the #1 seed,
Yes.
so Nick will be on the play, but I do
Soon,
think the Demir versus Gruul Leyline version a lot closer than the Domain one. So this is going to be a great finals.
This is going to be sweet indeed. While we get set up for that, friends, we're going to take a quick break, stretch our legs, get a beverage, and we'll come back and tell you who our champion of Spotlight Foundations is going to be. welcome back to coverage of the Magic Spotlight Foundations here in Atlanta, Georgia. If you're just tuning in, well, you picked the best time to do so because it is finals time. I'm Ailey Looney alongside Corey Baumeister, and we cannot wait to get into the feature match area to bring you our champion. Before we do that, though, SCGCon and, in fact, the Spotlight event would not be possible without our amazing sponsors here this weekend. So thank you so much to our wonderful sponsors, Beckett and Dragon Shield. Whether you're wanting your trading cards slabbed or sleeved, our friends at Dragon Shield and Beckett have got you covered. So a big thank you to these legends for sponsoring all of the SCGCon events this year. It is wonderful indeed. And just a reminder that you can get your Dragon Shield products right now on StarCityGames.com. So go check them out.
Gotta love it. Yeah, all right. It is time to get nice and serious. Let's take a look at the bracket one last time and see kind of how we got here. And, yeah, don't really blink or you're going to miss maybe an exciting finals here. As it's been really, really fast so far with our Gruul deck. Nicholas ended up kind of just dominating on his way into the finals, like making sure to beat another Gruul deck, was able to win this last round. But yeah, let's take a look at that bracket. Let's put that up there, and we'll check it out. But
it seems like the bracket has left the building. So in fact, we are going to head down to the feature
Even
match
better.
area. These players are itching to go because if we have a ley line of resonance down on the board, turn 1 or turn 0, this is going to be heckin' quick indeed. But alas, no ley line.
No ley line. We're going to be playing some good old-fashioned Magic. And so this is one thing I did see or remember from the World Championship with John Emmanuel Duprat. He ended up siding out the ley line bindings up against the heavy interaction deck.
Yes.
This is about as heavy as it gets as far as interaction goes. So we'll see if that post-board configuration, if the deck contains 0 of that card.
Heartfire Hero, Emberheart Challenger. Gonna be knocking heads there up against the Spyglass Siren, so 1 point of damage extra getting through to Scott McNamara.
So there is the Challenger getting in there. If the Challenger can ever leave or can ever stay on the battlefield, that is ideal. And Scott will basically have to kill it now if he had it. And, oh, okay, I was like, you definitely don't wait if it was a removal spell. But this is great. You know, this is the best time to be drowning during upkeep because then it will not untap next turn. And, you know, the Snakeskin Veil is possible, but you want to make sure and get the full value off the Drowner as well.
Yeah, definitely do. So Floodpit's Drowner takes care of the Emberheart Challenger for now. Nothing to target it with that turn for Nicholas Odenheimer. So Scott McNamara gets to play Soulstone Sanctuary for turn and get him for 2 points of damage with the Drowner.
Yeah, and now has the option of drowning away this Challenger, leaving up 1 mana. Or, you know, maybe if you have another Drowner, you just kind of do this again and start playing this tempo game. You know, I was really impressed with this Scott McNamara deck. I believe we covered him like round 5 or 6.
I think so, yeah.
And I am just like, this deck looks amazing to me. I just thought it was a perfect combination. So really nice to see him make it this far. We haven't seen as much Nicholas on camera, but he's been playing type Magic as well. But yeah, Scott just has not really made any mistakes that I've seen. Played some really tight Magic, has a really good deck list, and has been very impressive to me.
I think Nicholas was just killing everyone too quickly. We're like, hey, you want to come do a feat? Oh, you're done.
Yeah, we're like, hey, Nicholas, we want to get you on the feature. Oh, you're already done. Okay, excellent.
Next
Okay,
person,
never
cool.
mind. Yep.
Speaking of the Beast, finding yet another little Heartfire Hero. As well as, what's that, land? No, what is that?
That is a, that's Copperline Gorge and the hero. So one thing we want to keep in mind here, the Nowhere to Run has a lot of really good applications in this matchup. There's 4 Snakeskin Veils in Nicholas's main deck, and those do get shut off with the ability from Nowhere to Run. So Nowhere to Run was kind of the reason why Snakeskin Veil kind of fell off the face of the earth, but Nicholas is like, well, you got to draw it. You got to play against it. I'm still going to play it. It's a good card.
Up against everyone else who's not playing Nowhere to Run, it's pretty darn good. So.
Yep. Absolutely. Very, very strong card. So here is This Town Ain't Big Enough, seeing what we're going to bounce. The one thing that is pretty brutal for Scott right now is that Underground River. You know, it'll add up as far as damage goes here with having to take a pain every single time.
No pain lands, no gain lands, man.
That's what they say.
Well, there are no gain lands in any of these decks, I don't think.
Nope, definitely not.
Nobody likes gaining alive.
No gains here.
Feels bad, man. So we have our questing druid on the board. We have the Floodpits Drowner and the Heartfire Hero taking care of each other there. And the Suriname Hoss is back to Scott McNamara, who's going to cast a Spyglass Siren, get another map token.
Has the... okay, nice. Here is nowhere to run. So that negates quite a few cards here from Nicholas.
So keeping the board clear is the name of the game here for Scott McNamara. And he's doing a pretty good job himself of applying pressure, you know, just running these vigilant creatures into Nicholas, who's quite happy to take the trades.
Yep, absolutely. But here is kind of the best card. We'll see if Nicholas has a land. I'm not sure he played a land already. I don't think so.
That's a 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yep, it is going to be exiled. So we either did already play a land and I missed it, or didn't have land number 5 for the slick shot show off here. So not ideal there, as you do miss out on a little bit of value. But if this card were to live, Nicholas will be feeling okay. But if Scott has another removal spell, which there are so many, because even land Fear of Isolation is a removal spell with nowhere to run in play. So things not looking great for the Gruul side.
One thing I do like, though, is in the lands there, you see one of the copies of Restless Ridgeline. So if you know, push comes to shove and you just need to use that creature to get the job done, Scott's at 8, so, you know, not that far off from dead.
Yep, absolutely.
But for now, the problem on board here is the Emberheart Challenger, as we reveal a cut down on top of the library.
And big props to both of these players. Both of these players are, what, 15-2 at the moment? Like, that is just such an incredibly great record, and both of them got to be extremely proud of their performance here.
They get to play on the Pro Tour.
Yep.
They do well enough on that. They get to go to Worlds. This could be an excellent year for both of these gentlemen.
Absolutely.
Spyglass Siren jumping in for 2. That cut down sent to the bin as Emberheart Challenger is out of range at this point.
Yeah, cut down not doing too much as it stands. Good against future cards, but all right.
We're turning inside out. Is that GG?
Well, we'll see what we have here. No matter what, you get the card off Emberheart Challenger, but this really feels like this town ain't big enough from Scott, and there's kind of no point in firing it off right now. You want to let Nicholas kind of go all in on it.
Go for it, as it were.
Because right now this is 7, so you might just say if you're Scott, like, you know, no blocks because I want you to do one more spell because it's pretty tempting to go for the win. That's kind of the best spell to go for because you're not investing another target on it while still committing or presenting a lethal threat.
Yep. So that'll resolve. So this lethal threat is, very lethal, but as you mentioned, this turn big enough will target our little friend over here. So Emberheart Challenger is going to go bye-bye.
Yep.
Back to hand.
And brutal stuff. You revealed the Snakeskin Veil. You're like, oh, well, this is perfect. I gotcha. But nowhere to run would still be on the battlefield as it resolves. And then this town ain't big enough would still bounce it. So, wow, nowhere to run just prevented Scott from losing this game on the spot. Just that extra clause.
So be sure to read all of your opponent's cards, friends.
I walked into nowhere to run before and had to immediately concede, you know.
Well, it's called no way to run, not no way to walk.
Yeah. I walked right into the next match. That's true. Walked right into it, as they say.
Limped, more like. Oh, boy. So redeploying now the Emberheart Challenger after the Questing Druid to get the counter on that guy. So 2 critters down on the board here for Nicholas. This Demir deck doesn't really do well at, like, mass removal. Kind of just has to hope for the best and chip away at the resources, but so far, Scott's been doing an alright job with it.
Yeah, absolutely. And Nicholas still getting busy here, knows about the nowhere to run. And we'll see what the plan is here. Is this just enduring curiosity? There's a lot of things Nicholas can have to just win the game on the spot here. And he's giving that, like, sigh look like, yeah, that's pretty good. But I kind of have a feeling that's posturing. They're like, yeah, you got me. Okay, you're dead.
Yeah. Well, 2 cards in hand. Let's see what he's got. He's going to tap 2. Overprotect.
Yeah. There's some nice acting there from Nicholas.
Oh! Perfect rip off the top there. That Challenger just absolutely beat down on Scott McNamara.
I wonder if we're going to Pro Tour Hollywood with that impressive acting from Nicholas there. That heavy sigh when it gets cast, like, yep,
I
you
mean-
got it. And then here we go, gets the win. I love it. I love it.
That was sweet. Alrighty, sideboard time now. Scott McNamara, what are we doing from his side of things?
Okay, so from Scott's side, the cut downs look pretty good. The Gix commands look good. Shieldred and Preacher are the cards that I would be considering straight away. I'd probably be looking to get rid of the Kaitos immediately. Kaitos are not very good in this matchup. Hopeless Nightmare looks pretty bad, as well as the Enduring Curiosity is not really ideal. And that's the thing with the traditional versions of Demir up
Yeah.
against Gruul. You usually do take out some of your top end. And your Kaitos end up being
Yeah.
a lot worse. So this is going to be able to transition into that more new
Yeah.
version of Demir enchantments here post-board. And then on the flip side from Nicholas, let's see, you can... I would think you want to take out Snakeskin Veil because it is basically just a 1-mana,
Plus
put a 1/1
one, yeah.
counter on something. Paw Patch Recruit seems like a slam dunk to me as there's a lot of interaction.
Yep.
And I'd be pretty interested in the Innkeeper's Talents and Screaming Nemesis,
Mm-hmm.
depending on if Nicholas wants to take out ley lines. Like, I could see a world where Nicholas takes out Snakeskin Veil, 4 ley lines, so take out those 8 cards, brings in Innkeeper's Talent, Screaming Nemesis, and the 4 Paw Patch Recruit. Definitely one way to go, but I would be, I wouldn't be that shocked if I was wrong about not taking out ley lines here.
Alrighty. On the other side of things from Scott's list, any consideration for the Preacher of the Schisms?
Yeah, I would bring those in.
Okay, yeah,
Yep, absolutely. Preachers, Gix, cut downs,
Yeah.
and the Shieldreds. Yep.
Basically
I would
all the
think I would
black
bring them.
cards except for the rest.
I do think Preacher is a lot worse against this kind of more all-in version, but I think it's still good enough that you want to have it, as there's going to be some just, not so great cards in your deck already with Kaito.
Let's take a quick look at how these players got here. We had Nicholas Odenheimer, Steven Rorabau, Zhao Li, Grey Payne, Eli Swafford, Ray Zhang, Scott McNamara, and Victor Moy kick things off here for us in our top 8, and it has whittled down to our Gruul, Aggro, and Demir Enchantments players.
Yeah, and pretty cool. We see 3 Gruul decks, but really it is 2 Gruul mid-range style of deck, and then this 1 all-in leyline thing. So that's our only, copies here, redundant decks here in the top 8. The rest, 5 other different decks, great metagame, and something that you don't see too often and is really, really cool. This is the number 1 and the number 2 seed. These
Yeah,
2 players have
that's actually
dominated
very
this
cool.
event, which is truly impressive. Both of them have got to be very
Wow.
proud of their accomplishments, as well as the rest of these 8 players. So
Good job, fellas.
really cool stuff here in Atlanta.
Very cool indeed. Looks like players are almost done with their sideboarding, shuffling up. They're going to pick their openers. So Scott is now on the play. What is his ideal opening hand?
I would say it begins with one of your 1-drops, either Spyglass Siren or Storm Chaser's Talent, and then you just have 2 removal spells and still the ability to, play and have a good curve. Start getting pressure, back it up with a removal spell. That's the way you beat Gruul. And, I even remember at the end of yesterday,
Yeah.
at the end of the day, Scott McNamara had the absolute stone cold nut draw and still
yeah.
lost against our
Jeez.
mono white gamer who
That was
must have
rough.
not ended up having that good of a day.
Yeah, unfortunate there for any mono white fans, but still great to see the deck
Yeah.
do that well. I mean, undefeated for a good portion of yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. All right, huge moment for these players considering their mulligans. Nicholas is going to take a mulligan, and he looked. You never look.
Yeah.
Never look.
Yeah, no, I don't.
Had a
I
close
don't
one.
do that either. No, in any game of Magic, just shuffle it and be done with it. Don't
There,
look.
there
Don't
you go.
look.
Yeah.
It's just better not knowing.
I look every time.
Do you date it?
I
Yeah,
can't not. The key is to look, but don't let it affect you.
Okay, fine. That's fair. I still disagree with it, but I see the logic. Alrighty, let's see if we can get a decent, I assume, 6-card hand here for Nicholas. Hopefully this is not a Malta 5. But, a Malta 5 isn't the worst with a deck that likes to go this quickly.
Yep, absolutely. It is a deck that once you get down to 5 and 4, especially in the post-board games, if you are not having Leyline in the deck, which I would assume, I don't
There we
think they're
go.
there, then you very much need a critical mass of threats to get it going.
Cacophony Scamp as well as Storm Chaser's Talon hit the board for both players on turn 1. And turn passes back now to Scott McNamara. What turn 2 play do we have? A Duress. Oh, okay. Let's take a look and see. We got a couple of mice. We've got our Questing Druid, and we've got the Monstrous Rage.
So doesn't have a ton of targets here. Gonna take the Innkeeper's Talent or the Monstrous Rage here. I would think you probably take the Innkeeper's Talent if we get a land, but the one thing, Nicholas doesn't have another land here.
Oh, wow.
So I think the Innkeeper's Talent is still the scariest card
Kept
for
a
Demir.
one-lander? Ooh.
Yeah, I when you're already on a mulligan,
Yeah, fair.
I think I'm here for it. I like it, because no matter what, even if you brick, you still have a play.
Yeah.
And more than likely kept a hand without one of those 2-drops, so probably drew another 2-drop, which is not ideal.
Yeah, also. All right, Monstrous Rage. The thing that can affect immediately if a second land isn't found, so that is gonna get ditched. And this little otter friend is gonna swing in here for 2.
God, this card has just really been the card of the weekend.
Storm Chasers?
Storm Chaser's
Yeah.
Talent, you know, it just popped up in so many different decks, and it really seemed like that
Hey,
niche
Lancy.
card. Yeah, had it the whole time. But one thing he doesn't have is green mana right now, does need a mountain. So, you know, that was a great draw, of course, but nice defensive play there from Scott. Didn't cut down the Cacophony Scamped, waited for the better target there, the Emberheart Challenger.
Yep, that card just won the game for Nicholas so cleanly lost in the last game. So now we are going, ooh, hi kitty cat. Now we're going to explore with the map token, make this little otter a little bigger.
And we'll see. That could easily mean Scott does not have land 3 as well. Sacked that map before it even came into play. And, well, I was going to say, now he definitely has lands. You don't keep that on top if...
yeah, if you can't cost it for...
We're going to see a Reef come into play
returns.
tapped here, I imagine. Yeah, there it is.
There it is. Turn passes back here to Nicholas Odenheimer. 2 lands to work with, finds the 3rd.
Not bad. Not bad.
Not too shabby. Was that Runner land?
That
did he
was
have a land?
Runner.
Okay.
No, Runner,
All right.
Runner. And I think they're both joking about that. And he's like, yeah, I had it. No big deal. So Innkeeper's Talent is online as well as this. So great play
Nice.
here.
Ooh, so good.
Heartfire Hero, putting a counter there, getting it out of cut down range, and getting in there with the Cacophony Scamp.
Doing.
Really, really excellent here.
Nice. All right. Things looking great here for Nicholas Odenheimer. Kept a 1-lander and wasn't punished. So
Yeah.
he's going to be thanking the magic gods for that.
And most importantly, Scott McNamara doesn't have his kind of best play available. Just land 4, attack with the Otter, get in there.
Yeah.
You know, now if Scott plays a land 4, Nicholas is forced to block and won't really allow the bluff or anything to happen here, because you don't want Scott to draw a card here.
Not even going to go for it. Just leaving the Otter back, leaving 4 mana up, and the turn passes back now to Nicholas. We're going to level up that class and give ward to our little friends with counters on them.
Yeah, gets wards, going to boost this thing up to a 5-power creature already if Scott doesn't deal
But
with
wait, there's
anything.
more. Doubles. Woohoo!
Yep. And now, you know, Nowhere to Run does cancel the ward as well, but with not having it, and nice defensive play there from Nicholas. Doesn't want to attack that 5/5 into the double block there. That would scream to me, if I'm Scott McNamara, that there is no more pump spell. We didn't top deck Monstrous Rage or anything. But I guess we've been drawing land, so Scott's got to have some pretty good, close to perfect information. We're going to see that Seek the Beast at end step for Nicholas, though.
Definitely will. Tapping 2 mana here. Scott McNamara looking to tie up this finals here of Magic Spotlight Foundations, the first of its kind, and we're going to see this poor little mouse, oh sadness, get sent back with the Cyanide big enough, as well as the Storm Chaser's Talent, which will hit the board once again.
Huge.
Leave a friend behind, and now we get to swing in with 2 critters and draw 2 cards. This is looking very good all of a sudden for Scott.
And take 8. I mean, the Otter really just kind of gets out of hand, and here's why I love this kind of configuration that Scott and the rest of his team came up with. Like, sure, you got the Otter's power, but sometimes it's tough to close the game. But when you got an Enduring Curiosity, it becomes pretty trivial.
Yep. Paw Patch Recruit and Monstrous Rage drawn, exiled off of Seek the Beast. Where to from here for Nicholas?
Yeah, a little unfortunate. A little unfortunate that there's no haste creature to be able to take advantage of that monstrous
yeah, that
rage.
was sweet. Do you just play it anyway, just to get the counter
Yeah,
on the guy?
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, because then he's out of cut down range, yeah?
Yep,
Yep.
yep. You want to play that. You can boost up the Innkeeper's Talent, put something on the Paw Patch. The creatures
Yeah.
are still looking big, but if Scott really has any follow-up here, it's going to be really good. And Scott can have a follow-up of land 6 to be able to level up the Storm Chaser's Talent and then just bring back... wow. All right, let's head to the third game here. Nope.
Ow.
Nobody ever
Wait.
survives a Gix command when you're ahead on board.
Oh. That hurt. Okay, so big creatures get bigger. One creature dies because the little mouse was big enough to survive, but that was a painful Gix's command.
Wow, this is looking like it might be one of the fastest finals we have ever seen. We're only 18 minutes into it,
I'm cool
going
with
to game 3 already. So
I'm cool with
really,
that.
really cool stuff.
The night is young. These fellas can go out and celebrate.
Yeah, absolutely. So now will be another little sub game here, and we'll see what Nicholas does, even as he's shuffling and getting ready for game 3.
Are we Shahrazading?
What?
You said sub game. Are we
Oh,
Shahrazading?
sure. No, I'm saying if he like ends up shuffling his whole sideboard in and takes him out, because something that I could see Nicholas doing, even though I bet ley lines were out for that game, bringing them back in for game 3 when you're on the play, when you have the ability to win on turn 2, like could be. I could still see them staying out for the Paw Patch, for the Innkeepers, which we saw, as well as other removal spells.
Well, friends, once again, we just want to say thank you so much for watching this weekend, for giving us your eyeballs, tuning in to the SCGATL, the Spotlight series here, the first of its kind for Foundations. It's been an excellent event all around, so a huge shout out to the organizers, to all the players, to all the judges and the staff, and a big thank you to our sponsors as well, to Beckett and Dragon Shield, who have sponsored all of the SCGCons this year, which is just amazing. So be sure to go check them out. Go get your Dragon Shields from SCG's websites, and, you know, go sell your singles and do all the other fun stuff that you want to do with your Magic cards over there.
Yeah, I saw Dragon Shield was one of the booths over there at this SCGCon as well. Looked like they had a really nice booth, so can imagine that they're going to have future booths at these events. So yeah, pick up some sleeves that have been around the industry forever. You know, I mean, I've used Dragon Shields, you know, back in in the 1990s. I know people were still alive back then.
What? That's a statement. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure Dragon Shield was some of the first sleeves that I bought when I got into Magic, and like I just remember great shuffle feel. You know, they felt excellent. So
exactly, phenomenal stuff.
go check them out, and if you like what you feel, give them your dollars. Players shuffling up here, having a good chuckle. Great time about it. Both players have had excellent showings at this event, and I'm looking forward to seeing them playing in Chicago.
Yeah,
It's gonna be
absolutely.
sweet.
I love following the storylines
Same.
when we commentate the regional championships, and now when there's this extra avenue here to be able to see, you know, some of these players that are really, really good Magic players, and they can convert it into a deep run at the Pro Tour, and all of a sudden you look back and you're like, well, you're on the train. You're a pro.
Yeah.
You know?
Choo-choo.
Yep. Ray Zhang being one of them.
Yeah.
They did really well at one of the open events at
Super Magicon, yeah?
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you know, translated into just being on the train.
Paw Patch Recruit gonna kick things off here for Nicholas. I'm guessing no ley lines in this list in game number 3. Cut down takes care of our poor Widow Wabbit though, and Emberhard Challenger will be the follow-up here on turn 2.
Okay, good start here from both players, having the removal spell to deal with the very annoying Paw Patch Recruit.
What do you mean? He's just doing his job. Footbits Drowner's going to hit the board and say, night-night, little Emberhard Challenger. Possibly sending that away if Scott feels like there's no other way to deal with it.
And it's pretty exciting. Both players' draws are really strong.
Yeah,
if Nicholas doesn't have a Seek the Beast here, maybe we did stumble a little bit. But the one thing about Nicholas's hand, it could just be full of pump spells because there's a lot more spells than creatures in his version of Gruul.
I will say that Seek the Beast kind of ties the deck together so nicely.
It really does.
In all of the other Gruul decks as well, and even in Rei Zhang's Team of Otters, just
Yep.
being able to dig through and find the pieces of interaction or the combo that you need. Storm Chaser's talent here, hitting the board for Scott McNamara. It's been a great card to see in play.
It started with like, oh, this was a sideboard card, or it was a 2 of in the main, 2 of in the board, but we're starting to see it just as a 4 of, and it makes so much sense. It's a 3-for-1 if you do it right.
Yeah. Speaking of, we're going to see Seek the Beast on end step and find a
Beautiful.
Cacophony Scamp. Oh, nice. And an Innkeeper's Talent.
Beautiful. So this is the opportunity where maybe Scott is going to try to kill this challenger right now
Oh, yeah.
with
just,
the Drowner. Drown it away.
Shuffle it.
I like it. The Innkeeper's Talent just represents so much trouble with that repeatable way to get the top card of your library every single turn. You're essentially drawing
it's
2.
sweet. I mean, that's what we saw in game 1. Just this constant targeting on this Emberheart Challenger. Like, I wasn't super high up on it initially.
Yeah.
Out of the mice, I was like, yeah, Manifold Mouse, so much cooler. But yeah, just being able to get through the top of the deck when it gets into the mid and the late games, it's invaluable.
Yeah, it is interesting. You really can't play Manifold Mouse in this list.
No.
As there's not as many mice, but that is an incredible card. And, Nicholas was just like, no, thank you.
Yep.
I will take my good old-fashioned, tried-and-true slick shot show off.
Oh, yeah, no. The Boris mice, they keep the mice over there.
Yeah.
But, Emberheart Challenger translates nicely between the two the color pairs.
I mean, that's just one of the best creature, if not the best creature in Standard, Emberheart Challenger is incredible.
Ah, Corey, you made me laugh.
It's true. It is.
Looks like we are going to attacks. Our little friendly Otter guy. I'll chip in for a point of damage here. And the follow-up, what do we have? We have a Reef. Enters tapped. And the turning the pass back. Yes, that's right.
Another Drowner.
Nice.
Pays the ward.
Yep.
So now if there's something like a Overprotect. Oh.
No touchy. No touchy. Overprotect keeps this little guy quite large, in fact.
Yeah.
And,
it's an attack for 6.
It's turning sideways.
This
Trample.
This
Hexproof,
could be the
indestructible.
last turn. This could be the last turn of the game.
else do we
There
have?
is a turn inside out. That's 6. Turn inside out makes 9. That's trampling for 8. You can sacrifice it for 9 more. That's 17.
Is that 1 off?
I think that's 1 off as far as my quick math goes, but I could be wrong.
What happened? Did they take the damage?
Maybe there
oh,
was
there
a,
we go. Okay.
Okay, I was like, maybe
like,
there was a life
huh?
total discrepancy. Okay,
Yeah,
all right,
yeah.
all right, all right.
Woo!
So down to 1.
Okay. Cool.
No big
problem.
deal.
No problem. No panic. Nothing. Nope. This is
But
okay.
I mean, without a follow-up here, I'm pretty curious if we needed to get rid of that. There is going to be a Manifest Dread.
Yes.
That should be coming out.
Yeah, because of Turn Inside Out.
Okay, so here it is.
Okay.
There's
That
the
was Sellsword.
Sellsword.
Yeah.
Yep, won't be flipping that one up. Okay, but, 1 is not 0. Believe it or not. Double check my math on that, chat.
Scott hanging on by a thread here. Oh, boy. Nicholas, I feel you, man.
Wow. Cacophony Scamp being able to just fling
so
itself
close, yeah.
is so incredible.
Scott has the creature land to animate. Needs some way to deal with any follow-up here, though. It's a 4 mana though to do it. Got the Soulstone Sanctuary now as well. Has a little Otter. This is pretty intense.
Yeah, this is really intense. Now, Scott has the defenses up, so can animate that Sanctuary if Nicholas does nothing. We'll see what the follow-up is. This game is definitely not over if Nicholas doesn't have that great of a follow-up besides this Druid.
Yep. So Druid to kick things off. There's a 1 mana spell incoming. It's the Heartfire Hero. So, okay, yeah. If that somehow explodes, that is GG.
Yeah, and I like not targeting the Heartfire hero. You want it to be where when you attack, it either deals 1 or it dies.
Or it dies, yeah.
And if you boost it up too big, it's just going to get chump blocked over and over. So really heads up play there from Nicholas. Drowner on the Heartfire hero is basically what I think you have to do. You gotta tuck it away, otherwise killing it, you will die.
This little guy is pretty volatile, so.
Yep. Okay, looks like he did put the counter on the Innkeeper. Reasonable as well.
Wait, Innkeeper?
Or on the Heartfire hero,
Oh,
excuse me. Yep. And then Questing Druid got the counter from casting it.
Gotcha. Okay. So 3 attackers eventually somehow. Still got to wait for that stun counter to come off, though. We've got the Flood Pits Drowner. There's 2 copies of the Knight, the Calicel Sword.
Yep, and one of them is that. So,
Yeah,
you know, the other one is a 1-outer here.
Yeah. So one of them is the morph for the dread creature at the moment. This town is big enough, targeting our Drowner and Storm Chaser's Talent. So that's another creature on the board and another way to shut down an attacker.
And most importantly, a prowess trigger to trade there.
Yeah.
And I do believe one of those lands is a creature land for Nicholas. One of them's a ridge line, I think. Yeah. Tough to tell. They're all look quite similar here.
Storm Chaser's Talent, another Otter. We know about the Drowner in hand.
And Nicholas is hellbent, so this is really close.
Jeez.
We know about the Drowner, yeah, and maybe if there's another a land you could have bought back that this town ain't big enough. You know, the value from Scott will happen every turn, but one good draw from Nicholas here will mean that he is the champion here of our very first inaugural Spotlight event. That's a great draw.
Oh, man. Going wide, getting counters, Paw Patch Recruit.
You know, and that could have been a ley line of resonance, you know, if that was left in. So this transformational sideboard plan from Nicholas, looking nice.
Let's bring your child to work day here for this Paw Patch Recruit. So plenty of critters on the board now. This Drowner is going to do its best to try and keep these creatures from attacking. Has to pay the ward as well because of Chapter 2. No Noita runs out at the moment, so that is in effect.
And now this is really tough. The one card Scott is thinking is, can Gix Command get me out of it again?
So 4 potential attackers next turn if we don't have anything here for Scott.
So Gix Command, I think, is the best draw that Scott can find. And the only modes that he can really do is put counters on Drowner and then sack destroy the creatures with power 2 or less. Because you can't let that Heartfire hero get sacrificed. So that's like the only thing that I would think keeps him in it. Otherwise, it's a duress.
That's it. That is going to do it. Nicholas Odenheimer is our Spotlight Foundations champion. Look at his face. Congratulations, Nicholas. Amazing stuff indeed. Brought the sweetest Gruul list to the table and just ran rampant with it. So
absolutely.
Bravo, sir.
We didn't have Nicholas on the camera matches for the top 8. I walked over. He turned 2 his opponent once. He turned 3 him the next game. Like we're hearing the chants here from him, and that is super exciting. Big congrats and big congratulations to Scott McNamara as well. Played really well and had a great finish too. So happy for both of them.
Both players had excellent lists here this weekend. Really, really prepared well, understood what they had to bring to the competition this weekend. And I can't wait to see what they do in Chicago. And congratulations as well to the top 8. We're going to see you guys in Chicago, and I cannot wait for that. Corey, it's going to be amazing.
Absolutely. Great event. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching. Thanks to everyone who came out. You know, these Spotlight events are really, really cool. It's nice to be able to get.
This is the first.
So it's the first, first of a lot of them, and it's really awesome to see high-level competitive Magic, you know, here at the forefront here to start 2025. So incredible stuff. I can't wait to hear from Nicholas.
I can't wait either. We're going to try and drag him over here from his friends who are hoisting him into. We've just seen him fly into the rafters, in fact.
Exactly. I hope he's okay.
Yeah, I'm sure he's fine. I'm sure he knows how to fly. He goes pretty high with those But just a big thank you to everyone watching. A big thank you to everyone who helped set up this event, to everyone working behind the scenes and making us look good. And thank you as well to you, obviously, for tuning in and watching. So stick around. We are going to hear from Nicholas as soon as we can. And yeah, it's just a great event all around, Corey.
It's been real. It's been a lot of fun. Always thank you for being a great co-commentator, and love casting Magic with you.
Yeah,
and that
thanks
was a
for
lot
putting
of
up
fun.
with my crap.
There you go.
All right, well, we're just going to wait for Nicholas to head on over. And as soon as he's here, Nick is going to take over, and we're going to hear from our champion. How good must it feel to just have like 10K in your back pocket all of a sudden? Huh?
10K to win a Magic tournament, you
and
know.
a box of, big box of case Magic.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. 100 players, you win 10K at the end of the day, and yeah, being able to win 6 boxes of every single set coming to standard, I mean, that is a ton of boxes. So
That's a lot of cardboard.
Nice product's going to be well set up to go here in Chicago for sure.
Oh, man. And again, just the variety that the players brought this weekend. You know, there's
Yeah.
no single best deck in standard. You know, this weekend it's Gruul. And actually, was the Arena Championship 7? What won there? Was it a Jeskai Convoke deck, I think?
Yeah, I don't remember. I was out of the tournament so
Yeah.
quickly. I truly do not remember. So
It was
yeah.
another aggro deck, though. So the Demir guys, you're putting up the best fight you can. And, you know, kudos to you. But
Yeah.
yeah, these Gruul decks, they're getting the job done. So
Yep.
we do have our champ in here. He's sitting down, just gonna get mic'd up quickly.
He
And,
looks happy, believe it or
I
not.
bet
know?
you he's over the freaking moon right now. You know, I would be too.
Yeah, and the one thing I want to call out as far as
Mm-hmm.
the format goes before we get into this interview is like, you just kind of thought going into this event it was going to be this Demir mid-range, it was going to be Gruul decks, and it was
Yeah.
going to be the traditional list that we saw, but there were so many players and so many testing teams that innovated on their list, and
Yeah.
it really paid off. All the lists that we saw that didn't look like anything that we have really seen in
Yeah.
standard so far, well, they were at the top of the standings. You know, these players are the ones that did really, really well, and turns out preparation with a good team tends to pay off.
Yep. So that's another pro tip for you, I guess, is find like-minded individuals who want to do World Magic events
Yeah.
and just play. Just
Yeah.
play the game. It's
And-
great.
Now they got to find a like-minded testing team to make sure to capitalize and do well in Chicago. You know,
Yeah, it's gonna
being
be
able to do well at a tournament like this is amazing. You know,
Yep.
no.
No two ways about it.
Exactly. Yep. But being able to translate it into training up on a Pro Tour, maybe get a top 8, and you're queued on Pro Tours for a whole year, then it feels like a
That's awesome.
dream. You know, then it feels like a true dream. So yeah, really cool stuff.
Absolutely. Well, it looks like we are almost ready to toss things over to Nick and our champion, who must be over the moon right now. I can't wait to hear from him. We're just doing a couple little checks as people run around frantically to get things set up there. We're getting there, we promise. We're consummate professionals. Yes,
Absolutely.
we are.
Absolutely.
Look at us. We're so good at filling and vamping. And hey, Chad, you know, you look great today, by the way.
Yeah, it was also impressive Nicholas was the #1 seed and then end up winning everything.
Yeah.
And was 18-2. So, all right, sounds like we are ready. So let's hear
Here's
from our champion.
Hello, welcome back to the sideboard here at Magic Spotlight Foundations at SCGCon Atlanta. I'm Nick Miller alongside our champion and first Spotlight Series winner in history, Nick Odenheimer. Congratulations.
Thank you.
You get this hefty,
Yeah,
fancy
very
crystalline-esque
heavy
trophy.
Yeah. First trophy to add to the collection, so that's nice. Yeah.
A pretty great weekend
Yeah.
for you. You coming in, qualified for a Pro Tour now,
Mhm,
first winner of this event. And let's talk about Leyline of Resonance. This card is
Yeah.
not just for best of one.
No, it is not. Yeah. You know, it's funny because I had a couple of opponents this weekend who, you know, see it in my deck list and they're like, "Isn't this banned?" And I'm like, "No, just best of one in arena, not actually in the format. It's fine." But yeah, I mean, I've been playing it ever since I saw it at the World Championship. I saw JED was playing it. He did really well. It impressed me a lot, so I decided to try my hand at it. And it's done super well for me at RCQs. I already have my 2 qualifications for the season, both with Leyline. And obviously it worked really well here. So yeah.
Talk about the standard meta and how you felt going in, because there are some of these matchups I saw you play this weekend where your opponent just didn't even have a chance.
Yeah. I played against Mono White and Domain a couple times. Those matchups feel like buys just because they don't have the tools to interact very well. So I always felt really confident going into those matchups. Gruul, like the Mice and Mono Red matchups, those were tough. Those were my only 2 losses of the weekend. Were both to that deck. They just have a combination of pressure and interaction that's hard for me to be able to deal with and get damage through. And then Demir, the Pixie deck, that was a big one going into this, and that's why in my deck list I have 4 Paw Patch Recruit, 2 Incubator's Talents on my sideboard, and the plan is just take out all the ley lines, all the bad cards in the deck, and just replace them with those, and they do really well in the matchup. So
you answered my question I was going to ask, which is how you're going to prepare for how the meta changed, because this Pixie deck came out of nowhere. It was kind of the talk of the tournament. The Demir deck, the Demir enchantment decks, which is kind of the Pixie deck without that.
Right.
You pre-planned for that, and the Paw Patch Recruits looked really good, being able to go wide. The removal spells, you put McNamara in a really tough spot in that game 3.
Yep.
What is he going to do?
Exactly, yeah. And the Paw Patch Recruit Innkeeper talent plan was it was a plan for Demir that my buddy Stanley 2099 came up with, for those of you who are familiar. But it works really well against Esper Pixie and the Demir Pixie deck as well. So I was like, this is kind of perfect. I already have a Demir plan. Esper Pixie's going to pick up. I at least have the plan for it. I'm not excited to see 4 Nova to run main board, but we're we make do.
Yeah, I was going to ask, did you alter your deck any with that card in mind? Do you take all the snake skins out or anything like that?
Yeah, that was something we talked about in the hotel room last night. How am I going to approach that matchup? Because I didn't actually play against it at all day 1, but I played against a couple times in day 2. And the thought process was, well, they play Noah to run. That's their premier removal spell. They're going to mulligan for it. I don't want Snakeskin Veil. So in the matchup, I just started cutting 4 Snakeskin Veil. So in my last batch, I just cut all 4 Leylands, all 4 Snakeskins for the Paw Patches, the Innkeepers, and then what I consider the best card in my sideboard. Not that I really wanted Burst Lightning, but I was like, it's better than Snakeskin Veil, and they always know to run me. So, yeah.
Not bad.
Yeah.
Who do you got to shout out this weekend?
Yeah, so I came up with my girlfriend, Julianne. She's always with me for all these tournaments, so shout out to her for always being there with me. Evan and Stanley, they're my 2 best friends, and I tested with them for this tournament. They rode up with me. They were cheering my name when I won. If it wasn't for those guys and all the guys in Tampa, all those people who really, made me the Magic player I am today. I wouldn't have been able to done it without them. And then lastly, I'll shout out my parents because, 12 years ago, my dad taught me how to play. Student has become the master clearly. But, thanks to all their support when I was a wee lad, I really got that competitive drive. So, yeah, this is my first Pro Tour qualification, first win, and 12 years later, it feels great. So,
well, I look forward to seeing you at both the RCs coming up now that you got your qualifications. Good luck at the Pro Tour, a name to look out for. Congratulations again. We're going to ship it back over to Corey on Alias V to close it out here in Atlanta.
Congratulations again, Nicholas. Absolute champion. I love to hear that story. I love to hear about the support structure around the Magic players, because that is so, so important. So shout out to every single mom, dad, boyfriend, girlfriend, son, daughter cheering on your Magic players. I cannot tell you the world of difference that it makes to have that support behind you.
And the people that teach you the game, his dad taught him the game. That's really, really cool to have that experience with your family members. My brother taught me the game, and that was always special. And
That's awesome.
It's the best game in the world. So whoever teaches people Magic is really, really nice people. That's for sure.
Shout out to you guys. Thank you once again, everybody, for tuning in, and congratulations to Nicholas Odenheimer, our champion here at Magic Spotlight Foundations. Corey, I cannot wait to do this again with you, my friend. It is always a pleasure. So to everyone out there, have an excellent evening, morning, wherever it is that you're watching, and we'll see you at the next one.